Hello everyone, and welcome to my tier list for every card in Faeria. We're going to be ranking every single card in the game. I did do tier lists over a year ago now. It's been a long time though since I ranked those. We had one balance patch since then in June. I'll link that balance patch in the description just so you're aware of it. I've also become slightly more experienced as a player over this past year, so my opinions have definitely changed. The meta has changed ever so slightly, so we're gonna go and rank every single card once again. There's a lot of cards to this, and they're not going to be in any particular order apart from the set they're in. So we're going to cover base set, then Fall of Everlife, then Resurgence, then Chronicles of Gagana. But if you want to pause the video and find the card you're looking for specifically, you can attempt to do so and skip ahead to that point in the video, but I'm not going to have any distinct order to this. There's a lot of cards, I just kind of threw them all together here, or you could just jump to the end of the video and see what our final ranking is. Last time it took me, just for the base set alone, it took a 4-hour video, so we're going to try to speed run through these in a sec here. But in that last video I was conversing with chat a lot. I'll still be talking with chat today, but I'm going to try to speed run through a lot of these to get through it quicker, because it's just, there's so many cards here, and that 4-hour video was only base set alone. But let's start with explaining the tiers and the criteria I'm going to be using to ranking all of these, because when ranking individual cards, it's a little bit difficult to just say this card is this strength level, because they all fit into different types of decks, and decks are going to have different strength levels as well. So this isn't going to be a perfect ranking on each card and saying, yeah, this card is OP, you should include it in every single deck. It's really going to depend on the deck list and how you're using those cards, so I'm going to try to explain why I'm ranking them into the tier that I pick based on what lists they fit into as well, and why I'm making those considerations. But I'm also only going to be considering competitive cards for this, probably tournaments. Ladder's gotten a little casual these days. I think I'm only just going to consider tournament viability. So that's going to be that. So for S tier, these are obviously going to be the overpowered cards, super broken or meta shaping. Cards like Soul Drain and Cypher's Wrath will fit into this tier, for example, because they just shape the meta. You're always thinking about 2 HP creatures. A tier are excellent cards. Goes without saying, these are just one step below S tier. B tier is going to be still good cards. These are still really solid cards, but a step below A, they're not going to be auto includes in your deck. Really solid cards still. C tier are okay cards. You'll still find these in competitive lists sometimes, maybe to fit like a specific niche. But yeah, these are just going to be okay, still competitively viable technically, but they're only okay. D tier is where the cards start to get bad. These ones you can definitely still use on ladder. I would say, like I mentioned, ladder is a pretty casual place these days, so D tier is going to be mildly bad cards. E tier is where cards are actually bad. These are like nearly unplayable. You can play these as memes still maybe, but the F tier cards are going to be actual unplayable cards. I've got a few in my mind that I want to slot into F, so this is just designated for a few outliers. But okay, let's get started and tackle this beast. So first up, we've got Aurora. I'm going to slot you into S tier. Really solid cards. 4 cost, 3 lands, gives a creature 6/6 stats. Very strong cards. One of the strongest in the game right now. Mystic Beast A tier. This is exceptional for what it gives. 4/5 jumper for 3 cost is absolutely insane. Of course, it does have that condition. I mean, obviously, without that condition, it would be a clear S tier, but you do have to set up that on that enemy land. Lujuan, pretty much a meme, but it's a playable meme, I guess. I'm going to throw you into D tier for now. We're going to come back to this at the end and maybe, like, reposition things, so if you're watching this and see me placing cards in certain places, they might change by the end of the video, so make sure you're aware of that. Aurora's Creation, really good cards. This is going to A tier. This enables a lot of different decks. This enables largely combo decks, I guess, but 5 cost, copy any card you like and replay it, so you can often play these on legendaries, which is pretty insane. Aurora's Dream, pretty bad cards. You can make it work sometimes, so we're gonna put this into E tier. I mean, I say make it work, but it's still pretty awful. 24 cost and 5 lands, and honestly the biggest issue with this card is going up to 5 lands. The 24 Faeria is of course hard as well, but the 5 lakes is really the most difficult part. It means you're locked out of a lot of synergies with Faeria ramp, so you're not going to be able to have those options in this type of list. Aurora's Trick, by the way, none of these cards are named. They're just the pictures. I thought this was easier to do this way, but I'm going to try to make sure to name each card as I pick them as well. So Aurora's Trick, this is... I haven't played around with this card in a while, actually, so it's hard to judge. I think I'm going to put it into C tier, though. This is okay, I think. It's like 4 cost, 5 lands, steal a creature with 2 attack. So you can kind of like kill a creature and gain a creature at the same time. The land cost is just really expensive. Is it 4 land or 5 land? Something like that. But it's really costly. I don't even know if this is C tier. It might even be D, but we'll slot into C for now. Humbling Vision's a clear A tier. I guess we can kind of rank things where I think they're kind of better. I think Humbling Vision is really, really good. Ever since the change that was made to this, where it's round down instead of round up now, this card has just replaced Frogify entirely. It's so powerful. 3 cost, and it pretty much lets you deal with large stats. It's almost like a hard removal. It's technically a soft removal, but it removes anything you want, any big thing you want, pretty much, for really efficient cost. 3 Faeria and 2 lands, very good. And Frogify is actually, in my opinion, going to be outclassed by that and being slotted into B tier. Now, a lot of people really like this card because Transform is really good. So this is 4 land, 4 cost, and you transform a creature into a 2/2 frog. And it's really good to have a transform that also deletes the creature, and no matter how big that creature is, unlike Humbling Vision where it only halves the stats, this will always drop it to a 2/2, which you could think is very good, but it's so expensive, which new players might not be aware of, because like 4 Faeria and 4 lands doesn't seem like that much, but 4 lands is so expensive. 4 Faeria is also quite expensive when it doesn't actually kill the creature. It leaves alive a 2/2 frog. And a 2/2 frog's a very good creature too. You can jump between wells. It's a double collector potentially. Still a very threatening creature. Humbling Vision, on the other hand, is just way more efficient. You get access to it sooner and it's cheaper. Yes. It's Saturn! Where's the 10k tournament tier? We gotta have the tournament still. The 10k's still coming, don't you worry. It's coming. And we gotta figure out what's gonna be good in that tournament yet. Dream Reaver hasn't been very great lately. I think I can still put it into C tier though. It's still like pretty solid, right? This card is 7 lands, and it sets one player's life total to 10, which is pretty good. 7 lakes is a rough archetype right now, especially since the nerf of Library. I mean, it could be a B tier. We might come back to this one. We'll throw it into C tier for now. Bamster's banned. Love it. And speak of the devil, we got the library. This card is pretty bad, honestly. Lizard was playing around with this. I haven't played around with it myself, I don't think, since the nerf. Maybe once. Lizard seemed to think it was okay, but I don't know. I still think this is, like, pretty bad now. We're gonna throw it into D tier. It's just... This card, you have to wait until you get 5 lakes. And previously, this card was gain 2, draw 2, and deal 2 to yourself, which was pretty exceptional. It was also a lower land count, but then it went to gain 1, draw 1, deal 2 to yourself, I think still. and then on 5 lakes. And 5 lakes is a long ways to wait for your draw engine. You really want your draw engine to be coming out a lot sooner than that, so we're gonna throw this into D tier for now. Beirus are really excellent cards. I'm gonna throw this into A tier. Really efficient for the stats. It's very expensive, like 8 cost is very expensive. Like this can just be frogified, of course, but it is so devastating in the body, so efficient in the stats. Humbling Vision has a tough time with it because it only, this is a 8-10 normally, so it's only going to reduce this to a 4-5, which is still a pretty threatening body. The land destruction on this card is pretty threatening as well, if your opponent's playing non-lakes. Really good in 7s. Egg of Wonders, this is a terrible card. Still, now, okay, so this one's gonna be tough, because this one's still playable, because there's bugs with this card. It's a playable meme, but if you didn't know, there's a bug with this card where haste creatures get to move 3 times. So there's one build where it uses Scourge Flame, and you just, like, zip this thing across. You can also use this, though, with Primeval Colossus, which isn't, like... It's okay in the realm of memes, so we'll slot that into E tier. We're not gonna do a deck right now, Bamster. I'm sorry to disappoint. We'll do that. We'll do that later. Yeah, library rest in pieces. S tier. We gotta have a S tier. Yeah. Phantasm, this is probably a B tier. Now again, this is competitive rankings, so this is what cards are going to be good in like tournaments. And Phantasm's a really good card. If you're on like lower rankings of ladder, this is going to be really good for you. Like on lower rankings of ladder, this is probably an A tier. You can do a lot of damage with this, but with the existence of flyers in the meta, flyers really control a lot of stat lines and how powerful stat lines can be, and 5/5 bodies just are not a great stat line into the 5 attack flyers. Really efficient. If it weren't for flyers, Mirror Phantasm would be really excellent, but as of right now, it's just a solidly good card. Failed Experiment, though, very good cards. I'm gonna throw this into A tier. This just gives you extra Faeria basically for free. You do have to kill a creature with it. So Failed Experiment, it costs 1, and the next creature you play this turn dies, but it costs 4 less. So it nets you 3 Faeria, depending on what creature you play. Pretty good. Even though the creature dies, you can do a lot of stuff with this. You can pair this up with some draw tools like Starshell Keeper, what is it called? Starshell Gazer or something? Stargazer, that's the one. You pair it up with cards like that, cards that you don't really care about the body, and you just get 3 Faeria virtually for free. Shifting Tide is pretty good. I'm going to throw this into B tier as well. Really solid cards. For 1 Faeria, you get to either move a land or draw a card, so you can cycle with it if you don't need the land trick. Almost on par with Sunken Tower, I would say. Sunken Tower is a little better, but this card is only 1 leg compared to the Sunken Tower, which is 2 legs, which makes a big difference when you're doing like multicolor decks, especially tempo decks. I think this card is very excellent. Archon is going to be an A tier. This card's really good. This one's, I mean, it's a 4/4 body with mobility attached to it for 4 cost and 2 lands. It's a starting creature, and already that's pretty solid. But then in the late game, they become 6/6s when you play 2 7 costs, which is really great. Charge 2, 6/6. Very good body. Gabrian Cistern, pretty terrible. There's a structure build for this that is like the structure build is actually pretty decent, but I don't know if I want to rank them based on that structure build. Like the structure build is okay. I guess this is D tier, a playable card, just because of the structure builds, but it feels weird to kind of put it here. But like on par with the library, yeah, maybe. We'll come back to these cards. Gabrian Enchant is pretty excellent. Now Enchant's not really like a card super strong in the meta right now, but I mean, you can still make some like pretty solid decks with this card, especially like the fairy enchants, like OTK business. I think El Panico created one list like that. Maybe Lizard even did as well. This card's pretty good. I would throw it up in here somewhere. Really solid card. 2 costs. Make someone's attack equal to their life and draw a card. Very good. This card, on the other hand, the Gabrian Enchantress, is less good. It's actually pretty bad. I'd probably slot this into D tier. It's playable, but it's a lot more expensive than this. 4 cost for the same effect. And when you've got gift effects like that, you're really looking to get immediate value off of it. Like the 2/5 body is, I mean, it's a body. It exists. Like a 2/5 is probably worth 2, and then you get 2 for the effect. You don't get that card draw, but like, it's still, you're paying 4 to get this immediate effect. The body doesn't impact you until your next turn, so it's a little bit slower. It's a little bit worse. Agree with Phantasm. Hey, Sesh is here too. First red and green Beirut is great, but burst is very burst blue and yellow is very risky. Yeah, if you don't have the land destruction, it's a lot worse, especially into flyers, which can counter this reasonably well. But it's pretty solid still. And agree with Phantasm, yeah. The Gabrian Noble, this was changed in the balance patch that I talked about. The balance patch was like June 2021. Like over a year ago now, jeez. This used to be a 4/5, it got boosted to a 5/5, and it summons Ruby Fish anywhere on the map. The issue with this card is it costs 3 lakes, and it's like really expensive land-wise. You want this to be kind of a collector. That's sort of the idea for this card, and it just comes down too late. I think this is... this one's hard to rank. Like, it could be C tier, I guess, because it's okay, but there's just nowhere, there's no deck that it really fits into well. So it could even be a D tier, just for competitive rankings. Like, I don't even know if there's a good use for this, but it's between C and D for me. We'll slot it here for now, see what else pops up in C. Gabrian Commander is pretty excellent as well. I'm gonna throw this into A tier as well. Probably next to the Archon or something. This is a 4/2 aquatic 3 cost. Now it's a 4/2 3 cost, which is a little sketchy when it comes to like Soul Drain and Wrath, because Soul Drain and Wrath trades up over this creature. Assuming it doesn't flip at least. But if this gets to have 1 collection, you've already traded even with those types of cards, and it's got that mobility attached to it, which is pretty incredible, especially in the early game. You don't need lands for this to collect, so this is an excellent early game collector, and then it even has the potential to flip into a 5/3 flyer, with that mobility still attached to it, which is pretty good. It's like a better Demon Wing in a sense. So definitely going to be A tier for me. Wave Crasher... Okay, so this card, you can almost directly compare it to the Noble, even though they are doing different things. They got the same land count and they got the same Faeria cost. And I actually think this one's going to be slotted into C tier. It's not really used in any competitive lists, but it's a very solid card for what it does. It does come down not until turn 3, it costs 3 lakes, but it sets yours and your opponent's Faeria to 3. I believe at the end of your opponent's turn. Yeah, the end of your opponent's turn. So you can use this to generate you 6 Faeria a turn, which is pretty insane. And the body already is a 6/6, so it's pretty solid stat line. I think we'll just keep you in C. Gabrian Warden, this is a really great card. I'm going to throw it into B tier though. This card is really good into flyers. We've got a 4/6 stat line, excellent stat line into flyers already, because the attack deals with any flyer you could want except for the champion, and the 6 life can survive any flyer you want pretty much. And then it also gives protection, which can help reduce that nasty 5 attack on the flyers. So really good into this nasty flyers meta. Solid B tier in my opinion. Even though it is expensive, it's a 7 cost. It's just doing a lot for 1 card. And doing a lot for one card is definitely a plus. Rather than having like two separate cards, like a 4/6 body and the card protection. Is it protection? No, safeguard. Yes, like having two separate cards, even if they did the same effect, it's a lot better to have it all in one creature. Prophet of Tides. Now I'm sorry, Sesh. I apologize for this one, but I really don't like this card. I think I'm gonna be slotting this one into C tier. And my reasoning for this one, some players like running this, and that's completely fair. As I mentioned, the C tier is meant to be like a niche pick, something you'll still see competitively, and can still do well competitively. This card, it has impact in very specific matchups. It also has most of its impact in the starting hand. So this is a 3-cost 4/2, and you get to move its land twice. Now the issues with this is most of its power comes from that land movement, right? And in the early game, that's awesome. You can accelerate like really far with this card, and that can be really good. But even in the mid game and late game, you just have no use for this card anymore. Yeah, you can like use your starting land and shift off to the other side potentially, but most of the time it's just not going to get you there. The 2 life again makes it very vulnerable, but unlike cards like Gabrian Commander, it doesn't have mobility attached to it, not natural mobility. It's just a stat stick that's going to stand there for a while. So it's difficult to get a lot of value out of this. If you are facing decks like mono green, it's really good into that matchup though, because 4/2 stat line is just really difficult for green to deal with. But other decks like red and yellow is just really going to struggle. And the other color is blue. Yeah, blue is also not going to care too much. They can just send a toad over to kill this, or a ninja toad. But the land acceleration's okay. It's okay. Sesh C tier, no way. B at least. Yeah, I know, Sesh really likes this card. I think it's just not very good, in my opinion. Got wrecked by Egg of Wonder Carassius combo. If you didn't know, there's also another bug with this egg. With the Carassius as well. The Carassius that spawns from this egg, actually, if it dies, will count as 2 deaths towards your Carassius count. Really, this is a really weird card. It is very buggy. But, yeah, if you didn't know, Carassius counts as 2 deaths when it spawns from this, which is very interesting. Ruby Fish is a really good card, but a B tier, solid B tier. So 1 cost, 1 lake, collector, and it's got aquatic, so you don't need lands to do anything with it. I think it's pretty good. There's not, I guess, a lot of competitive lists that would want to run this. If the Faeria is really important, you can do something with this. This might even be C tier just because of the color that it's in. We'll think about this one, because it could be really good. There's just no list that can really utilize this in blue right now, I think. This could be C tier. I'll think about this one. Farm Boy, I would say, is definitely a B tier because it can fit into archetypes like red, where you actually do really want that excess Faeria. But maybe there's a build here that hasn't been played around with like blue 7s and you got efficient collectors. I don't really think blue needs it though, because they've got this extra mobility to get places. Yeah, maybe this is more of a C tier actually. I've convinced myself. This is probably more C tier. Somewhere in here. Really solid collector, but yeah, in blue, I don't think it's actually that necessary. Okay, Storm Spawn, this is pretty bad. I'm going to throw it into D tier though, because the typical use for this is going to be used with Failed Experiment. The only thing you're really gaining, so the Storm Spawn is 10 cost, and when it dies, you gain 10. So usually you use this in heavy combo decks with Failed into Storm Spawn, and then you just net 3 Faeria that you can use on anything, as opposed to using the Failed on something that would die. Like, you might as well just use this on something that would die. You get that Faeria value anyways, rather than including a clunky card like Storm Spawn in the deck, but if you really need to use it, then you can use it. Maybe we'll throw it back here somewhere. It's Sishon. Wow, everyone's here. The whole gang. You're gonna have to redo this tier list once a year, right? When the next expansion, yeah. I had to make this before the next expansion came out, right? If Krog's not S tier, I'm never watching any of the streams. Fair point, fair point. Ancient Heralds are really good cards. I think this is a solid B as well, though. Typically, this only goes into tempo lists. Both because of its land cost and its efficiency. It's a 6 cost 5/6, but the next 5 life creature you draw costs 2 less. And in tempo lists, you really want chunky creatures, so most of your deck is going to be having 5 life creatures anyways, so this just fits really well into the tempo archetype. But tempo is like not super impactful in the meta right now, so it's just going to be a B tier to me. Aurora's Disciple. This one's going to be hard to rank because Aurora, there's that Disciple OTK list wreaking havoc right now that's just really strong, but I don't think it's Disciple's fault is the thing. Disciple, so you can pair this with cards like Barter and Treasure cards, getting Magic Carpet, and you get this big, massive OTK. But it's really Carpet's fault. I really don't think Aurora's Disciple is to blame here. Without that sort of combo package, Disciple's like B tier at best, probably. But with that archetype, I almost might be convinced to put this into A. I don't know, I guess with Carpet in the meta, maybe this is an A tier, but even the deck is like, yeah, we'll throw it into B tier. We'll throw it into B tier. It's a solid B, actually. Because even that deck, like, it's just really volatile, this deck. Like, if you have a fast deck, you can shut this down, but there's always the chance that this just kills you on, like, turn 4. But yeah, we'll throw it into B. He's good turn 2 and like a 6/6 creature. Yeah, so the one downside to this is that you have to include a lot of events, which, like, events are good, but you're going to have, like, a really light deck. It's going to be a really frail deck, and Disciple is going to be one of your only big creatures. And so if this gets, like, just simply Frogified or Nightmared, then you're really sad. Of course, Frogify and Nightmare aren't very popular in the competitive meta right now. Largely because of the reasons I talked about with Humbling Vision, but also because flyers exist, you don't really need Nightmare. They're really efficient at taking down big stuff already, so that's why Nightmare's not run, and Humbling's run, Frogify's not run because Humbling exists. Sturdy Shell is pretty good. This is honestly on par with the Ruby Fish, so I'd kind of want to group these together. They do different things. This costs 1 more. It's double the price, but it's got 5 life. So it can survive longer, but also it can pair up with like Enchant and stuff. Enchant, as I mentioned, isn't like huge in the meta right now, but these 2 cards are doing similar things, but different things. We did a Duelist card ranking? I don't know anything about Duelist, man. Playing Magic the Gathering 30 years and still prefer Faeria. That's the consensus I get from a lot of players, yeah. Why I added Cappy? Faeria is a finished product. Yeah, we're gonna have to clarify that. People are hungry for more content, but it's just not gonna happen, sadly. Tale of the Old Turtle. This card is okay, I guess. We'll throw this into C tier. This card is 6 cost. You draw 3 cards and reduce any creatures you get by 2. So essentially, you could get 3 card draw for free out of this. That's like the on-paper theory with this card. But you have to remember that you don't actually get these discounts, technically, unless you actually play all 3 of those creatures. It's a similar thing with the Ancient Herald, actually. You don't get that discount until you actually play the creature. Like, the discount's nice, but the game is still going to be going on while that discounted card is sitting in your hand, and you haven't actually gained anything from it yet. And the same thing is true for the tail. You actually have to be able to play all 3 of those cards, and after spending 6 Faeria, that's going to be really difficult to pull off right away. You have to use really cheap creatures with this, of course, and you have to include only creatures in your deck, which is a disadvantage. It means you can't really run many events. I mean, it's not bad to have 6 Faeria, or let's say you play 2 creatures from this, and so you're spending 2 Faeria to draw 3, but again, there's just so many things to think about with like how this discounts and when you're actually receiving the discounts back. It's not amazing. It's pretty decent in like angry lists. Maybe this is actually like down here lower. Yeah, something like this. Spring Mochi is really good. I might put this into B tier though. For what this gives, again on paper, this is a really excellent card. It's essentially a free 2/2, but in the competitive meta, it doesn't do as much as other cards do. It's not as impactful. When you're thinking about competitive decks, you have to actually think about what a singular card does, like how much it impacts a singular card. And this is just a 2/2 body. Like, taking away the value side of things, just ignoring that, this is a 2/2 body for that one card draw you're getting, and a 2/2 body isn't super impactful. Now, you can use this to, like, help you ramp Faeria a little bit if you got a more expensive list, but more expensive lists aren't, like, super meta right now. So that's why I'm going to slot this guy into B tier, even though it's pretty excellent. It's just competitively a B tier to me. Tail is D tier, you think? Yeah, that's fair. It's not amazing. Well, we can throw it into D tier. I'll agree with that. It forces you to play the cards it gives you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so what I talked about, it forces you to play the cards it gives you or throw the game. Yeah, and also, one thing to note about this card too is you have to include your deck with like only creatures pretty much. Like typically you run 3 tails and maybe you can get away with like 2 extra events, 3 if you're feeling ballsy. But then also the creatures you have to selectively pick as well, because if you pick cards like Horsemaster, you're also forced to play that Horsemaster to get the discount, and you don't want like reactive cards like this to be you don't want to be forced to play these reactive cards like Horsemaster, because there might not be an opportunity for Horsemaster to come down, so then you're just wasting that value. Yeah, and if your draws don't match the board state, then you throw the game. True. Does the Faeria meta ever change? So there was one balance patch since I last made my last tier lists. There was one balance patch that changed some things. Actually, it made some big changes because Frog Tosser and Husk were some big hits, but we'll get to those cards later. Darkstalker is a really interesting one. Now, if you're a new player, this card looks amazing on paper, because this is like a 1-cost 3/2 essentially. So it's a 3-cost 3/2, but it costs 1 if you played an event this turn. Not a super difficult ability to proc, right? So oftentimes you're going to get a 1-cost 3/2, but similar issues with the Spring Mochi. It's not doing a lot for the singular card that it's worth. So this is actually not an amazing card. Efficiency-wise, yeah, sure. The Faeria to stat is insane, but the body is not doing a lot for you. You do have to have an event in your hand, so it's actually not amazing. Competitively, I might actually throw this into D tier. Because I need to remind myself that I'm making a competitive tier list here, right? I think this one actually, I might want to move Trek down to D tier as well. This card is just not that great. Like, the 5 lake requirement is insane. But anyways, on to the Darkstalker. This card, also, you might think this might pair with Illusion of Grandeur because it gets down to 1 cost, but it doesn't. The mechanics don't work that way. This creature loses its sort of temporary discount before the illusion procs, so you can't even play this with illusion synergy. There's just no synergy for this card. Events is not a good enough reason to be running this card. You always pop in to remind us it's a dead game, we know already. There's a lot of people who pop in reminding us it's a dead game, yeah. Okay, so Lore Thief is a C tier, I think. It's not a very good card. It's not a very good body. Again, this is another card that's got great value on paper. It's like a wisdom, but it gives you a body instead. So it's a 3-cost, 1/1 that draws you 2 cards. And you use this in combo decks preferably, but the body itself is really frail. So it's just a really expensive card. The draw isn't doing a ton for you in most cases, unless you're combo. And like combo decks are okay in the meta. C tier is like a bit generous even, but I don't know. Compared to the other C tier cards, like, what does this even run in right now? Really nothing competitively. It's not really used in... well, I guess it's used in the Disciple list, right? Yeah, it's a draw engine, I guess. The Darkstalker would be a good card in yellow, but in blue, a 3/2 without Aquatic or Flying. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly true too. Like, the events you have access to in blue are not as good as you have in other archetypes. Especially like with cards like Barter, you got Soul Drain. There's a lot of removal in yellow, right? That you'd actually want to... Oh! Okay, I accidentally hit the back button on my mouse. It's okay. We're all good, it saved it. I got this back button on my mouse, like right where my thumb goes, and I like it. Like, I use it a lot, but I accidentally flick it sometimes, so it's very spooky. Okay. Anyways, Triton Diver. This is also, I guess, an okay card. This is a 3-cost 2/2, which is very expensive, but it's 1 like and it's got Aquatic and Jump, which makes it a really efficient collector. Not great competitively, but you can make this work. It's okay. This is our okay tier. You can make this work. It's really good in the early game, almost similar to like the Prophet of Tides, where like is really good in the early game, less good in the later stages of the game, but you can still use this as a double collector in the mid game. Prophet of Tides you can't so much, but again, it's kind of expensive for what it gives. Tree of Life better get respect. Sishon in here memeing. Someone's got to keep me in check here. First turn collector B tier? I really don't think so. Competitively speaking, you're not going to see this card popping up. And again, so for new people joining, I'm ranking this competitively based mainly on tournaments. I'd like to mainly consider tournaments because I don't think ladder is a very competitive space anymore. So that's the reasoning for all these placements. Ninja Toad's a really good card. I know last time I ranked this into A, I was almost debating putting this into S. It's a really difficult pick here. This card is really good if you can get the collections with it. It's a 4-cost 3/2, so you can... Oftentimes you can expect to collect, not always, but oftentimes you can expect to collect, and this is going to be at least like a 3-cost 3 damage, but it's conditional, right? It's not going to be as good as like a Flame Burst that's selective. You can build lands with this, there's some other things you can do. You can double collect with this to make this discounted to 2-cost. But it's like a 3-lake Flame Burst. I think this is just going to be... slightly underpowered from the S tier ranking. We're gonna throw it into this. A lot of players really like this card though. I feel there's gonna be a lot of people in chat wanting this in S tier. But I'm gonna throw it into the high A tier for now. This card, I can't remember the name of it. Triton Sanctuary, that's what it is. So this one starts with, it's a structure that starts with 1 HP, and every time you collect, it boosts an HP. And then you can choose to sacrifice this and gain mana equal to its HP. I think it costs 2 or something. Yeah, it costs 2. This can be okay but, like, I mean, it's going to be better than the Gabrian Cistern, right? But it's also, like, not amazing. It's okay. I don't know, it's like high D tier, I guess. It's definitely better than the Cistern. Definitely better than the Cistern. I mean, the Cistern is used in those structure builds, right? This cannot be used in structure builds as effectively as this one. This one is mainly good in, like, what, like expensive blue, like blue 7s. Dreamweaver even, it's okay in. Dreamweaver is an alright pick there. Let me reboot music. You can also use Ninja Toad to race. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's a good point. You can use the Ninja Toad to race, unlike a Flame Burst, which is a one-time use. If the body stays alive, it's pretty good. Also pretty good into one attack or less creatures, because it survives, right? You can also pair this with Command, but then it's a more expensive card. But, like, you can, like, hit a Ruby Fish and survive. Anyways. Yeah, this card's probably D tier. Well, think about this one. Like, competitively, it's bad, right? We don't really want to use this. I don't know, is it bad? This one's gonna be tough. I don't really play around with this card much, and that's gonna be one issue with some cards. I did do my lore page streams, I think, since I did that last tier list. So I have a lot more experience with a lot more variety of cards, but not every card. I haven't played around with this one too much. I remember there was a blue build that worked with this pretty okay, but I don't think it's very important in the meta. We'll leave it there for now. Triton Banquet. This card's, like, okay as well. This is a 3-cost, give a creature +1/+1 and jump, and it's one like, right? I think it's 1 like. This is a really good tempo card. Well, I say really good. It's an okay tempo card, especially with, like, you can do some funky builds with this, where you have, like, the Sapphire Yak, and you get it up really aggressive. You could do some other things. It's a lot less competitive, but you can sneak one over on your opponent with this. I think it can exist in C tier. You can sneak one over on your opponent with some pretty clever builds. There's even like a hopping cipher, which is very spooky. You just give that extra mobility to a creature. Very expensive, but again, this is a tempo card, so you have to get use out of this as early as possible. In the late game, this is going to be awful, of course. Triton Chef. Now normally, because Triton Chef generates you a Banquet, normally these types of cards would actually be better than the card that they generate. But in this case, I think this is actually just a worse card, solely for the reason that this is already really expensive and you're using it for the purpose of tempo. In tempo, you don't really care about this tiny little collector here. This is just too much Faeria that you're spending. And this card can be used as a trick, as a surprise. This card is going to cost you 5 Faeria to gain that trick, as opposed to the 3. So I think the Triton Chef is just going to be a lot worse than this card in this scenario, just because of what this card is, what archetype this is meant to fit into. Maybe we'll chill in the comments about the game, but they lost your respect on how they handle the game. Yeah, very fair, very fair. We'll get to those cards. Alright, so the Triton Snowstorm Lancer, that's what this card is. This card's not very good. I actually might put this one into D tier. I think it's bad. This card is 5-cost 3/5, and with event synergy, like, you gain extra attack stats for the turn. But, like, the issue with this, you can use this in tempo as well, but on your opponent's turn, this is a sitting duck. It's a 3/5 stat line for 5, which is just so absurdly expensive. And again, as we talked about with that Darkstalker, there's not a lot of great events in blue. And actually a lot of the blue events are like reactive plays, like Humbling Vision. So you actually need targets for these blue events, which makes them more difficult to play. This card's just not very good. It's got jump, like, it's okay. D tier, remember, is still, like, playably bad, but it's still bad. Triton Warrior. This card is gonna be B tier. This card is very weak to yellow, which is one of the reasons why blue jump suffers in the yellow matchup. It's a 4-cost 4/4 jumper, which is really solid on paper. Like, it's a double collector. It's a really solid card. But flyers have really efficient stat lines, like the 3-cost 5/2, the 3-cost 5/3, as opposed to the 4-cost. So, flyer's really efficient at dealing with this, but it's still really solid, especially into other matchups. Really solid cards. We'll throw that up there, maybe. He stopped playing B except Disciple. Yeah, Bamster only plays broken decks. You run the chef? Really? You actually run the chef? Maybe C with big. I'll give credit. Like, I haven't really played with this card too much, so I wouldn't 100% know on the ranking for this one. I don't see many places for this to go. Like, you could run some mono blue deck, I guess, where this card is just being used on big stuff, but like, I don't know. Banquet is so expensive, as is. You really have to get, like, tempo value out of this, I feel. Or, like, a really excellent trade. I don't know. We'll think about it. Triton Trainer's pretty good. Is this an A tier? This card's pretty solid. It's a 3-cost 3/2, and it gives your next creature +1/+1. So it's like 4/3 stats all around for a 3-cost. And it's the jumper body, and it can buff your Ninja Toads, which is pretty cool. Other jumpers, like, it's a pretty cool card. I think this is A tier. It's really good into flyers as well at the moment. It's just really, like, efficiently statted. I think we can keep this in A tier for now. The thing is like, in my mono blue, do I run this that much? Like, over Warrior and stuff? I don't know. Isn't Warrior the best mid-range? Why B? It gets shut down by a lot of things these days. Like, with Flyers controls a lot of the meta, I feel, right now. And Flyers, like, Triton Warrior just cries into Flyers. You really have to be running, like, more Triton Warriors in this meta. It's okay into, like, red. Like, 4 life is really solid. But, like, on the other hand, like, this is also weak to, like, Cypher's Wrath, Soul Drain. But, like, you get that 1/1 stat back, right? So into red, like, it's not that big a deal. You're still wanting to draw Flame Burst value for that 3-cost. Yeah, I think that ranking's fine. Battletoads, though, is pretty excellent. This is, like, a higher A tier. Even somewhere here. Getting 2 creatures for 1 card is insane. That's a really good value. As I mentioned before, like, getting multiple things for 1 card makes a card really good. Even though these are just 2/2 bodies, you get 2 of them, they're harder to deal with. There's not a lot of AoE in the game since Firestorm nerf and Gary nerf. So these, you can split them up, and, like, a simple Soul Drain isn't going to stop them all. Tyrannex is pretty solid. It's a 5-cost 4/6. There's not a lot of places for this in the meta right now. It's potentially a B tier, but I think we'll throw it into C tier just for competitive rankings. It's a solid card. It's okay. It's solid into, like, tempo-oriented decks. It's solid into, like, the Dreamreaver archetype. But again, Dreamreaver isn't, like, super high up there in tier rankings. It's really good into flyers. 4/6 stat line's very good into flyers, just because they've all got 5 attack. And then, like we mentioned with the Gabrian Warden, 4/6 stat line, pretty good into flyers. This hits Mistral Guides as well. It doesn't hit the champion, but that's okay. And it can come down turn 1 if you're player 2, which is nice. The dragon's name for Highlander deck, yeah, Celeste. We'll get to Celeste too. Really like the idea of the card. Yeah, we'll talk about Celeste later. Spell Whirl is pretty good. I think we'll put this into B tier though. This just gets you 2 cards for free. It's an event, which doesn't synergize with a lot in the competitive meta, I guess, but 2 blue cards. There's a lot of really good blue cards, like reasonable blue cards. I mean, we slotted a lot into D tier, but in a pinch, you can still use a lot of these cards. Some of these cards, maybe not a lot of them, but okay. You can use maybe like the Noble. Enchantress even can sometimes get use in a pinch, but yeah, you can get some good cards out of this. I don't know, this is CRB. I don't know if there's like a ton of viable meta decks right now that use this, but yeah, we'll keep it there for now. Windfall I think is also a B tier. This card just gives you 2 free Faeria essentially, but you do have to have 10 built up, which is a lot. So it's going to be B tier. It's around the same power level as this card. And like I mentioned with the Mochi, where like you need, like this is giving you Faeria, so you need something to actually spend it on. But like the Windfall itself, it's netting you 2, like this is netting you nothing. It's netting you a 2/2 body, but you can spend this 2 Faeria on something more impactful than a 2/2 body. But yeah, still B tier to me. Apex Predator is terrible right now. Probably E tier even, right? Like this card's really difficult to use. Even if you're like building up towards this, like even if you're doing like creation things or just land ramping, building big creature, this is really just a bad card. It's 7 Faeria and 6 lands, super expensive. There's just so much better things you could be doing with your time and resources. Like even any of these D tier cards are going to be better than the Apex. I think a lot of us are hoping for a buff on this one, but we'll see. Ice Rock is a solid card, the Ice Rock Behemoth. The issue with this card is the lands that it fits into. Like even 6 land is not that bad, but the blue and red is a bad archetype altogether. But even still, this might even be a B tier. It's a really solid body. Now again, you could play this with Discover stuff, but I wouldn't consider Discover stuff for any of these cards. Discover breaks like the whole color identity thing. It's not really worth considering. This card, though naturally, I think can have some uses. It's very, I think, matchup dependent as well, where like some matchups it's gonna just steamroll. You can run creation with this as well to just get these massive Ice Rock bodies. 7/7 taunt with protection is pretty good. Not very good into Frogify, but like I said, Frogify is not really run that much anymore. Other forms of transform work too, like Phantasm, but it's less good. Yeah, could fit into B. I might actually put this Spell Whirl into C tier, thinking about it. It's okay. I don't think it's got a great place in the competitive meta. Like it's got an okay place, I should say. I think Ice Rock's a bit better. Scourge Flame. Now we haven't seen red, yellow burn in a long time. I still think this archetype's like semi-viable though. Like I think this is a B tier. It's gonna be probably better than the Ice Rock. I think you can still do Husk things with this as well. Like Red Yellow Husk I think can still function somewhat. Red Yellow Burn I think can still exist. I just haven't seen it or played around with it myself. I wanted to play around with this actually. I haven't done that yet, but I think it's probably B tier still. Like Burn as an archetype has a great place in the meta where it can counter certain things. Not as great as some other things, but it's solid, I guess. I guess it's solid. Soul Eater, on the other hand, is not very solid, though. Like, Green Yellow Sack has really fallen out of favor in the meta. This is gonna be... it's okay, I guess. Like, C tier is fine. This card is just really slow to get out, and your deck that you have to design to make this happen is a little frail. They nerfed a lot of cards like Bone Collector, which just aren't as good anymore. I think this can be a C tier. Twin Soul Spirit, also not great. This is probably okay as well, like a little lower down on the rankings. Twin Soul Spirit also very land heavy to get up to, a little bit expensive for its cost. It's 5 cost, you get 2, 4, 3 bodies. Like the Battletoads, it's really excellent getting 2 cards for 1, but 6 lands is very expensive. You have to have something exceptional at 6 lands to have it be playable. Scourge Flame really fits in this archetype, where the rest of your deck is designed to burn your opponent, and this can represent like 8 damage for 7 Faeria, which is pretty solid. At 6 lands, like, it's meant to be a finisher, like, hopefully your opponent is closing in on 8 life, so this can be a decent finisher. Can collect for you as well with that haste. But yeah, these cards just not as impactful. Bone Collector at 1 attack was fine. Yeah. I had no respect for Apex, it's an awful card. Crackthorn is going to be in a similar tier actually as these cards. It's okay. It's going to be outclassed by the Oversky cards, the Salamander, the Emerald Salamander. It's still okay, especially that one like combo green-red list is pretty good, where you run both Crackthorn and Salamander. Pretty solid, but yeah, it's going to be C tier, somewhere in here, below Twin Soul, I guess, somewhere like that. Wave Crash Colossus is pretty good. We're going to put this into A tier. It's going to be better than this stuff, I guess. I mean, Wave Crash Colossus is just incredible. This is not a very difficult condition to meet, where you collect from your enemies well, if you build a deck designed around it, and it becomes a 4-cost 7/7, which is really excellent. Really good value. I like it. We're going to throw it up there in A tier. Primeval Colossus is pretty bad. Like I said, you can make this work with Egg, and in fact this is probably one of the only viable builds, is making it with Egg. You can go for Land Ramp, I guess. There's some better Land Ramp cards in the game now, but this is still like pretty bad. I guess it's like playable bad though. Yeah, we'll throw this into D tier. It's playable bad, yeah. Like a 7/14 body is still really devastating if you don't have answers to it, especially if your answers are only Humbling Vision, like exists in the meta right now. People running Humbling Vision over Frogify. People not running Nightmare. It's okay. Volcanic Colossus though is like way worse. This card's awful. I'm gonna throw this into E tier. This card is just really difficult to proc. You have to deal damage to your opponent every turn in order to get this discounted at all, and face damage is really bad. In this game and in any card game really, you don't want to be dealing face damage. Well, okay, not any card game. I guess Magic has like burn archetypes that you actually just hit face. In this game though, you're trying to like accidentally hit face more so with your burn cards, unless you're actually going for red-yellow burn where you're like training a creature to face. But yeah, it's just a really bad card. I don't think I have to talk too much about that one. Windstorm Colossus is pretty good, but it's gonna be outclassed by the Wave Crash, just because the archetype that it fits in my opinion. Yellow Events is more of a B tier list. It's been outclassed by a lot of things. Still a really good card, but competitively it's gonna be more of a B tier. Azurai... Azurai is interesting. This is probably B tier. So some people like running this in their flyers list to counter like Swarm and stuff. It's really decent in the cracked matchup where like your opponent is building Swarm, or they're doing some combo thing with a lot of Swarm, like Carassius for instance. You could build this up to like 20 attack, and with all the mobility tricks in yellow, you can go for an OTK combo as like a last resort. But that's really all it is a last resort. Actually, I might put this into C tier. I mentioned that C tier was the niche picks. Something to fit a specific purpose. So I guess that is kind of the definition of what Azurai is trying to do. He's more of a C tier card, yeah. We'll throw him there. Garradin. Garradin, I guess, is B tier. This is still very playable. It was nerfed from 3 damage to everything to 2 damage to everything now, and this is still a very playable card. It's a lot less playable, like the 2 damage to everything for that 10 Faeria cost card is a lot less impactful, but definitely still very playable. We'll throw that into B. Copium. For a second I thought that was going to be Bamser like popping off about how much he hates this card now. RSA is pretty bad. We'll throw this into D tier, it's playable bad. Like, on paper this can do some stuff for you, especially with gift creatures, like you take Lore Thief for example. It's a 3 cost that pretty much is, its only purpose is drawing cards, and then after that the body's useless. You can upgrade this to a 5 cost that's hopefully usable, but the randomness makes it hard to use, the 10 cost makes it hard to use. Though if you get like if you just get one good transform off of this, it's like you make your money back. Like a 6/6 charge 2 flyer is a really good body to begin with. You'll make your money back, but competitively it's just not doing enough and it's not reliable enough. Tethra is pretty solid. We're gonna throw this into B tier. It just gives solid stats for what it gives. It's like near the level of Garridan. I think Garridan's a bit better. Yeah, I'll throw it somewhere there. Water Elemental's pretty good. I think this is like an A tier card. I think I put this into S tier in my last tier list because Frog Tosser existed and it was just so good in that archetype. But Frog Tosser is no longer amazing. But Water Ellie is still pretty good. This is a A tier card. Really good at ramping. The best elemental in the game because it's got jump and really good stat line. 3/3 jumper, pretty solid. Yeah, we'll throw you into A tier. Wood Ellie, less good. This card's honestly probably C tier. It's okay. It's like doing the same thing as Water Ellie, ramping you a card, but the body is a lot worse. 2/4 stat line's pretty disgusting. Taunt is nice, but the 2/4 stat line's just awful. But it's okay. Like, you can ramp with it. As long as you have, like, buff cards, you can do stuff with the taunt then. But, yeah, it's, like, only okay. Somewhere down here, maybe. What do we even ramp into now? Yeah, and that's the other point, too. Like, what do you even ramp with the Water Ellie anymore? I think blue-green's playable, but it's not, like, competitively amazing. Sometimes I ran this in mono blue just so I could use double neutrals more, but yeah, I don't know. It's a tough card because there's not a lot to ramp into anymore, but it's still really excellent for what it gives. I don't know. We'll think about it. Fire Ellie, probably also C tier. This card's like not great. It's better than Wood Ellie. Is it better than Wood Ellie? Like, it's got uses. Especially with like Hook in the game, but like, I don't know, that whole 5 mountain archetype is not really competitively viable. It's not competitively great. I suppose you could get some wins with it competitively, but yeah, that's more like a C tier card. Air Ellie is like B tier. This is gonna be better than the Fire Ellie. The flying's such a strong keyword, especially for early game creatures that can collect for you. Yeah, flying's a really good keyword. The 4 attack kind of hurts in the flying archetype because you really want 5 attack. Number thresholds are really important to realize in this game, where 5 attack power can 4 hit lethal your opponent. So 5 attack's a really important number to consider when deck building. And 4 attack is just going to be one step below. This is going to take you away from that 4 turn lethal, or 4 hit lethal. On that same note, another good threshold to realize is 7 attack, where 5 attack is a 4 hit lethal, 7 attack is a 3 hit lethal. So that's why you actually see a lot of these Colossi at 7 power. Because 7's a really important number in this game. Another reason why Wave Crash Colossus is so good, also a reason this card's pretty good. 7 power, pretty good. Next threshold up is going to be 10 power. We have a lot less 10 power cards in this game though, because 10 power is 2 hit lethal. But yeah, solid B tier card just because of the flying body, but 4 attack as opposed to 5 attack really hurts bad in that sort of archetype. The Earth Elemental is C tier. I thought it was a very good card. Yeah, it's pretty horrible. 2-4 will get framed by the 5-3 stat lines. Yeah, exactly. And Wood Ellie is it used to be 3-4. I don't know when the last time you played was, Sishan. But this used to be 3-4, it's a 2-4 now. Which is just a lot worse than what it used to be. It's just, yeah, really bad. I mean, I put it in C tier. I don't know. But, yeah, whatever. Now we come to the Explorers. I'm not going to remember the names for these, but this is the Red-Blue Explorer, which is really bad, just archetypal-wise. It's just a really terrible card. Like, the stat lines you can get are pretty solid, but, like, the colors are awful. So competitively, you'll never see this being played, I would think. I don't even know. This gets to be a 6-4, I imagine. I think red boosts attack by 2. Yeah, it's a 3-3 body, it boosts attack by 2, blue boosts by 1-1. So yeah, it's a 6-4. Pretty bad body. This one is the blue-yellow, and this is used in tempo. I think this is really solid. B tier? Like, tempo is like a C tier list nowadays. I might actually put this into C tier. Like, we have Ancient Herald up in B tier, but I think this is doing more than this is anyways. I think we'll throw this into C tier just because of where tempo is in the meta right now. Also, this becomes a 5-5 stat line. And as I mentioned before, 5-5 stat lines are pretty awful in this meta just because of flyers. Flyers really holding everything back here. This is the green-blue. This becomes a 4-6. This Explorer, probably also C tier. It's like on par with this Explorer. Yeah, you can find a home in green-blue for this, but it's not going to be as impactful as other stuff. Especially this, like, I think blue-yellow tempo really fits. Like, blue-yellow tempo can exist as an archetype. This exists as a mid-range archetype, and there's so many better options for mid-range. There's not a lot of better options for tempo. So this card has a little more niche uses, this one a little less, even though it's still a really solid stat line. This is the red-yellow. This one also does have uses. I think I'm going to put this in the same sort of tier as these two. The 6-4 in red-yellow, it actually has viability. I mean, you got that angry archetype, but like also it's just a solid stat line and solid color combination. This is green-yellow, also a 4-6. This card is going to be less good, but I mean, it's still a solid stat line, right? You can make a green-yellow archetype okay, I feel, competitively. It's not going to be that great. It's probably going to be like a lower C tier. But it's still probably C tier. Friggin' Flyers keeping everything at bay. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Wood Elemental used to be the best Elemental, I think, right? When it was at 3-4. It was really devastating. I mean, Water Ellie was still always super good, but they were probably more or less on par with each other before. I mean, you get a 3-4 stat line with Taunt, a 3-3 stat line with Jump. Yeah, they're pretty on par. What is this one? Oh, this is the red-green. So this one becomes a 5-5. This one's not great. Again, it's still solid. Like, you can make a build. This one's a lot worse, though. Let's see. D tier is meant to be bad cards. I think this card is going to be better than these ones. I'll put this in C tier. You can make a green-red build work. It's just going to be an okay list. Yeah. Blue Fairy. God, I'm not going to remember the names of these ones either. We're just going to call this one Blue Fairy. I think it's Gem Silk Fairy, maybe? Oh yeah, Gem Silk, Flower Silk. Can't remember this one. And then Sun Silk. So this must be Flame Silk? I would guess Flames. Okay, so we'll go with the Gem Silk Fairy. This one's not great. Probably C tier. Yeah, we can throw this one into C tier. Like, it's okay. You can get use out of it. But again, the blue events archetype isn't exceptional. So it's going to be somewhere in here. Flower Silk is a lot better. This is going to be B tier, in my opinion. This card is pretty solid. It's a 2/5 stat line when it flips for a 2 cost with Taunt. Very exceptional, and with the 5 life you can push that even further to give yourself like a potential OTK or 2-turn lethal with enchant stuff. So yeah, this is a pretty solid card. You can even go up somewhere around here. Somewhere in here, yeah. Be nice to have the 3/4 back. Yeah, potentially it would be nice. I think like Land Ramp, there was a time where Land Ramp was just dominating the meta when Oversky first came out, but they just hard nerfed a lot of those cards, including Wood Ellie. I guess they probably nerfed it around the same time, right? So yeah, it could probably boost back up just fine. This card's like not great. I guess we can put this into C tier. The Flame Silk Fairy. There's some builds you can make work with this, and at 2 cost, it's really not much of an investment, but you do need a lot of events, right? I think it can be okay, though. The Yellow Fairy is B tier as well. Both of these these are the 2 best fairies in the game, and they can be pretty solid. Yeah, I mean, this one has like some niche uses, like some archetypal uses with enchant. I don't know if this one is doing much for different archetypes, not as much as this one is, even though this one like is on par or even better sometimes. I think Flower Silk just has more niche uses. This one has less relevant uses because it just gets outclassed by a lot of things. So I don't even know if this is B tier, but I mean it's solid. Yeah, you can get B tier usage out of this. It's a 2 cost still, right? And the 4/2 charge 3 is pretty exceptional with flying as well, so you can pretty much take anything out you want. Really big threat on the board, and in yellow with Flash Wind and mobility. It poses a big threat. Has to be answered. You'll trade 2 for 2 maybe a lot of the time. That's fine. Sunken Tower is pretty good. Yeah, this is probably A tier. Little better than the Shifting Tide. Now this card's expensive, but it really helps your jumpers out. Like 2 cost is very expensive. I mean, oftentimes you're gonna get 1 collection out of this, and then it's only 1 cost, and then it's multiple uses. But yeah, it's really expensive coming down on the turn you want to use it, where you also want to be playing other creatures if you're falling behind, and you only have like 4 Faeria to work with. Can be hard to make this work a lot of the time, but really excellent card still. Land Trick's very good. The Red Fairy is good versus blue if it procs early. Is it though? You have a lot of... Yeah, I guess. I don't know. It can be okay there, I guess. Still got that 2 HP that can be dealt with, but yeah, it's okay. Overgrown Tower is really solid. We're going to put this one into B. This is a 2 cost, 3/3 buff over 3 turns. Now, over 3 turns is a long time to wait. And especially with like cards like Ground Shaker, which can damage this, but you're also going to lose the relevancy by turn 3. Most of the time this is going to be giving you 2 buffs in relevant situations, but 2 buffs for 2 Faeria is pretty solid. I like this in my beasts list, my tempo beasts, largely because in tempo also, not a lot of pressure is being had on this structure. If your opponent's coming at you, like if you're playing a slower green list, this is going to be not great, because they're going to be applying a lot of pressure to you, putting pressure on this structure, and you're just going to lose value on this for free for your opponent. But still a pretty solid card. I think that's a solid B tier. Derelict Tower, this is a C tier, I think. It's an okay card. You can use this in red control, and it's pretty solid. You don't want very many copies, but it's more expensive than this. And like I said, it's going to be really hard to get that full 3 Faeria value, but if you're playing a control archetype, hopefully your opponent's not able to answer this very efficiently. Like, they're not able to get to this quickly because you're removing your opponent's creatures. But you have to commit a heavy investment into this. You're spending 3 Faeria to deal 1 damage the turn you play this. And that's something you have to consider when you're playing cards like this. What's the immediate impact, and am I able to sustain that lost value over the next few turns? Because you are losing 2 Faeria value the turn you play this, which is an opportunity where your opponent can hit back hard. Celestial Tower is very good though. I'm going to put this into A tier, probably on par with the Sunken Tower. This can give charge 3 to your flying creatures, which is insane. Also just as expensive as this card, so you really need to get some collections with this. But yeah, really excellent card. Azure Wisp, pretty bad. I guess it's playable bad. This is a D tier. I guess it's playable bad. It's you have to collect off your opponent's wells to give the stats. Big issue though, this is very expensive. It costs 4 for a 3/3 body right off the bat. Really expensive, even if you have a collection lined up. Like, it's unlikely you're gonna have a collection, or it's not often you're gonna have a collection lined up before you play this, right? Oftentimes you're gonna have a creature standing on the well, so if you want to make this a 4/4 the turn you play it, you're gonna have to step your creatures off the well temporarily, which is hard to predict when you're gonna top deck this. Otherwise you're playing a 4-cost 3/3, which is really terrible. Your opponent can Flame Burst this and you've lost a lot of value. It's got no mobility attached to it like the other blue creatures. Yeah, it's a pretty bad card, but it's playable bad. This is unplayable bad though. This is the Forest Wisp. Wait, what is this one called? Azure Wisp. I guess it's Forest Wisp. I almost want to put this into F tier. It is just that bad, but I don't know. I just can't think of any build that makes you want to play this card. Yeah, this one's debatable. Like, I'm not even so this F tier is meant for cards that are unplayable even at a meme tier level. And I don't even know if you can get use out of this card, but I don't know, maybe you can. Tarim Feed, I guess. I guess there's a build somewhere in there. Yeah, okay. You can survive on E tier. This card, equally as terrible. This is the Bloodfire Wisp. These are both 4-cost cards. I think they're really low land counts. They might even be like 1... Now this one's 2 mountains, I think. Because I remember running a Doomsday build and I had to build up 2 mountains and it was really sad. So this is definitely 2 mountains. I don't remember this one. But this one is a 4-cost 1/2 or something. Maybe it's a 2/1. Yeah, I think it's a 2/1. And you gain +1/+1 every time a creature dies or something. It's really terrible. You have to kill like 3 creatures the turn you play this for it to be worth it. Which is just so difficult to proc, even to get like even decent value. And because you're playing such a bad a card with a heavy condition, you want like this to be at least giving you a bunch of stats. It's just really terrible. But yeah, you could play this in Doomsday builds, so there's something there. It's just really bad. The Wind Wisp is a little better. I'm gonna put this into D tier. It's bad, but you can make this work with, like, this is a 1/2 I think as well, but it gains 3 attack every time you attack a god, which is a reasonable condition to proc, unlike these two, which are very unreasonable. Lands you don't want to be building in the game, which is the issue with this card. You really want to be building as little land as possible. And this card, you don't want to be killing your creatures. Another reason why sack isn't that great anymore, like, killing your own creatures are just really bad. You really need to be getting something amazing from killing your own creatures. And this is not it. Wind Wisp, you compare this with the Meek, the Savior of the Meek, which is pretty solid, and then it's just untargetable. It's difficult to make work, but it's playable bad. Elderwood Embrace, I think, is going to be B. This is a really excellent card. What's the issues with this one? Like, it's really good, but I think it's just a B tier. Oftentimes this gets outclassed by Runen's Guidance because you don't have enough room for too many buffs in the deck. If you are running a lot of buffs, then you're going to include this card because it's just really good. But, yeah, it's less good than Runen's Guidance. It's often hard to justify this card in a lot of mid-range decks these days also. Just because you're in the green archetype, green-blue jump kind of got slaughtered. And in mono-green, you really, you want, like, you don't want to be having to pre-buff. Your creatures don't have much mobility attached to them, so it's difficult to justify playing buffs a lot of the time. The Red Wisp gains... Oh, the Red Wisp gains 2-1 when enemy creatures die. Okay, fair enough. But, yeah, the life stat is really troublesome. Like, attack doesn't really matter too much. You really want your creatures to be durable. Yeah. Oh, Bloodfire Wisp is 2 life, actually, and enemy creatures... Right, enemy creatures' deaths do buff with this as well. But that's why you can do like a Doomsday build, kind of, where you just wipe everything. You do have to protect this in like a Bullionfish or a Chrysalis or something. But, yeah, like there's builds out there you can use. It's just pretty awful. Okay, on to Tarim. I think this is going to be C tier. Tarim's okay. It's a legendary one of, right? So it's difficult to rely on drawing. But if you can draw it with a feed, it's pretty insane. Like, you get a lot of value from this, but like it's just really hard to... It's hard to build a deck around this, but it can be a solid card sometimes. We'll put it at a low C tier. Tyrian Golem, though, is really excellent. We're going to throw this into A tier. Even though mono green is being bullied in this meta, Tyrian Golem still slaps. This is a 5-cost 5/10 for 5 lands. Really excellent value. Deepwood Stalker is pretty good. I'll probably put this into B tier. I think I might have put this into B tier in my last tier list video, and people were like up in arms about this decision. But in the current meta, it doesn't have a ton of targets that are viable. It has to sit in your hand until it actually gets a target. Which makes this kind of a dead card in your hand for a while. Really good card though still, just has some downsides to it. You can hand buff this as well to give it better attack, but obviously into flyers this is never going to get much use. In other archetypes it's okay, like you can kill a Battletoad, that's fine. Red creatures less fine because they've got like combat oftentimes, you don't want to be proccing combat hits like this. But yeah, it'll stay there. The Seed Sower is pretty bad. What is this? A 6-cost 4/6. Is it really 6-cost 4/6? Wow, that's so bad. I think this is probably E tier. I mean, so it generates you 1 land, but it generates you 1 land at random. So normally 1 land build is like worth 1 Faeria. But a random land is pretty bad. Even if you consider that being like a 1 land cost, like it's a 5-cost 4/6, which makes it kind of similar in similar vein to the Tyrannex. But it's just the random land is so bad. It means that and this is like an early game play, right? You want to ramp with this. And it means that your early lands are really important, right? You want those lands to be built towards the wells, but not being able to control this means that you might just get a useless land for yourself. I don't know. I mean, I guess it's playable. Nah, I don't know. It's pretty bad. Random is pretty bad. Tiki Totem's also pretty bad. Actually, I'm going to put this into D tier. This is a terrible card. And S is going to fight me on this one, I guess, but... This has the same issues with the Overgrown Tower, where you're not gonna get... Like, games in competitive Faeria happen fast. Like, a lot of the important turns are in the early game, and... Like, by turn 3, as I mentioned, this is gonna be... It's gonna be okay, but it's oftentimes gonna be not very relevant. Like, the Overgrown Tower gets most of its use in the first 2 procs. Same idea with the Tiki Totem, but this is more expensive. This is 3 cost as opposed to the 2 cost. And yeah, you have a lot less control with when this buff hits as well. You kind of just have to accept whatever creatures you have in hand. Those are the ones you're going to have to buff, which is okay for green. Green doesn't really care that much about which cards it buffs. But also you can't use this as a trick. You can use Overgrown Tower as kind of a trick. You can also use this to represent that +1/+1 buff on any creature you have on board. Just as a threat is what I mean by that. Which is very powerful because your opponent has to play around this threat, whereas they don't have to play around this threat. Like, they have to play around maybe a Stalker buff. That's the only potential play around threat, is the Stalker into Tiki Totem, but it's just such a terrible card. Like, this one card combo is not enough to justify anything here. In order to get even mild value back, like +3/+3 for 3 cost is like okay value, you have to wait 3 turns for this card. And yeah, same issues as I talked with the Overgrown Tower. It's just going to become a lot less relevant as time goes on, and you're investing, similar to the Derelict Tower, you're investing 3 Faeria into 1 buff. Not only that, you actually have to have enough Faeria to play another creature on top of this. So oftentimes, like on average, you're going to need at least 6 Faeria plus in order to play this card. That's a big investment for only a +1/+1 buff. Feed Seed Sower equals a Wild Growth. Oh my god, amazing. Yeah, next we have Wild Growth, which I actually think is decent. I'll throw it into C tier. Like, this is again random land generation, but you use this where you don't care about the land generation, or like where the land falls. You use this mainly for the land count on your cards, mainly used in combo decks, but it's a really solid way of getting to that land acceleration you need. Unlike the Seed Sower, where you want this to be used as an early game collector. So you really have high importance on where that land lies, where that land lands. Yeah, it's a little bit better. I don't know if it's that good though. I guess it's C tier. It's got niche purposes. Vine Wall's pretty good. This is like in the same realm, I think. I mean, it's not pretty good. It's solid. I think this is on par with the Wild Growth, I guess. Wild Growth's a little better because the purposes you want to use this is usually in combo, and you get this out immediately. Vine Wall, you have to wait until your opponent hits it. You have to actually play this in an opportunistic moment. The taunt can be useful in combo decks too, though. You can slow down the game a little bit, but yeah, I think Wild Growth's a little better. Hey JJ, a long time no see. Everyone's coming back. Back for the holidays. How have you been, JJ? Faeria Tree's pretty bad, so we'll throw this into D tier. Actually, this is really bad. I might even put this into E tier. Well, so this is I guess it is playable, because you play this with, like, the structure build, right? It's a pretty bad card if you don't play this with synergy. You have to know how to play this card, because this gives you a lot of Faeria when it procs, and, I mean, the whole purpose of playing this is hoping that it procs. And so you need, like, really heavy deck weight to make this work. I see a lot of new players fall into the trap of just playing this in a regular old deck, and then they get +10 Faeria and they don't know what to do with all that Faeria. It's just kind of sitting there and they got an empty hand. So you really have to play this in a specific type of build, but yeah, it's playable bad. This card's, what's this one? Gaia's Grace. This one's pretty bad. This is like playable bad again, D tier. This gives, for 2 Faeria, gives 3 life to a creature and 3 life to you. But the issue with this card is you actually, like, there's no overhealing in this game, so you actually need to be damaged for this to get any value. Like, 2 cost for a 3 life buff on a creature is not very good. You really have to get use of the healing out of this to make it worth it, and it's really hard to get use out of healing. And if you're playing like a self-burn deck with like Altar of Souls, you really don't care about that 3 life buff anymore. So it's just not a very good card. Good, good, good. Why no F cards? There's no F cards yet, because I'm saving this as a special tier. Though I have been debating putting these ones in. I gotta see, like, exactly what I put into F tier, and maybe we'll move these guys down. We'll see. F tier is, like, unplayable even as meme cards, and someone pointed out you could make, like, a Tarim feed build, and, like, sure, it would be bad, but, like, it's still playable, like, I don't know, it does something, I guess. And you can play this with Doomsday to do something, I guess. But, like, I played this in a Doomsday list, and I never wanted to play this, even in the build I designed for it. I'm like, I have these Bloodfire Wisps in hand, and I don't even want to play them. Like, building up to 2 mountains is just bad. Stream got stuck, had to refresh. I see Embrace on B-Stalker in BM is great, especially on Oakling buff. Yeah, so, like, I'm being really harsh about, like, competitive viabilities in this tier list, though. And Elderwood, it gets outclassed by a lot of things, and so does Deepwood Stalker. They're really good cards, but they're not going to be, like, as good as some A-tier cards that we're talking about. Like, Mono Green is suffering right now in the meta, largely because of flying. And Elderwood Embrace is a very good card, but yeah, it gets outclassed by, like, the Rune's Guidance, which is cheaper. Wonder why S and A are almost blue. And to be, I mean, we've only really talked about blue cards so far. So we'll get there. We still have a lot of cards to go. Oh my god. There's so many cards. How long have we been going? An hour and a half already? Alright, it's time to go fast. Let's see. The green cards, like, aren't super impactful, so let me just talk about green as a whole, and then I'll just speed run them. So green as a whole... Oh wait, let me do Grimguard first, I guess. He's just snuck in there. Spirit of Rebirth... I don't know, this is... okay, I guess? It's got some good uses, especially with the dragon list. The ghost dragon list, I guess. I don't know, it's okay. Grimguard is, like, probably B tier. This only fits into burn. There's some people in my last tier list video also complaining about me slotting this. I think I put this into A last time, actually. And they were like, this is an S tier card. The stat line is really good. And again, like, on paper, value-wise, this is incredible. Really good value-wise. But what it's doing is just a 2/5 body with taunt. It's just not, like, that impactful. It really only fits into a burn archetype. And burn right now is, like, maybe B or C tier as an archetype. But yeah, it's a solid card. It's just, like, not that amazing. I can watch 6 hours? I don't know if everyone will share that sentiment. I mean, I imagine most people who watch this on YouTube will just skip to the end anyways. I guess that's fair. The hardcore Faeria fans will stick around the full 6 hours. Okay, so now we're on to green, so let me just talk about this archetype as a whole. It's not doing super hot right now because of Flyer's existence. 5 attack, 3 cost Flyer bodies are so efficient at taking out big stats, and that's what green is meant to do. They're just meant to be big stats. And that's where green is just suffering right now. It just doesn't do well against Flyers. They don't have much mobility attached to their bodies. Dash as a keyword is pretty nice, but it's only like a one-time use mobility, right? So it suffers just because of Flyer's existence. That's really it. Also, actually, Humbling Vision. Humbling Vision hurts mono green a lot. Like, Verduran Force cries to a Humbling Vision. This card used to be very playable in mid-range lists, and now it's just unplayable because of Humbling Vision's existence. This just drops this 7/7 body down to a 3/3. For 3 cost, it's really... so it essentially does 4 damage. Or like -4/-4 even. for 3 cost, which is absolutely insane. But yeah. Where you got the Vulpine? I haven't talked about Vulpine yet. These are just the base set cards first, and then we'll go into the DLC after. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Alright, so let's speedrun these green cards. Runen's Guidance, A tier cards. As I mentioned, it's going to be better than the Elderwood Embrace. Runen's Presence, not very good, but it's playable good. I mean, like, meme playable good. 4 cost, get a random card +6/+6. If you get a Tarim off of this, or something really expensive, land-wise really expensive, it sucks. Runen is C tier. Sorry, Servanus. This card is not very good. I did a video on this card, actually. A card review specifically on this if you want to learn more. But this is a C tier card. Got some nice niche purposes at least, I guess. But yeah. Weeping Idol is pretty bad. Probably D tier, honestly. You can net a lot of Faeria with this, but in the archetype you want this in, which is green-yellow, it's not very good. Like, you don't really need that extra Faeria generation. Elderwood Hermit's pretty bad as well. Probably D tier. Competitively, it's pretty bad. Yeah, probably D tier. This card's okay. We can put this into C tier. I mean, it's pretty solid. In green mid-range, it just can't collect, and it's 3 land, but it's got jump. So it's actually like one of the only green cards with mobility attached to it, which makes it pretty good. The heal makes it pretty good for racing. Is this even B tier? Nah, we'll keep it in C for now. It's pretty solid, though. God Hunter's pretty awful. I'm gonna put this... This card is really bad, right? I mean, not a lot of taunts being run anymore, but like, you don't even need taunt to keep this down. You just need to block face and then it can't do anything. And then it can just be answered. It's efficient, like 3 cost, 5/4 body, jump. Okay, I mentioned this was the only mobility body in green, but this card just doesn't exist in green. It kind of sucks. It's a bait card most of the time. Wild Avenger also sucks. I'm gonna put this into D tier though. It's really expensive, which is the issue with it, but I mean, it's really good against red, I guess. I mean, green doesn't need anything better against red, but it is good against red, so there's one argument, I guess. Bone Collector's pretty not great now. It's C tier, I guess. Is it C tier even? I guess it's C tier. This fell behind. It used to be a 1/3 and then they nerfed it to a 0/3. I don't actually remember why they did that, but this card's, like, not good. It's okay. I don't know, it's okay. Sure, you can sit there. Runen Shrine is pretty good. I'll throw this into B tier. Like, there's not a lot of archetypes this fits into. Green Rush, I think, can be viable. Just not good into flyers. But, it produces a structure, which means you need land space. Not great. That you need land space, and then your opponent can get Faeria back off of it, but a good alternative to Soul Pact, I guess. Sagami Warrior is really good. Probably B tier. Elderwood Embrace is going to be better, but yeah, this card's pretty solid. I guess Trident Warrior is a bit better too. Sagami Warrior is a pretty solid card. I'll throw you down here. This card, okay, so this card I think is going to make our first F tier cards. I don't even remember what this is called. Sagami Soul Taker or something? Sagami Soul Tender? I'm not sure. You're overvaluing Humbling Vision, in my opinion. I disagree. I think Humbling Vision is one of the best cards in the game, though not in S tier. There's other cards for that. First F tier deserved. Nat Avenger is great. It's not great though. It's okay. Like, the thing is, you can run so much cards that are better than this Avenger. Like, you can run this and it can be really, like, difficult for your opponent to deal with. But there's so many better cards, especially competitively. You really don't want to run this card. Maybe like you could run like a one of if you're really afraid of something in particular, but it's just so expensive at 6 cost. And like I said, like this card's like, sure, you could use the Weeping Idol to generate extra Faeria so you can afford these, but it's just not a great combo. It's really expensive. So this card is doing the same thing as this guy, the Hermit, the Tiki Hermit, but this one is double the price. It costs 6. It's trying to give a +3/+5 buff, and it's a 3/5 body naturally. The issue with this card is you really want to kill these types of cards instantly. Otherwise, you're giving your opponent free reign to clear your entire board first, and then clear these types of creatures. And then you just lose the buff straight up. And there is no viable way to make this work. Like, you can use Feed the Forest or something, but then you're spending 7 Faeria, 2 cards, plus a very valuable Feed the Forest, just to give a +3/+5 buff to a random creature on your board. And then with Feed the Forest, you get 5 back. So it costed you, what, 3 Faeria for a +3/+5 buff? And you spent 2 cards on it, and it was a random buff? It's really terrible. And you had to have 7 sitting in the bank to even play that combo. It's just such a bad card. And, like, there's no build that can possibly work for this. Voice of Hunger you can use with it, but it's so expensive. It's just so expensive. Kodama, you think B tier? I was debating B tier. I might bump that guy up. He's pretty solid. I haven't played around with him much. He's also 3 land, which is unfortunate, but yeah, I don't know. Like, it is B to C for me. 5 cost 5/6, right? I guess it's B tier. If you play this in some like mid range, he's really good at racing your opponent. Like, you can get some mid rangey tempo list with this. Yeah, whatever. He can be B. But yeah, Sagami, Soul, whatever. One of the worst cards you could possibly play in the game. Unplayable. Voice of Hunger. I'm gonna throw this into C tier. I played that Lizard Hunger list recently. I think that this does some things. It's just not very mobile. You want to go for like either OTK lists, like a OTK setup, or you go for just a solid stacked stick in a good position. But you have to get this in a good position, much like any green creatures really that are going like mid-range. You want to get big stat sticks in a good position because they have no mobility. So if they're in a bad position, it's going to take a long time for them to get back into position. The teleports, Sagami Grove Color, really good. Is this A tier? I guess this is A tier, even though like green is like not great. Is this B tier, A tier? The thing is, this is expensive, but you get a 2/4 body, which is pretty sturdy as a collector. It's just expensive. You can feed this, but teleport is a really strong mechanic. It really puts a lot of pressure on your opponent. I think we're gonna keep that in A tier. Especially like if you need to clutch OTK or just have a big solid stat stick, even like a 10 power creature. You get a forest near their face, and suddenly your opponent has to play incredibly defensive and use a lot of resources to defend against this potential card that you might not even have in hand. I think it does a lot. Think you see another F coming up? We'll see. We will see. Tiki Piper. Those are really good cards. I think it's going to be a solid B tier. This is going to be maybe up here. One thing I really love about this card is it's 1 forest cost. This allows you to play this card in other archetypes as well pretty effectively. And 3 cost for a +0/+4 buff and a body attached to it is pretty good. You can even self-buff with this if you're desperate for it, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool cards. And it plays into like enchant archetypes. I did say enchant was unplayable, but thinking about it, I think there's like an enchant build, like a really speedy enchant build you could build that is like a B tier list maybe. It can fit purposes, and this card will fit into that archetype. Yeah. Yeah, 1 forest is incredible on that card. This is the Tiki Chieftain, I think. It's a 2-cost 2/2 that gives taunt, which is not very good. You'd think, like, on paper, this seems like it could be okay. Giving taunt to any creature you want, but taunt is an okay mechanic. It can be really good in some situations, but other situations it can just not matter at all. And the body is just not doing that much. Like, it's not like you're giving a buff. Like, buffs are very impactful. Taunt is very niche. It can have uses, it cannot have uses. But it's playable bad. If you want a taunt creature, sure, there's a taunt creature for you. U tier for useless. F tier for feels bad. This is the Tiki Healer. This card is bad as well. We might put this into D tier. The 5 heal is okay. Wow, I said I was gonna speedrun these. I just can't stop talking about Faeria cards. Yeah, I mean, I guess this card's gonna be better than these ones, right? I mean, the issue with this one is it's really expensive. Oh, it's a similar issue to which card that I mentioned? The Gabrian Enchantress, right? Gabrian Enchantress is actually the exact same cost and the exact same stat line. Gabrian Enchantress gives a better ability. It's a better buff than a 5 heal. Heal is not a very good... You don't want to usually play a card specifically for a heal. You want to play a card like Runen's Guidance, where you have the option to heal, or you have the option for a really insane buff. Because a lot of times you're not even going to need the heal, unless you're playing a self-burn deck. But if you're playing a if you're playing a self-burn deck, you could use dedicated heal cards, but they're just not that great. Like, you also have to wait for your self-burn cards to come into play to make this usable. It's a good heal. 5 heals a lot. A 2/5 body can be okay, but, like, I don't know. This might actually be E tier. It's a pretty bad card. Like, there's just much better healing options than this. I think you could go for, like, with Runen's Guidance in the game, Command in the game. I think this is actually really bad. A 2/5 stat line is awful. I think Cheese mentioned the 5/3 attackers. Like, 5/3 flyer just trades with this, right? I know we're in the meme tiers, but still considering, on some kind of competitive level, I guess. Tiki Caretaker, also sort of in the realm of the Piper, but it's going to be a little worse. It's going to be a C tier. Because this costs 2 forests as opposed to the 1. It's the same Faeria cost, but one forest more expensive, and you can get a lot more archetypal use out of the +4 life. +2/+2 is a very good buff, but there's no real purpose for this card to exist. Unless, like, you can run this in Salamander list and it is going to do okay, but the Tiki Piper has more of a specific use than this card does, I would say. Okay, so now we're on to Earthcraft. All the D, E, and F tier cards are what Pickway runs in his green list. I mean, I will say, if you like these cards, like if you really like this card, I'm not going to stop you from using it. I'm going to keep reiterating in this video that this is a competitive tier list. This is what's going to work in competitive tournaments. If you want to do really well, in a competitive tournament, you're going to want to pick cards up in these higher tiers, avoid cards down in these lower tiers, but you can still play for fun. I mean, Faeria is meant to be a game to play for fun, right? You don't have to listen to the highest competitive level players. Don't let us tell you what to do. But Earthcraft, I think is F tier. Yeah, this is a pretty bad card. I tried making this work, and I tried making this work with Intrepid Explorer, and there was a build there. But it's just so unplayably bad, right? But then when I compare it to these cards, like, remember when I'm picking uses, like, you could get that Tarim list and still have, you can make a list that can do stuff. Maybe I shouldn't. Like, I want to be really strict with my F tier rankings, and honestly, there is something you could use this for. It's just not good. Yeah, and E tier is meant to be the really bad cards. So I guess we'll keep you in E tier. I'm just gonna see what ends up in F tier. Maybe we'll move this down, but I also am considering moving these guys down as well, right? I mean, honestly, it's better than these. It's honestly better than this. Path to Face for Earthcraft. You really need explorers, or neutral spaces. Without neutral spaces, you never want to use this. There's no... If you're repopulating already existing lands, you just built your lands wrong. And that's just bad playing, right? There's no reason you should ever have to repurpose your lands, your special lands. So you have to use this on explore tiles. And you can use this with like the wandering yak. No, what's the yak called? The roaming yak. You can use it with the roaming yak. You could use it with Intrepid Explorer, because those give you explore tiles. You could use this with double neutrals as well, but I don't know. It's hard. It's hard. Like, you don't want to specifically build double neutrals just because you're running Earthcraft. One cool thing you can do though is you can double neutral transform a land into a special land. Like, you could use this with Rakoacopter or something. Double neutral Rakoacopter, and then suddenly you've got an extended mountain. But, I mean, this is really expensive. 2 Faeria to draw cards. Anyways. Beastmaster is very good. I think this is probably a high B tier, again, because, well... I mean, Beastmaster is pretty good. Like, even in a Flyers meta, I think Beastmaster is pretty good. Especially with that Tosser nerf. Like, Tosser really ate these things up, and now Tosser cannot eat this thing up. I think this might deserve an A tier. I don't know, I haven't played Beastmaster in a while, to be honest. But I think the archetype could still be reasonable. I guess it would be a B tier archetype, though. Yeah, maybe we'll actually put it into B. Just because the archetype as a whole, but then, like, if I'm considering, like, archetypes as a whole, this is, like... Yeah, I don't know. I think Tyrion Golem just does more than the Beastmaster overall, though. We're gonna keep this in B tier. I think I'm happy with B tier. Just because this represents an archetype as a whole, I don't know. This is a very good card. This is doing a lot more than the Beastmaster. Not a lot more, it's doing just solidly more. Beastmaster loses to Flyers much more than it ever lost to Tosser Curves. Yeah. Yeah, very true. It's a lot weaker to Flyers anyways. Earthcraft used to go with the Green Wisp. Fits that they are together. Fair. Ancient Boar is very good. We'll put this into a high A. I put this into S tier in my last tier list video, but I disagree with that. It's conditional, of course. You need a 5-life creature on board. It costs 3 lands, but it's really good. It's got that dash ability, and it can be... It's really easy to get this condition, but it's still a condition nonetheless. And it's a 3-cost 4/5 with dash 2. Very good cards. Grizzly is a very solid card. We'll put this into B, I think. I think this is a low B. It's good into tempo. It's a really good stat line into a lot of things. It's awful into Humbling Vision, obviously. Becomes a 1/4 body, really terrible. But 1 forest, 5 cost means you can play it on turn 1 if you're player 2 with the Explorer. It's a really solid body, especially into like red. Very solid stat line. Great early game creature. Not bad. Eridan's pretty good. Is this A tier? I think Eridan might be a high B. Eridan's just, I don't know. It's good if you get it in the early game. In the mid game, it's still, like, decent. But you have to really throw it out there to die. And oftentimes, you're just, like, throwing... I don't know. Like, it's solid. It's solid. It's maybe A tier. I'll debate back and forth between the two. A to B. Does Mono Green still wreck red decks? Yeah, Mono Green still wrecks red. So it's definitely, like, still a playable archetype competitively. because red is very rampant. Red is very rampant to counter yellow. So you can definitely run mono green in tournament lineups. You can 100% do that. It's just really weak to yellow, which is the issue. But if you build a lineup knowing that your mono green is going to just auto lose to yellow, then you can make a lineup work with mono green for sure. Is this A tier? Yeah, we'll keep it in B tier. Grove Guardian's really good. It's a really good card. Again, like, I think there's mid-range green that can work. Like, again, if you're considering flyers, the 5/6 stat line's pretty good into 5/6 stat line's pretty good into flyers. I mean, it's okay. You're still spending 5 on this card, which is expensive. Is a really good card though. Like, I feel kind of bad putting it into B and not A, just because of how good this is. But again, green is just competitively not in a great spot. I mean, it's in a B tier slot. I think a lot of the green cards will show up in B tier, honestly. Yeah, we'll think about that one. Aridin tier is S 100%. Don't know about that one. I would debate A just because it can do a lot. It's just because it's in the green archetype, it's not doing a lot. Competitively, at least. You got that Ghost Dragon build, which is pretty solid, but again, all of those things are B tier archetypes. Ursus, Possessed Ursus is pretty bad. I think it's playable bad. Is it playable bad? It's like a low D tier maybe. This card is like, you can combo this with certain things. You can even do an OTK. It's got a beast tag. I think they buffed this card, so it's a little better now. It's a 4 cost 1/6. Oh no, it used to be a 5 cost 1/8, and they changed it to a 4 cost 1/6, which I think is better. The cheaper cost, but yeah, probably D tier. Shamanic Dance is very good. Probably B tier. This is like on par with the Tiki. Maybe like Tiki's a bit better just because of the land count. This costs 2 forests. Yeah, I guess this does cost 2 forests, but like, you can run this with the fairy, the green fairy, which also costs 2 forests, and then it's event synergy. It's still pretty solid cards. Runin's Messenger is pretty bad. I think this is actually like pretty bad. This is D tier. This is actually like on par with the where's the Snowstorm Lancer? Yeah, this guy. I think like, I actually don't know which one is better here. I think actually the Lancer might be a bit better. I mean, this one you have like buffs in that archetype, so you can like buff it, and then you got a jumping body that can be buffed. You're buffing this guy with events, I guess, kind of. I don't know. They're around the same. They're around the same power level. Runin is C tier. Runin is C tier. Yeah, no, this is Runin's Messenger. This is not actual Runin. Voice of Truth. Let's see. Is Voice of Truth that good? B tier. I think it's C tier because it mainly fits a niche purpose. This is good at taking down Firebringers. As some other stuff if you're worried about like Soul Eater if you're facing those, but like competitively I don't think there's a lot of use for this. Firebringer is competitively a pretty good archetype. So it is good there. It's also good at like buffing your own creature's life back, like the Tyrian Golem. But yeah, it's a niche purpose cards. We'll put it in C. Seedling's pretty bad. This is almost unplayable bad. I'll put it in E tier for now. I don't think I need to really explain too much about this card. It's just way too slow for any competitive scene at all. Hey, Cad Sharp! Rune in C tier. Wow, even at rank 25, I thought that was where bots live. Yeah. There are some bots down there. Yeah, Seedling is 2 cost, right? This is like, there's no build for Seedling, right? This might be just, this might actually be F tier. I don't think you can play this card. Can anyone think of a Seedling build that's you can use at a meme tier level? I don't think so. Because essentially this is a 2 cost 0/1. The turn you play it, right? And like, even the buffs you gain, like, for this to even be decent stats, it's gotta be like a 2/3 for 2 cost, right? You have to spend 2 whole turns, including, or not including the turn you play it. It's just really bad. Thinking about running Burn at rank 25? Gross. Can't be F? No, but this one is like, this is a 2 cost 0/1. Let me search it up because I've forgotten. It's just that bad, I don't think about it anymore. Seedling. Yeah, it's a 2 cost as 1 forest, but it's a 0/1, and at production, if it has less than 5 life, it gains +1/+1. Did you guys see that? Yeah. So, I don't know. We'll see what the other F tier cards are. I just don't see any use that you can make use of this. Oak Father is pretty bad in general. Yeah, competitively pretty bad. I guess it's playable bad. 7 is a lot. 7 Faeria is a lot. And if you want to play this reasonably, you want a lot of forest plays, and then you can just directly compare it to Tyrian Golem, which is like 2 whole Faeria cheaper. This card's like just not that great, but I guess it's playable. So I'll throw it up there. Living Willow's pretty excellent. Living Willow's very good. This might even be A tier. Nah. If I'm putting the other green cards here, it's gotta be B. It's not gonna be like Tyrian Golem level, right? It's very good though. We'll put it at a high B. This is a very good card, especially paired with Feed the Forest. Very good card. Bloom Sprite! I love this card. I guess competitively C tier. It's a really solid collector. Almost acts like a farm boy in the sense where you could have a really expensive green build and then you run these cheap guys as collectors. Throw it there for now. Oakling. I think Oakling is also C tier. I mean, Oakling gives a really good buff, but you need like combos with this. C tiers are niche tier. I don't know. I mean, it does what green wants to do, it's just big buffs, but it's got a combo with stuff. Not as good. Like, green is just suffering in the meta. We'll keep it in C. Feed the Forest, though, we'll put into A. This is a really good card. This is almost an S tier card with how good it is, but it's 5 Forest, which is expensive. It's in the green archetype. We'll put it as a high A. Virgin Forest, unfortunately, is not very good anymore. I guess it can be a C tier. Like, you can make this work. If your opponent, as long as you're not facing blue with Humbling Vision, this card can work. But you have to play this more in, like, tempo. Mid-range doesn't really work anymore because your opponent has the chances to find cards like these hard removals. And the 7/7, like the 6 cost 7/7 body, it should be really efficient, but it's only okay. But it's like maybe better than this stuff. It's like, you can make like a green-yellow archetype work with it, I guess. Sure. Illusion of Grandeur. This is okay, I guess. It's not that great, but I think you can make builds work with this. It's just it's a big win condition if your opponent doesn't have these hard removals, which aren't run super often. Even Humbling isn't going to be able to take it down that much, hopefully, if you designed a deck around this card. So yeah, I think this card's okay. This can be a C tier. Somewhere in here. 3 wishes. This is gonna be E tier. This is almost unplayably bad, but yeah, I mean, this is like also on par with these cards. Like, I never want to play 3 wishes if I go up to 8 lands, right? It discounts, like, yeah, 8 lands is a lot, and then it only discounts by 1, each card by 1. So similar idea with that Tale of the Old Turtle, you have to actually play all of these cards, and since you're getting it off your opponent's deck, God, I'm gonna lose my voice already. Since you're playing this off your opponent's deck, it's really likely that it's not gonna have synergy with your own deck. Who used to play 3 wishes for the memes? Well, I mean, there's a time where this was really overpowered, I guess, when the Oversky first came out. And then they just took the band hammer to it, but yeah. Yeah, this is somewhere in here. Firestorm. Firestorm is pretty solid still. As much as Bobbin will hate on it, and other players will hate on it, this is still pretty solid. It's actually still in the realm of Garridan, I would say. I mean, it's a pretty good card. It's even better than Garridan in a lot of cases. Like, Garridan has niche purposes where you use it in, like, bargain decks, but Firestorm, I think, can be more versatile. The 3 damage is really nice. Like, you often compare this to Rakoa Copter, but I think this is, like, Copter is going to be better than this card, but I think this is still actually a pretty high card that's up there. Maybe somewhere here. Somewhere here. Yeah. Bobbin is MIA. We can make fun of him now, good. Crumbling Golem's pretty bad. Like, I guess you can make this work in Rush, but there's so many better options than this. I'm gonna put this into D competitively. This can be pretty solid. Like, yeah, like, again, if you're looking at this list and you're not like super hardcore into the competitive scene, these D tier cards, you can definitely still use them on the ladder. Like, these D tier cards are very playable in ranked ladder. Not as playable in tournaments. This card suffers to just crumbling. Your opponent just plays a bunch of creatures. If you can get this out really early, it's okay. It's a 5-cost 7/6 that takes 1 damage every time your opponent plays a creature. And especially into cards like Battletoads, that's like 2 pings off it. It's really easy to answer, and 5-cost is not that cheap. 5-cost is actually pretty expensive. The idea with this card is that you play it super early, and you get its 7 attack power value before your opponent has ways to deal with this efficiently. But it is pretty bad overall. It's just inconsistent. Yeah. Ogre Battler is... this is, like, pretty decent. I guess it's B tier. I mean C tier. It's okay. Like, Bargain can exist. Bargainless can definitely exist. But I think Bargain as a whole archetype is mainly C tier anyways. Yeah, I think we'll keep it in C tier. Boulder Thrower. Boulder Thrower is going to be E tier. It's a bad card. Yeah, it's also hard to judge these lower ones because you can play cards like this at the lower ranks on, like, ranked ladder, and, like, your opponent won't really... If your opponent is newer to the game, they might not know how to deal with ranged cards like this, which can make it, like, a little better even at lower rankings, but, like, I don't know if I should be considering these lower rankings, like, because competitive players are never playing these cards, right? But I don't know. I think I'll just consider this all as, like, a good player is playing these cards against another good player, maybe. I don't know, something like that. I gotta take something out of this. I think this can be playable, maybe. It's just really expensive. 7 costs, 3/5. The issue with ranged creatures, you really want to be focusing on Faeria collections, on the Faeria wells, right? Oftentimes with ranged creatures, you want them hitting face, and you already have to invest 7 Faeria into this monstrosity, and that's a lot of Faeria going away from the Faeria wells, losing you out on very valuable collections, and only giving you 3 damage per turn, which is not very much. It might seem like this is big, you're getting large shots off on your opponent's face, and your opponent can't even body block this thing. But any player who has played the game for a reasonable amount of time can easily counter this list, or this card. 7 Faeria is just absurdly expensive. Devouring Plant's pretty bad. We'll put this into D tier. It is playable bad. Again, there's that structures build that you can make use of this. Yeah, this is going to be around the same power level, I guess, as the Gabrian Cistern. Maybe a little bit better than it, but yeah, somewhere around there. Red Devil, this card's also solid. But yeah, it's in the 7s archetype, right? Or the bargain archetype. I think, yeah, these 2 cards are probably on par. It's 9 cost, which is really expensive. Like, technically this equals a 4 cost 6/4, which is pretty solid. 4 cost 6/4 is good stats, but you do have to build up to 9. The same issue that Windfall has. You had to build up that far just to play that creature. Really good if you get this discounted by bargain, though. I think it's an okay card. One off that plant can be played in Red Rush too. Yeah, I could see that. Generally it's pretty bad, though. Like, it's gonna have niche purposes. You might find, like, 1 card in here find its way into a competitive deck, but that might just be because players are bored and wanting to include cool cards. I don't really think this is... if you're trying to build the best decks out there, I don't think you're going to really include this card. It's more to have good, solid fun. Like, I think you could bring a D tier list to a tournament and still win. It's going to be, like, less likely that you win, but I think you could still do it. Cypher's Fodder is very bad. We're going to put this into E tier. I see a lot of new players using this card. Actually, God Hunter is probably up here. Is God Hunter like D tier? I don't know. I see a lot of new players use this card. Falling into the trap for that face damage value. And face damage is really bad. Even in a burn archetype, face damage is bad, which is a little counterintuitive. And let me explain what I mean by that. Face damage is good if you're going for, like, a rush or, like, tempo plan, or, like, a plan where you're actually throwing creatures into their face. But damage like this, where it's just a creature that does 2 damage to your opponent's face, is very worthless. It's not giving you any advantage on the boards. And that's very important. Even in a burn archetype, you still need Faeria collections. Faeria collections very important. Board presence is still very important in a burn archetype. And this just isn't doing anything for you. 2 face damage is not very much. It also has to die, mind you. But really, when you're looking at cards like this, you should be just looking at the stat line, which is a 4 cost 4/3, which is a very terrible stat line for what it gives you. The face damage is really irrelevant. In a burn archetype, you're looking for cards that deal accidental burn damage, like Grimguard. This does accidental damage. I mean, so does that, I guess, but, like, the stat line is still okay for the Grimguard, right? It's a 4 cost 2/5 taunt. It has other purposes, like the taunt can actually do stuff. Scourge Flame, of course, you're going face with this. This is meant to be a finisher to finish off with all that burn damage. But Cypher's Fodder just isn't doing anything at all for its ability. Yeah. Hey, Summer! It's Bummer! Don't remember it being Bummer Flame, but maybe it was always that. How does that one OP Burn player make the 4/3 work, though? Well, here's the thing. Burn is a very high-rolly archetype as is. And, like, you could use this card in a burn archetype, but your list will just simply be better with using a different burn card than this. It's just like gonna kill your board presence. If you're playing this against like a A-tier list, you're just gonna lose like 9 times out of 10. But everything is always a percentage, right? Like even this card, if you include this card in a deck, you're still gonna have a percentage to win the match, right? Because it's naturally just a card game, people can draw poorly, people can draw really well. And that's mainly and the other RNG elements. Maybe they're playing Hellfire. Like every type of card, every type of deck is going to have win percentages greater than 0. But yeah, it's just really bad. This card also very bad. This card's probably on par with the Cypher's Fodder, actually. This is a little better a body. It's a 4/4 compared to the 4/3. But every time you harvest from your opponent's well, you deal 1 damage to your opponent. Again, that face damage is irrelevant. It really does nothing for you, especially those piddly amounts of face damage. As a 4/4 cost, this is meant to be a fighting card. Like, you could use cards like the Bloodsinger, which kind of do a similar effect. It does, like, ping damage to your face, your opponent's face. Bloodsinger is a little better than this, though, because it's cheaper. It's meant to be a collector. This card, because it's so expensive, this card included in that, because it's so expensive, you're wanting to use this as a fighting tool, and it's just not as impactful. You need a mountain to play this. Why not play Mace Man instead? Mace Man is just going to be better than this because the face damage is just not doing enough for you. It's just too expensive. And the 4/4 never lives anyway, yeah. All this list is telling me I should play Soulbound Sagami. I knew you would, Summer. If any, like every card I put into F tier, I feel like Summer's gonna play it. Alright. Blood Obelisk. This card was changed in that last balance patch we had. Not very much. It just got a wild land count instead of one of its mountains, so it costs 1 mountain, 1 wild now. I don't think it helped the card, to be honest. I think it's still pretty bad. We're gonna throw this into D tier. It's like usable, I guess, but it's like a D tier card. It's like almost there. It almost does something. It's a 2-cost structure that every time an opponent's creature dies in combat, you gain 1 Faeria and deal 1 damage to your opponent. Now, like I said, the face damage isn't that relevant. You want to use this as a Faeria generation tool, really, and you have to kill 2 creatures to even break even, which is bad. You don't want that. You want to be netting yourself something. So if you compare this to other structures like Rune and Shrine, or you compare this to Soul Pact, you generally would want to get like at least 2 out of this, reasonably. And that means you have to kill 4 entire creatures. That's kind of nutty. That's a lot of creatures you gotta kill just to be equivalent to a Soul Pact, which is kind of insane. I mean, it's like playable bad, but we'll stick it in D tier. Maybe it's better than Library. Nah. Flame Spitter is gonna be C tier. This card can be okay, especially in control. This does 1 damage to anything, any enemy. Not playable in Burn. Again, that 1 face damage is really irrelevant in the Burn archetype. You want this ping damage going towards a creature, and that really helps you clean up things with other control cards. And then you get a pretty solid, you get a nice body to survive afterwards. A 2/2 can, of course, be removed by Soul Drain, Cypher's Wrath. You always got to think about that 2 HP threshold, but this card, you're getting 1 Faeria value worth of it in that 1 ping damage, so it's like a 2-cost 2/2. So you're trading even with those cards, like Soul Drain, and in a control archetype, you're really happy when your opponent's investing. When you're taking 1-for-1 trades in terms of events, you're pretty happy about that because it means your opponent's not investing Faeria on creatures to play on the board, and that's what the archetype is designed to do. But yeah, it's an okay card. Hellfire, I actually like this card. I'm gonna put this into B tier. I think that this is also really good into the Flyers meta. If you have a deck to support this, this is mainly meant as more of a controlling tool than it is a burn tool, as you might think, or as you might think, because it does do face ping damage, but on average it's going to do more damage pings to your opponent's creatures. But one nice thing this card can do is it can give you, it's a control card that can give you a burn win con, because it does casually give some face pings, and then if you have the rest of your deck designed to control, but then maybe like a little extra tools to lethal with like burn damage, this can be a pretty solid card to fit into that sort of archetype. Control with a burn win con, or something like that. You can fit this into mechs as well, where you can finish the rest of the damage with your cannon carriers, your 4/2 mechs. Yeah, it's a solid card. Which salamander is this? What's it called? The Flame Salamander. That one. Yeah, I don't actually remember the name. Blazing Salamander, that's the one. The Sally Boy himself. This card's gonna go into probably C tier. No wait, C tier? This is not even okay. This is like kind of bad. It is playable bad, right? But yeah, this is like D tier. The 2/5 stat line's kind of awful. But I don't know why I was considering C tier. I've lost my mind. Yeah, this is like playable bad probably. It's like a Rakoa-copter, same cost, one cheaper land, but it doesn't have dash, so you have a lot less range with this. And the 2/5 stat line's a lot worse than 3/3. Even though you can kind of math it out where like a 2/5 stat line could be equivalent to like a 3/4 stat line, you could kind of try to argue that, but stat lines are really something to consider in this game. Like a 3/3 stat line goes a long way in this game, where 3 life is reasonably sturdy. It resists like Cypher's Wrath and Soul Drain, but the 3 attack also lets it take out a lot of things like flyers, like the 5/3 flyers, whereas 2 attack can do a lot less. And when you're a 2 attack creature, you're not really posing much of a defensive threat, so that 5 HP doesn't even matter. Even if your opponent 2-shots this, it's not like the end of the world. Like 2 attack is not very much. But yeah. Blazing! Oh yeah, we got the emotes too. He's an S tier in my heart. Alright, Firebringer is pretty good. I think this is probably A tier. Angry is a really good archetype in the meta, I think, right now. I think this is honestly a solid A tier. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Somewhere in here. Yeah. Yeah, angry archetype, like this solely relies on the angry archetype, not on its own ability. So if the angry archetype was bad, this would also be bad, but I think as a whole the archetype's pretty decent. Ignis is pretty bad. Like there's builds to make it work. I guess D tier is okay, like a lower D tier. It's just really expensive, both Faeria-wise and land-wise, and you want to be using that +1 the turn you play it. Otherwise there's no point in playing it, so it really costs 9, or sorry. Well, I mean it costs 8, but you need your power wheel open. So you can't +1 before you play this. So yeah, you need like a hard 8 to play this. It's a bad card. Like even an E tier potentially, but I think you can make this playable. I definitely think you can make this playable. I don't know if it's really Ignis that is making that sort of archetype playable, though. It's kind of the other cards, not really Ignis himself. Ignis is pretty bad. Other D tier cards. I don't know, Ignis is actually pretty bad. I might put this into E tier. This is like really bad cards though. Is Ignis really bad? I feel baited into continuing playing. So many seed. Gotcha, Sesh. Yeah, Sesh said he's no longer playing the game. I want to roll a bet to see how long it takes for Sesh to come back. Because nobody escapes this game. Nobody can escape Faeria. They all come crawling back one day. Ignis is one of the clunkiest cards. The cost and have to +1 same turn as killer. Yeah, it really is. And the 3 lands is a lot. I mean, you kind of want to go to 3 lands, I guess, in that archetype because of the Ignuzi guy, the Ignuzi Ritualist, but like, it's not a great card. And this only fits into 1 archetype. This only fits into +1 archetype. This will never fit into like bargain lists because it's just not doing anything for you. It's just really bad. The body is terrible. It's so expensive. You have to +1 a few times to get use out of this, yeah. Bloodsong is a little better. Bloodsong's still a bad card though. I know there's a lot of competitive players that actually play this, but I hope they're just playing it for memes. This card's pretty bad. Like, you can get use out of it. I mean, it's not that bad. Like, you can get use out of it. It's just, like, you're spending... You're rolling a dice. You're rolling dice to figure out the discounts on this, and it can be really devastating. Like, you can get the discounts you want, sometimes you can get the discounts you don't want. You have to play a really specific list for this. 4 face damage doesn't matter that much. It is quite a heavy hit to yourself, but like, face damage, self-burn doesn't matter that much, but the effect itself is just random. It's not that great. Like, you might as well be playing Ogre Dance for the same effect with this type of cards. The loss of Faeria feels bad too. Lord of Terror. Okay. Now this card is almost unplayably bad. I might put this into E tier though, because there are builds you can make work with this. I say work, but it's okay. Yeah, I guess it's like more usable. Is it even more usable? I don't know. Playing around with meme tier cards feels weird. But this card is just way too expensive, both Faeria-wise and land-wise. This costs 6 Faeria and 3 lands, and you get a 1/6 body out of it. And he only boosts in attack when you or your opponent deals damage to... or takes damage. You can use this with Bloodsong. It's honestly a decent card to use with the Bloodsong because it's a 6 cost. You can soak up a lot of these pings. But it's just a really bad card overall. Really bad the turn you play it. You have to go for some type of OTK list with like Kalim's Training maybe, and burn cards, but then you're just playing a worse version of burn. It's just really bad, but I mean, sure, you can make something that gives you a win every now and then. No, they buffed it from a 0/6 to a 1/6 now. I can't remember when that buff came around, but it used to be 0/6, yeah. But it was buffed. The buff did nothing for it, though. Shadim Brute. Alright, so this card's gonna be D tier. Now this is another card that newer players are really drawn to, again because of the burn potential. But like I mentioned with the other burn cards, you really have to consider the stat line instead of the face damage. The face damage is irrelevant, aside from the fact that you can include this in a burn archetype. Again, because of how I mentioned, you need board presence. Like, board presence is everything in this game, especially in the early game. And in burn, you have that win condition where it's killing your opponent. But until that point, that burn damage is doing nothing for you. It's almost like victory points in other games. I don't know if this is a good analogy, but like, if you've played other games with victory points like Catan, like victory points do nothing for you to give you extra resources and catapult you through the game. They just sit there and they are meaningless until you actually win the game. So that's kind of, I guess, how you should think about burn as an archetype. It's more like victory points than anything, so you're really just considering the stat line. And this is a 5 cost 3/6, which is just a bad stat line for the cost. It's just simply a bad stat line. Like, it's +1/+1 on the Grimguard, but Grimguard gets a pass because of the taunt. The taunt is like actually doing something for it. Even in a burn archetype, taunt can be pretty good. because oftentimes with Grimguard also, you might need like just that extra 2 damage to finish the game, and you can use this taunt to both protect your face and provide yourself with that 2 damage needed to finish the game. Shed and Brood can't do those things. It's just a little bit too expensive. Also, it's really important to notice like the Faeria thresholds in this game. You get 3 naturally a turn, so and oftentimes you're like playing all your Faeria to keep up with your opponent. If you have no collectors on board, no board presence, nothing in hand, or no Faeria built up, you can only get up to 4 Faeria, which makes like the 3 to 4 Faeria thresholds not nothing. That's definitely something you ought to consider. 5 is very expensive. That's a very expensive card. Anyways. Silent Warrior with upside? Sign me up. True. Shedim Pest. This card's, like you can use this in Mono Red Angry, but it's not like that good. It's pretty easy to get a target for this. Maybe that's like C tier. This is like a 4-2 stat line or something for 4, something like that. It becomes a 6-4 if you have another angry creature on board. When you play this, it's a gift effect. And like, wait, what is Shedim Pest actually? How much lands? Shedim, oh, it's 3 lands. That's actually a lot of lands. I thought it was 2 lands. 3 lands is a lot for a 6-4, but then I guess it's not that bad. Like, you can compare it to other things like the Explorers, which cost 4 lands to get a 6-4. Like the Red Devil's a 6-4. I don't know. Like, this fits in the mono red angry archetype, but I don't know if it's that great a card. Perfect amount for the classic Seed Angry deck. Shouldn't a lot of 6 life flyers be boosted slightly because of flyers? Yeah, 6 life cards are... Yeah, you make a good point. 6 life cards are good into flyers. That is a good point. However, I don't think Burn is like that great into flyers. And oftentimes, like, it's just this card is not good into a lot of other things. You just don't want to have this in your deck most of the time. It can do okay against flyers, but at the end of the day, like, your opponent can trade even with this still because of its expense. Like, you're spending a Soul Drain plus a flyer, which costs 5. That's going to be the typical response to this, and you're trading even. And the difference between this card and like Tyrannex, Tyrannex is playable like much earlier than this is. It's got half the land cost. Land cost is also something to consider there. I mean, Tyrannex is only just barely like decent, I think. The Pest. Yeah, I mean, I think the Pest is not that great. We can probably put this into D tier. 3 lands is a lot for this card. I think there's just a lot better options than this. Yeah. This thing, on the other hand, the Kobold... I don't remember what this is called. Kobold Waryak or something? Kobold Yak? Kobold Warbeast? I think it's Kobold Warbeast. This thing's like kind of solid. Actually, this might be... yeah, it's like high C. This card is a 4-cost 5-4. I think it's 2 land though. Kobold... Yeah, the Kobold Warbeast is 2 land. I think if this was 1 land, this would certainly be like B tier. But with the 2 land, it's probably just gonna be stuck in C. It is pretty solid still, but competitively speaking, it's only okay, I think. Nothing to write home about. Gift of Steel. This is a pretty bad card. I think it's still playable bad though. I definitely consider playing this in like rush lists where if you get like a Queensguard with Gift of Steel on it, it can be really difficult to deal with early game. Even though it's very expensive, like it's 4 cost for a +3/+3 buff. Definitely playable bad. We'll put it in here somewhere. Kobold Barracks. This card is also bad. I guess it's playable bad. Like even Gift of Steel is more playable than this. The issue with this card is that it's a structure, so it stays still. So you get like a 1-time 2 attack buff for 2 Faeria. And then that's usually about it. You gotta be really good in positioning this card, and that can be very difficult to do because you have to play this on your own lands, so oftentimes it can just, like, block you. Or you have to build another land, like double neutrals or something, to actually find a good spot to place this. So it's not very good. But, yeah, it's, like, playable bad. Somewhere in here. Meteor! I think this is C tier. It's okay. In bargain lists, it has a niche purpose of blowing up your opponent's lands. Your opponent can recover from this in most archetypes. Most like monocolored archetypes, I guess, that don't run many lands, but it can be a lot to come back from, especially if your opponent's running like a 6-land deck. This is just like game winning a lot of the time. But yeah, it's gonna be in here somewhere. What's this guy? The Herald of War. This one's pretty solid. This is, yeah, it's probably B tier. There's better red cards than this. Actually, I might be reducing some of these blue cards in the future. Now that I think about it. Like, as we populate this, I think I'm gonna be, like, reducing some things. Like, even Beirut, I don't think is, like, maybe A tier. Just considering all these other cards I'm placing here. But we'll come back at the end. This guy is a solid B tier. Really solid for what it does. It's a 4-cost 4/4, but it also gives you stats every time it hits. Yeah, pretty good card. Axe Grinder. This is like S tier. I think we finally get our second S tier card. Axe Grinder is so good. This card is like already good as a 1 mountain 3 Faeria 4/3, but then he even has an upside where if you summon him on your opponent's well, he gets +1/+1. It's just absolutely insane card. Yeah, I think this deserves an S tier. Slot it right next to Aurora. Kobold War Leader. Oh, this is the War Leader, yeah. This card's actually okay. It fits a niche purpose. You don't want too many of these in a deck, but oftentimes you can run this. You can run like a 1 or 2 of in a red rush list. And it's pretty solid. Very expensive, obviously very weak to Humbling Vision, but the idea in rush is that you play this in hopes that you play it early enough that your opponent hasn't drawn into the Humblings yet. Yeah, solid C tier. Alright, now we're getting into some of the red removal cards like Cypher's Wrath, and as I mentioned, I will be placing these guys into S tier. 2 Faeria, 2 damage is very good. The burn doesn't matter that much, but hey, we'll take an upside while we have it. But yeah, we'll throw that guy up there. Don't think I have to talk too much about that. Architect is pretty bad. It's playable bad. You can play it in that structures archetype, I guess. Yeah, it's like not that good, but it's a D tier. Underground Boss. This is going to be B tier. It's going to be around the realm of this guy. This is very good. It's a 3/5, 5-cost. Having 5 life makes it kind of weak to flyers. You do get 1 combat hit off of it, so it's kind of like a 3-cost. 3/5 if you get 1 combat hit, which is not bad at all. It's pretty solid, but it's immobile. It is expensive at 5-cost. Remember that 3/4 threshold. 5-cost is pretty expensive. It's on par with this guy. It's debatable. Could be better, I guess. Cypher is very good. Cypher's an A tier. Cypher does a lot. Cypher is very efficiently statted, regardless of his ability. It's a 5-cost 5/6. It is 3 lands, but yeah, with that ability, he poses quite a large threat. Your opponent has to do a lot to play around this guy. It doesn't have mobility attached to it, but even with the threat of Horsemaster, this is very devastating card. Underground Brigands. This is probably an S tier card as well. Is that A tier? It is very good. This card, like if you get one combat hit with this, it's like a 1 cost 2 damage card. It's in a similar vein of this, but we're hitting that 3/4 threshold, where this is 5 cost. This is like 2 extra Faeria more than this card is, and only for 1 extra damage also. And 3 life is still pretty solid. You can trade 1 for 1 with a Flame Burst, which isn't the end of the world, and then any combat hits at all. Even Wind Soldier can't counter this super effectively. It's just such a good card. Maybe that is S tier. That's really good. Yeah. Flame Burst, yeah, just a standard damage card. We'll throw that up there. 3 damage to anything, looks good to me. Flamethrower. This card's not great. I'll throw it into D tier. This can be playable sometimes. The 3 mountains makes it really tough. You can play this as like a 1 of maybe in some lists, but it's just so difficult to get any value off of. Its 3/2 body is really frail for a 3 land card. And ranged is like not that great a mechanic. And this also really you're incentivized to be hitting face. So you have to have a mountain center, and you have to have other collectors on board. Now it's a lot easier to use this than the 7 cost guy, the boulder thrower, because obviously you can spend your excess resources collecting from the Faeria walls with other creatures, but still very expensive, land-wise. Firebomb is pretty solid. It's like a C tier. This fits a very niche purpose, again. If you really desperately need 4 damage removal, you can run this, but it's expensive. You want to try and get away with Flame Burst instead if you can, but in like control type of lists where you really want to keep the board clear, this can be a solid card. The Battle Rager, it's a terrible card. It says E tier. Even in a burn archetypes, this is really bad. You're spending 7 Faeria to deal, and it's got 3 HP, right? So, on average, you're going to be spending, whoops, I reset my music. It's been going for like 3 hours almost, Jesus. I had to speed up. What was I just talking about? Battle Rager. Yeah, on average, you're dealing 3 damage to your opponent for 7 cost. That's so bad. Bloodsinger is bad. It's a D tier. As I mentioned, the ping damage for this is a little bit different in this case because it is 3 cost. It's 1 cheaper. You can use this as a designated collector. You're not as incentivized to use this 4 cost to fight with, because 4 is a big investment. 3 is a little less of an investment, but yeah, it's still somewhere in here. Bomb Slinger. Pretty decent. I'll throw it into B tier. In the current meta, this is not great. It is not as good, just because Spirit Theft exists. There's a lot of 1 damage removal that exists for this. And also the specificity in which the damage comes on this. Like you can't just say this is 4 damage plus a 4/1 stat stick. This, you actually have to have a mountain built adjacent to the target you want, which is easier said than done. Your opponent can play around it. Even though players don't play this as much, people still play around the Bomb Slinger because it's just so easy to play around it. So on the off chance that your opponent's running a Bomb Slinger, you play around it anyways. But it's still solid for what it gives. Just not great into the competitive meta right now. Yeah. Cannon Carrier, though, is very good. We'll put this into A tier. This card is doing a lot. Yeah, it does a lot with the mechs. You get 2 creatures generated from this. It is 5 costs, but you get some pretty good bodies. You get a 2/4 and a 4/2. It's 4 lands, pretty expensive, but it does a lot. And you get to summon that creature virtually anywhere on the board. Your opponent can play around it a little bit, but it's still very playable around. Ground Shaker. This is S tier. This is a good card. You're always thinking about this in your lineups with 1 HP creatures. Like, what happens if a Ground Shaker gets played? Is it going to be that brutal? I don't think I have to talk about this one too much. This is one of the best cards in the game, actually. Yeah, I mean, damage removal's always up there. Yeah. Ground Shaker, very good. Krog, not very good. I guess we can put this into D tier. There's that one Krog Rush list cheese builds, which I don't think is that relevant when comparing cards, but like the Krog Rush list is meant for a very specific purpose, and like taking out Swarm or swarmier combo lists. As a card just in a mid-range list, Krog is pretty bad, but it's better than the Ignis. We'll put it at a low D. Bold Bargainer I think is fine. We'll put this into C tier. This card can do a decent amount. It fits in that bargain archetype, which I think is like, you know, it can do some stuff. And you virtually get a free 3/4 out of it. I think it's a pretty good card. I mean, it's okay. It's a C tier. We'll give it a C tier. Up here somewhere. 6/4 for 4. Oh yeah, there's that also that Rakoan. Right, yeah, but that costs a little bit to get you there. This guy, the Ogre, can't remember his name. The Ogre. He's a 7-cost 7/7. Pretty simple. Not great. I think we'll throw it into D tier. You don't really want to run this even in bargain lists. It's just not that good. 7-cost 7/7. There's a lot better things you could play. You can directly compare this to the Virgin Force, which is 6-cost 7/7, but it's a bit of a different story because Red has access to those bargain cards. They can actually discount this, but not very good. Even Crumbling Golem's kind of better than this thing, even this. Yeah, this is actually not great. We can dump that down a little bit. Krog's Dinner, obviously going to have to be slotted on the same level as Krog. Now, Dinner is, like, really good. This makes Krog actually, like, usable. But, yeah, obviously they're going to have to be set on the same tier. Hello, Lawrence. Really like Apex as some sort of surprise late-game assassin. I don't know if he's much of an assassin, though. He's just really slow to come down, really expensive. That's a really unfortunate card. Must be out of my mind to defend Krog. Played it twice, but in tournaments you always fear the coin toss. Well, yeah, so here's the thing. Like, there's that Krog rush list. That's the only thing that this really is threatening in. And it is a coin toss list, but it's a very volatile list. I don't really think it's that it's worth considering for the cards, because this Krog rush list is only run into a very specific meta, which I don't think exists at the moment. I don't think there's really any purpose to be running Krog Rush in the meta right now. Crassius is dead, and Husk is also not played that much, unless you're Bamser. So it's not really worth considering, in my opinion. I would consider like the mid-range Krog or something with this pick. This thing... What is this? It's the other Ogre. So this is a 5-cost 5/5, and if your opponent's at 10 life or less, it becomes a 7/7. On paper, seems pretty solid, but 5/5 stat line's really bad. Also, getting your opponent to 10 means you have to go for a burn game plan, and you don't really want to run this card over other burn cards. Like, I'd even rather run the Shedim Brutes over this. You can run this in Rush, but again, like 10 life, that means half the game is over already. And if you're running 3 copies of this, you're likely to draw at least one of these early game. And like a 5-cost 5/5 is not really that good. Especially in the Flyers meta. I'd much rather run a 4-cost 4/4. Also because of that 3/4 threshold. Yeah, just not that great. Doesn't really fit anywhere, unfortunately. Oh, Exalted Ogre, that's the one, right? Yeah, Exalted Ogre. It's really easy to get enemy to 10 HP. You just play Bloodsong and no other spells. And play the Barter. Then play Barter. Okay. Play Barter into Bloodsong. Yeah, alright. Mulligan Faeria tree is definitely A tier though. Yeah, so here's the thing with the Faeria tree. As I talked about before, you need actually deck weight for this to be viable. So you need like a deck completely designed around this card. A lot of players play this as not correctly. They just play it with like a mid-range deck or something, and then they've got just, even if they get this in the opening hand, which is the only turn they can reasonably play this, they just brick with so much Faeria in hand, and an intelligent player can just now ignore their Faeria collectors, go for face, because they have way too much Faeria for their own good, and Faeria no longer matters for them. But yeah. Hate Seed. This card's pretty good. I mean, like, it's gonna be a little weaker than the Firebringer, but it's still very good. This, if you play 7 angry creatures, you get a free 4 cost, a free 4/4, which is insane. Absolutely insane. Really good value, but yeah, it's not as good as the Firebringer. Like, it's gonna be a weaker A tier cards, actually. Yeah. Okay, how much do we got left? Quite a bit. Quite a bit. We're at the 3-hour mark. This might go on to 6 hours. I'm not gonna lie. 5-7/7 is like Windstorm Colossus, and that is clearly broken. Clearly, yeah. Just face damage is not good. Okay, Ogre Dance, it's gonna be pretty much on par with this. They do similar things. We got Azurai. Wait, yeah, I thought I ranked Azurai already. Why is there double Azurais in here? What? Interesting. Do I have repeat cards in here? Why do I have repeat cards? Okay, well, the 3 dragons showed up again for some reason. We'll throw these to the bottom. I don't know where they came from. Trying to get a sneaky extra tier rating. Okay, the Nat is pretty bad. This is D tier competitively. Can do some stuff, but yeah, it's not great competitively. There's not many reasonable archetypes right now that you can run. So we'll throw it into D. Flashwind, very good. We'll throw this into A tier. This is, yeah, this is probably the best mobility trick in the game. You can move both yourself and your opponent, but yourself at 0 cost, which is insane. They had to nerf it up to 3 lands, but even at 3 lands, you're fine. You're usually ready by turn 3 to use a mobility trick. Turn 2, you're even like not as ready anyways. Flash Run's pretty good. Yeah, it's one of the best A tiers. Somewhere up there, I don't know. Remember when Nat was all the rage on ladder? Yeah, we had Luciano playing the Nat lists. And again, like, you can play these D tier cards on ladder just fine. You'll do just fine on ladder with D tier cards. Absolutely. Even E tier cards you can play on ladder. I won't lie to you. Ladder's become a mess. Like, ladder's just become full of new players, which is fine. Like, we want new players in the game. And all the old players have left. So that's the reason it's been a mess. And it's not like it's not that bad. Like, it is great to have new players in the game. But it still can't deny that ladder is just a mess of a place. Anything can work these days. I think I was arguing with Bobbin that I could get to #1 with 3 wishes. And I still believe that. It would just be a grind. And that also goes to show how much skill goes in this game, as opposed to just cards. Like, I'm ranking all these cards, but at the end of the day, if you're a much more skilled player, you could probably use any types of cards to win over an opponent. Okay. Doom Gate. C tier card. This is a really great draw engine. Really great draw engine. Sacrificing your own creatures is not very good. You don't really want to sacrifice your creatures too often, but it's a great draw engine. Absolutely fantastic. Well, it's okay. I put it into C tier. It's okay. Doomsday is pretty bad. Actually, this is like E tier. Yeah, Doomsday is pretty bad. There are some meme builds that you can do a lot with, but it's pretty bad. It's not a great card at all. God Hunters maybe even a bit better. El Panico, hello! When Nat was able to collect. Also, the Iona's Shrine, or whatever that is, Aviary, used to give +2 attack, which made Nat, like, decent. Even good. Mistral Guide's really good. I like slotting this into A tier. It is 3 lands. It is 3 lands, but it enables so much, especially with the monstrosity list. It just enables so much stuff. Gives a lot of mobility to cards. I'll throw it up here somewhere. Malevolent Spirit. Okay, this is like probably an unplayable card. I mean, I don't know. I might be like throwing some of these down into F tier, to be honest. Seeing how these tiers are shaping up, there's some really unplayable cards here. Malevolent Spirit, the issue with this card is it's just doing nothing. I mean, obviously it's playable, like you can play a 4-cost 3/3 if you want. But like I said, the ping damage is meaningless on cards like this. The heal is also meaningless, as I think we talked about with this card. If you're not damaged, it does nothing for you. And yeah, you're spending 4 Faeria on a 3/3. That's like very unplayable. Soulbound Salami alone in F, yeah. I come back and see a ranged red card in E. Yeah, sorry Patrick, this card's pretty bad. This is a 7-cost 3/5. It's awful. It is probably better than these ones, to be honest. Okay, so do we move this other stuff into F? I was gonna like keep F open to like the truly unplayables, but honestly, these are like so bad. These are so bad. These are really bad cards. Can we just slot these all down here? Like even Malevolent Spirit, if you play this with the intention in mind that you're playing only into burn, so you need the heal, but then there's just no reason you need that 2 damage face ping, not in yellow. There's just no purpose for this card, man. It's so bad. Oh yeah, Earthcraft I'd probably also throw into F if we're doing this. Probably this guy as well. This... I actually don't think this card is playable at all. Yeah, these cards are going to be better than the Salami, though. 3 Wishes. Okay, whatever. This will be the F tiers for now. Choking Sand is C tier. On paper, this is good value, but there's not a lot of 3-attack stuff in the meta that you want this to hit. So this is going to be a solid C. Somewhere in here. Yeah, down this way. Zealous Crusader, probably a C tier as well. Yellow Rush isn't a great archetype anymore, but this is a good card. I mean, it's a okay archetype. Yellow Rush is an okay archetype. It still has good matchups. And Zealous Crusader is one of those cards that completes that archetype really nicely. Somewhere in there. That 1/6 can OTK though? Yeah, but you can literally run anything else besides this and also OTK. It's just such a bad card. Though it is probably better than Earthcraft, sure. You have that OTK potential, but it's disgusting. Yellow Rush is like not that bad, yeah, but it's probably like C tier. It's got uses, I guess. Maybe it can be B tier, but I don't know. There's cards that make the Yellow Rush archetype work that are not Zealous Crusader, I guess. Windstorm Archer. This is C tier in my opinion. A lot of people like the events. And And this is really good in the events, especially with barter in the meta, but I think it's just too frail for like top tier competitive play. I mean, it's okay. You can still get some great wins in competitive play with this. It's just really frail. Barter, though, insta-wins you the game. If your opponent runs Barter, you just instantly win the game with this card. I hope Barter gets nerfed in the future, though. Eagerly waiting to see where Vulture is ranked. He'll have to stick it out. Okay. Windstorm Charger is worse than this. This is probably D... this is probably D tier. Like, if we're speaking competitively, you really can't run this in competitive lists. You can run this. Your win percentage is going to be really not great, though. This used to be a 2-4, and it was absolutely an amazing card. But at 2-3, it's just, it hits all the popular removal types and doesn't give you much back for it. You can trade even for this with Flame Burst 1-for-1, but then also with creature stats, you can trade even better with this because it's only a 2-3 on board. Yeah, I think it's a D tier competitively. Sky Captain's not very good either. I actually think this is pretty bad in the meta right now. And I'm gonna get a lot of disagreements with this one. But I just don't think it does anything for the Flyers archetype, not competitively speaking. Like, only against red, really, do you want the extra stats. And against reds, they're coming at you fast, and you get this early, you're at a disadvantage already, because this is just a 4 Faeria investment that you really need the game to go on for a longer amount of time to make these work reasonably well. And competitively, I think it's just D tier. Actually might be reducing, yeah, I don't know. I think D tier is fine. There's so much more you want to run besides that. The Dune Drake is also pretty bad. I guess it's playable. Also, if we make like these F tier, I might be like reducing stuff. I don't know. As the tier list gets shaped, there's obviously room to move things down and such. Because we got a lot of tiers to work with here. Dune Drake's actually bad. This is like Doomsday level bad, I guess. Below God Hunter, I guess. Right next to God Hunter. Sky Captain is C, can't be D. Flyers isn't the only yellow deck. That's the old... Just dealt 13 damage to Bobbin with Archer today. Amazing. Yeah, I mean, it is debatable, but I don't know. I just don't think there's any purpose for this in the competitive meta. It's just way too expensive. It just doesn't do enough. Okay, Windborn Champion, this is S tier, I guess. It's a really good card. Even though it is 5 lands, you gotta wait a while for it to come out. The body is just so incredibly good. And this might be a weird pick if you're new to the game as well, because Champion is only a 5-cost 5/5. It doesn't sound that exciting. I just mentioned earlier also that 5/5 bodies suck. But mobility is very impactful in this game. Even at a 5/5 body, with Charge 5, you get to zip across the entire map. You get to collect twice most of the time, and you can take whatever value trade you want. You can keep this out of range as well of any creatures. So it's a lot less like the other 5/5s that don't have mobility attached to it, where positioning is a lot more important for those creatures. You have to put them in range of stuff to be relevant. Champion you can keep well out of range, which means you get to take the trades on your own terms. So the 5/5 stat line really doesn't matter in this. Though it does hurt a lot in a Flyers v Flyers matchup. When you play this down, the mobility plays against you, where your opponent can flash win this towards their flyer or champion it towards their flyer. Then that really hurts you, but the effect when it comes down is really strong, and the mobility attached to it is really strong as well. Emissary, very good cards. This is like top of the A tier as well. This card's insane that it exists. A 3-cost 3/3 flyer is already pretty decent as is, but then this gets 2 attack if you control another flyer, and it's so easy to get another flyer. Of course, this could be alone, just as a 3/3, but it's still good as a 3/3. Flying's a very strong keyword, because you get to ignore land building, what this game was designed around, and you get to collect for free. The Cauldron Soldier! Everyone loves this card. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to put it down pretty far. Where did I put the Darkstalker? Where did I end up putting Darkstalker? It was D tier, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is gonna be like around the same level as the Darkstalker. And same issues with it. It's so efficient. Like a 3/2 for 2 is so efficient, and it's 1 land. But it's just not an impactful stat line. It's not an impactful card draw that you top deck this. That's where it suffers. Even though it's super efficient, it's just not impactful in the game. Yeah. Wind Soldier S tier. Very good. Like, a lot of people compare this, like, a lot of people like kept arguing with me saying Ninja Toad's better. Ninja Toad is very good. He should be up here higher. But like, Ninja Toad, he has more range potentially than the Wind Soldier. Well, they kind of have similar ranges. This jumps 2 spaces, this can move 3 spaces, but you're not concerned about land bridges with this one. So it's easier to hit with this one, definitely. But this one's just cheaper and much more efficient in my opinion. You can't get this to survive like you can with Ninja Toad, but oftentimes you really can't get this to survive. Like, you throw it into an Aurora maybe, if you get lucky, but you gotta get lucky. This is base set only so far, yeah. Yeah, Ninja's not S. A lot of people like this at S tier. I don't know. I played with blue a lot. I really like the cards. It's just not as impressive as like Wind Soldier. But okay. Yeah, we've been going for 3 hours and I still have all this. Look how many cards we have to get through. I might have to take like a break. I'm losing my voice. We'll have a part 2 at some point, maybe? I don't know, we'll see. Okay. Let's keep going. Iona's Smile. This is C tier. It's a really solid card. There's gonna be a lot of like great cards I'm slotting into C tier in this tier list, I think. Just because I'm thinking competitively about this whole thing. And this is a really great card. It's just competitively, it's just expensive. It's like it's a really efficient draw. 2 cost draw 2 is very good. It's a very good on paper value. But competitively, it's not doing a ton for you. Like in flyers, even in yellow flyers, which is usually desperate for card draw because they've got really low deck weight, you usually don't want to run this cards. I think this is fine in like no DLC, but with the DLC cards, there's so many better options than this. I think it's just a C tier card somewhere. Great value though. Can definitely run this card if you want. Sagi, very good cards. Yeah, where did I put the Zealous Crusader? Maybe we should be moving these up. Like, Yellow Rush isn't that bad an archetype. It's even, like, better than this archetype, the events, I think. Could even be better than some of this stuff. Maybe we do move these guys up to B tier, I don't know. I haven't seen Yellow Rush in a long time. I don't know. I think we'll keep it here for now. This guy though sucks. The Origin Templar, I think. This is meant to fit in a Rush archetype. It looks good on paper, can do 6 damage to face, but it's not got haste. And it's only a 3/3 body, really easy to remove. It's pretty bad. I don't even think it's like that playable. Probably like E tier. Yeah, even down here somewhere. Yeah. Ninja can be buffed by trainer to survive, but maybe not S. I agree. Too strong A. Emissary is S2. It's potentially an S. Emissary. Emissary is very good. But I think like these S tier cards are just so powerful. I don't think Emissary quite makes it here. These cards are just so strong. Aviary, this only gives 1 attack boost now. I don't think it's very good. I guess it's playable good. It's like D tier. Again, you can run this with the Nats and it's okay. But like, it's not that great. I guess it's better than the Barracks. Kind of. Yeah, we'll slot it there in D tier. Origin Fanatic, very good. This is somewhere up here. You'll notice that all the mobility tricks are in A tier. So if you're new to the game, take note of this, because a lot of new players don't realize how good mobility is in this game. And with the boards, it's a big impact, as long as it's worth the Faeria value, which these cards definitely are. Actually, is Origin Fanatic as good as these ones, or is this more like B tier? It's better than Horsemaster for sure. And then also compared with the teleports, like Teleport has a much bigger niche, I guess. I might be moving these two down in the future. I don't know. Even Hateseed might be B tier. Let's actually move these guys down. For competitively speaking. I think that this card is definitely a tier below this Firebringer. The Teleport is really good, but it's just expensive as a card. Origin Fanatic, also very good, but it's also expensive. Unlike Flashwind, which is not. It does give you a body, though. There's great uses for this card, especially if you want the body and you value the body. Sometimes this, and also the 2 desert count can sometimes make it more playable than the Flashwind, but I definitely think Flashwind overall is better. But sometimes you get better uses out of this. B tier to me. Hateseed is trash? What? Okay, so Origin Monk. This is a very good card. We'll slot this into B, but then this card is so good. All these Yellow Rush cards are hard. Maybe Yellow Rush is a B tier archetype though. Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna slot these in B. I think Yellow Rush can do some stuff still. And these cards are all very good. Like, these 2 cards are almost on par, I would say. Actually, this card's better. Yeah, this card's better. Origin Monk's very good. The draw is very good. This card is just insane, though, Saji. This card, very good, though. Do I even put this into A, or is this still B? I guess it's a high B, Kaleem's Prayer. Because you do need stuff hitting face. I think Yellow Rush is probably just B tier at the very maximum. Kaleem's Prayer is definitely the best card in that deck. Is 3 deserts, but you get to gain 2 Faeria and draw cards. It's so insane. Only really fits in Rush, of course. You have to hit face, but yeah. Desert Twisters, okay. Okay, this is going to be a controversial pick. A lot of people really like this card. And I've played around it with... God, I can't speak. I've played around with it a lot myself as well. I think I'm going to slot it into C tier. It's a very good card. It's a very good card, but Flashwind outplays it in so many other ways. I don't know if it's like 2 tiers below this one. Maybe it is B tier. Low B tier. The issue with this is his 5 deserts is a very strong card, a very strong effect. You get to teleport pretty much any creature anywhere you want, almost. I mean, the deserts are in pretty much all the places you would want them, so you almost get to teleport a creature wherever you want, which is strong for 0, but 5 lions is so much to build up to. It's just really expensive. Land-wise, Flashwind, in this game, it's very snowbally, as I'm sure you've all heard from us players. And that means early game cards have a huge impact, much bigger impact than later game cards. Even though the effect of Desert Twister is better than the Flash Wind, and also it's only better in theory, right? This Flash Wind is very good with mobility cards like Jump or Charge, right? Desert Twister doesn't have that same synergy. It's only a minor point, but like having the access to this turn 3 is so much more impactful than turn 5. It's just so much more impactful. Was one of those people unprepared for Yellow Rush. Yeah, and I'm not gonna consider like obviously this is competitive, right? I'm not gonna like considering these against players who know the archetypes. But yeah, I think Yellow Rush is probably B tier. Yeah, actually, man, Desert Twister is like not that appealing. I guess it's still a teleport. A teleport's a teleport, and that can have some powerful uses with like OTK stuff. Yeah, I mean, even a tier below, it's fine. We'll keep it there. Wingate, I love this card. Summer loves this card too. It's not, yeah, we'll put it into C tier. It's got some uses. It's just the cost of the cards can be expensive. Not that it's that like one Faeria is that expensive. It is kind of expensive, but like the card slot itself isn't doing a huge amount. But it can be okay in some archetypes, some lists. Kaleem's Training, very good cards. This enables a lot of stuff too. Flashwind I think's better, definitely. But Kaleem's Training, maybe down here. It's great. It gives you good mobility, gives you 1 attack, so you can kind of get that 1 Faeria value back with 1 extra damage if you need it. Flying Charge 2 gives mobility to a creature that normally wouldn't have it. Very good cards. Excellent. Iona? Iona's pretty good. Probably B tier. She's a little frail, but yeah, she shuts down mono green. Mono green can't affect this at all unless they've got command in the list. It's only a 2/1, so it's not a huge threat, but it is a huge threat in collecting. So it is pretty good. Solid B tier. It's just not super OP statted. Wonder if Flashwind can be S? It's debatable. Yeah, it's debatable. I don't think so, though. I think it's just really good. We'll see. Kaleem's Follower. This is a part of the Rush package. It's weaker than these other Rush cards, though. We'll slot it into C tier. It's definitely a weaker piece of the Rush package. I don't know. Somewhere up in there. Sure. Kaleem. This is pretty good. This is also solid B. Probably up here with Iona somewhere. Fnatic's a little better, I guess. Actually, Fnatic maybe here. Something like this. Kaleem's very solid in the Flyers archetype. This is especially good because it's a 3/6 stat line. Now this is a 5-cost 3/6 stat line, which we discussed earlier with another thing, but it's also got the mobility attached to it, which is really good. 3/6 stat line, excellent into Flyers, also excellent into Red, because this can be a double collector for you that is very difficult for Red to remove. Since it's got flying, it can go fly off to the opposite side that your opponent goes down, and you just got like a sturdy double collector that's never going to be answered. It's an expensive double collector for 5, but you'll make that value back pretty reasonably while you use your other resources to fight Red on the other side. Or you can zip this face for some tempo damage. 5 damage to face, right? Pretty good. Skyguard, Kaleem Skyguard. This is a solid card, but I think it's going to be in D tier. Again, competitively, not very playable. So I think this is going to be somewhere in D. It's still it's a solid card though. It's 2 deserts, I think, and you can summon it adjacent to any creature you like, any friendly creature. Issues with it though, as we talked about with the air elemental, this has 4 attack, which is not great. We put this into B tier, right? Yeah, wow. Yeah, 4 attack is not great. You really want those 5 attack thresholds to Killing Face. Deathwish Ghoul is fine. It's an okay card. We'll throw it into C tier, somewhere up here. If you end up killing this, it's essentially like a 1-cost creature. You don't really want to sacrifice this. You want to use that 3 power to do something to fight with. So it's pretty good in Lizard's Monstrosity list, where you can use Mistral Guide to send this in your opponent's face where they have to deal with it. And then you get 3 damage for 1 Faeria, which is pretty solid. As a sacrifice target, this is pretty bad though. There's a lot better options than this. You don't want to use... like, there's 0 cost cards you can use in place of this if you really want to sack target. Even Farm Boy is better because it's neutral. So you have to get the damage value out of this for it to be worth it. Ghoul B? It's in so many decks. What do you mean it's in so... Deathwish Ghoul is A tier, you guys think? Nobody wants to trade anything into it? This is just not that good. Like, it gets Ground Shaker. I mean, it's solid. It gets Ground Shakered, and it's got no mobility attached to it naturally. You need the Mistral Guide for this to do anything. I don't understand, what decks is this in? You're saying it's in so many decks? Who runs this? I've literally never seen this in a viable deck except Monstrosity. Would be a tier without Ground Shaker. Oh, would be A tier without Ground Shaker. Even without Ground Shaker... Maybe. It might be. I think it's more B tier. I think Spite Sprite is better than this card, personally. I mean, one issue with this card is you actually have to invest 3. And you don't get that investment back until this creature dies off. And that's a big thing to consider. Like, Spite Sprite is a 1-cost 3/1, which is, you could almost consider the same thing. Self-burn doesn't matter. You can almost consider it's the same thing, but like, you get to spend that 2 extra Faeria on other stuff and set up a more impactful board. This just doesn't do that much. And it's 2 lands as well, unlike the Spite Sprite. Like, Spite Sprite to me is a B tier. This is a tier below Spite Sprite. And yeah, Ground Shaker exists, which just dominates these 1 HP creatures. Spite Sprite is S tier. Oath to Oblivion. This card's not very good. I would say D tier. I actually am not sure about this one because I haven't played around with it myself, so... this one's... jury is the judge on this one, or whatever the saying is. I know Bamster likes to run this card. Like, it's okay value, and it's just there's so much better things you could be doing in 5 deserts than this. 6/3 is pretty good. 6/3, that's 6/3 with charge 3. You do have to sacrifice a creature. But yeah, I think it's a D tier. I think it's generally bad, but maybe you can make something work with it competitively. Demon Wrangler's very good. We'll throw that into A tier. That's a very good card. It just gives so much. You get a Demon Wing for 2 cost and a 2/1. You have to sack a creature, but generally the creature you sack is going to be worth like 2/1 stats anyways. You might even be upgrading that. You might be like a 1/1 upgrading to a 2/1. So you're virtually getting a Demon Wing for 2 cost, which is pretty insane. Pretty good value. You really think the 4 mana reduce 7 is D? Why all red cards in S? The 4 mana reduce 7. Yeah, so Bargain as an archetype is not... sorry, D tier. We put those ones in C. Ogre Dance, this card? Unless you mean something else. 4 mana reduce 7 card. Unless you're thinking about something else, because this is the 4 mana reduce 7. I don't know which card you're talking about. Lord of Terror. This card's pretty solid. It just doesn't fit in many archetypes. I think we'll throw it into C tier. This is a solid card. It is pretty solid. It's 5 cost 6/4. And on one desert, it's already pretty good in the early game. Like, you can just drop this with the Explorer as a turn 1 collector just fine without sacking. But with the sack, it's even decent, but yeah, probably C tier. It's okay. Doesn't fit in a lot of archetypes that are super OP right now. Cool A tier. Yeah, Bloodsong's pretty bad. Bloodsong's a pretty bad card. Nightmare. Nightmare is gonna be a C tier, in my opinion. The only card in the game that says destroy target creature, but it's just very expensive. C tier, remember, is still a decent tier. You can still use cards in this competitively. It's just really expensive, and there's not a lot in the meta that you really want to Nightmare right now. You could consider Disciple, but I mean, if you're spending 6 to... I don't know. It's not really a great consideration just running this for Disciple. You can throw 1 in if you're really that concerned, but it's just so expensive. Even on a Disciple, you really want to use other tools to race them or something than use this Nightmare. But yeah, C tier cards. Oblivion Rider. So this is the 5 cost 6/3, charge 3. Really bad. I think this is E tier. It's a bad card. Just way too expensive. 5 cost for a 3 life creature is very expensive. You get punished super hard with this. So yeah, that's down into E tier. Even actually worse than these cards. Yeah. Shaden Assassin's pretty bad. Largely because of the existence of Emperor's Command, and Humbling Vision even is threatening to this card. It's, because it looks like a 3 cost card, but really you want to sacrifice a creature for this, right? And if you're sacking a creature, this costed you a little more than 3. So even Humbling Vision trades up over this card, which is just really sad. But it's playable. Like, if your opponent doesn't have answers like that, it's pretty devastating, but lots of people run Emperor's Command. It's hard to justify running this. Shaden Demon. I think I might throw this into S tier. That is a very good card. Comparatively with this, the Demon is doing more than this thing is doing. Even though this does have flying, actually. But, like, typically you're running this alongside a lot of mobility tricks. It should be pretty easy to get value off of this. 5/4 stat line for 3 is insane. That is insanely good. It does ping yourself for 2 every turn, so if you're not careful with this card, it can kill you. But Face, as in any card game, is just another resource. It really doesn't matter until you're dead, much like how Burn doesn't matter until your opponent is dead. Your own life total doesn't matter until you're dead, and yeah, Shaden Demon is just really excellent. Yeah, Demon S. But you can't use Ice Rock competitively. Moon as B. I think you can. Yeah, I think you can use it competitively. It might not be B though. As I'm ranking these cards in C, I'll probably be reducing some things. As we get a better picture for this tier list as a whole. Hey Dex, I am a little insane. We're 3.5 hours in, and you want to see how many cards we have left to cover? This, we haven't even covered base set yet. We're not through base set yet, and it's... Actually, my first video was 4 hours to cover the whole entirety of base set, and it looks like it's going to be another 4-hour stream. I thought I would go faster this time. I didn't think I would take just as long as last time, but I keep catching myself and talking about each card individually. Yeah, maybe I am bored. Who knows? The Shaitan Scavenger? Yeah, this card has really good value on paper, but not a very good card in practice. There's a lot that's just gonna be better than it. Yeah, I guess D tier, like, this is playably bad. You can make this work. It costs 4, and if you hit a god, it costs 2, I think. And it's a 4/3. So a 2 costs 4/3 body. Now, unlike these cards, it actually can give you some impact. Like a 4/3 is a step up from a 3/2. So it can give you some impact. I guess it should be better than these. The mechanic is a little harder to proc, though, than these cards is. Right, hitting a god is a little harder than playing an event. But I don't know. We'll throw them in D, I guess. Yeah. At the end of this, we might be moving a lot of stuff down tiers. We'll see. Monstrosity. Do we put this into A just because Monstrosity isn't... I don't think Monstrosity is very good as a card, though. I think we put this into B tier. This is a really devastating deck right now, the Monstrosity deck. But it's not really devastating because of Monstrosity's existence. Like, it kinda is, but it's really the rest of the deck that's padding it that makes it so good. Monstrosity itself is, like, only solid. It's not, like, that amazing. Oh yeah, Farm Boy's S tier. Is that even a question? Obviously S+, we did a Farm Boy tier. Slaughtering Shadow, 3 cost 6/1. This is a terrible card. This is on par, I guess, with this Oblivion Rider. Yeah, Oblivion Rider is probably a little better. I don't know. They're both unplayable, really. Soul Drain, S tier. Probably better than Cypher's Wrath, yeah. Soul Drain, S tier cards. Meta is shaped around it, 2 damage. Good. Soul Pact. A tier cards. Some of you might want to put this into S tier, because this card is very strong. And it is very strong. It just gives you 2 Faeria for free. You deal 2 damage to yourself, but who cares? The issue with this card is lack of deck weight. You really have to have heavy other cards to play, which is not that difficult to design a deck around, but it still has issues. As overpowered as this card is, it still has issues. It is very strong, though. True! Soul Pact is weaker because we can't run Husk. Yeah, so what archetypes does this fit into anymore, actually? That is a good point to bring up. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, the main purpose of this was to use in Husk lists. Is this... like, what archetypes does Soul Pact... Like, it's just Husk still anyways, right? Flyers, you don't want to use this. Absolutely not. Maybe Cheese might be right, but... I think I'll just put it... I'll keep it at a low A tier. I think it's still an excellent card. But yeah, there's a lot less archetypes that this actually fits into now. That's a good point. Altar of Souls is pretty solid, but there's a lot that trumps this card. I think we put it into C tier. Yeah, we're gonna have to throw down a lot of these cards, I think. Maybe. We'll see. Altar is really solid. It's just really easily countered, I feel. You have to ping yourself in the face so much for it. It's a good card, though. I really like this card a lot. I like using it. Solid. On ladder, it's strong. On yellow Templists, yeah. And I mentioned earlier also, I'm not considering ladder really for this tier list. This is meant to be a tournament tier list mainly. Face is just a resource. Yeah, that's a good point to make, but like, it also does a lot of damage to yourself. It kind of does a similar amount of damage, I guess, as the Shaden Demon, but a Shaden Demon is way better than this, and also these cards, 1 Slaughtering Shadow costs you 4, and 3 land. This costs you 2 land. It costs you 4 the first time you play the Slaughtering Shadow. I guess the second time you play it, it's cost 3. And remember where we ranked Slaughtering Shadow, it's pretty low down there. All the way down in E tier, so you have to play this, like, I don't know, like 3 or 4 times to get use out of it. And then that's like 8 damage to face. Quite a lot. It's fine with Radiance, but like it's really slow to get your value. Deathwalker! This is terrible. This is yeah, this is E tier. This is pretty bad. I mean, you can make this work just for the solid stat line, but the fact that this is like absolutely conditional, you absolutely have to sacrifice a creature with this or it's unplayable. Unlike the Lord of Wastes, which is optional to sack a creature. You have to sack a creature for this, which makes it just a lot worse. 6/4 stat line is fine, but yeah, it's just a really bad card. It might be like a better bad card though. Demon Wing! I personally think this is A tier. People might disagree on this because it's got the 2 HP. But I think it's really good. Like, it's got, it's a turn 1 collector because it's 1 desert. And if this collects once for you, you're already trading even with a Soul Drain. And then elsewise, it's just much more of an upside. It's a flying creature, so you get to fly off collects, which is, flying's an OP keyword. OP keywords, and really good into big stat creatures. 5 damage, good. Yeah, turn 1 Demon Wing as player 1. Yeah, that's also true. A lot of these cards that are turn 1 plays are player 2. This is playable as player 1 as well. Creatures are just a resource too. Creatures, yeah, that's one thing you can consider in other card games too, where creatures are just a resource. And in this game, it's somewhat true, but your creatures have a lot more impact in this game because of the Faeria wells. You really want creatures, like a body in Faeria is very impactful, just because it can collect for you. So they're a lot more important. Okay, now we're getting into neutral creatures. There's going to be a lot of bad ones here. Longhorned Yak. Longhorned Yuck. I mean, this card's like... okay, I guess. I guess it's playable. Yeah, I mean, you can run attack bust with this. It's just not very good. It's D tier, sure. Yak. Goes in Yak tier. Yeah, we need a separate tier for Yaks. Just compare Demon Wing to the Triton Diver. It does quite the similar thing without being awful later. Yeah, true point. The Triton Diver really suffers in the late game. It's much like the Prophet of Tides, right? But it has big impact. Emperor's Command, very good. We'll throw this into A tier. It's not as good as Soul Drain and Cypher's Wrath. It's only going to deal 1 damage, but it's still a very good card, very flexible card. You can use this as a heal. Actually, Runan's Guidance I think is a bit better. It depends on what colors you're running. This being neutral is huge, but yeah, it's a very flexible card. Yak Attack. Yak Attack, also kind of D tier in competitive speak. It's okay, I guess, but like, yeah, it's D tier competitively. Flying so powerful doesn't compare to Axe Grinder. Axe Grinder is insane though. Axe Grinder doesn't need, like, another thing to consider is the archetypes these cards fit into, right? Axe Grinder doesn't need flying, because you're running this in an aggro archetype. You really don't care about the flying. Flyers cares about flying. They're a mid-range archetype. They want the collections. It's very important to them. Where did Gladehawk go? We have not ranked that one yet. That one's coming up soon, I think. It's in the neutral somewhere. Yak Slays, B tier min. Flameburst should get demoted, you think? I think Flameburst is super strong. Cartographer, pretty bad cards. It's not going to go into F tier though. This card essentially gives you a 1/1 and you get an Explorer out of it. It gives you a Farm Boy plus an Explorer, but same issue with the Ghoul. You have to invest this 3 Faeria first, right? So it's not as good, but it's playable. The War Yak. Bad cards, I think actually E tier. So this requires face damage to be done against a similar weakness to the Exalted Ogre. You have to get your opponent to 10 HP to get the buff. So most of the time this is a 5-cost 4/5, which is just absolutely awful. It's actually, yeah, probably down here somewhere. Yeah. Kind of like Brigand better than Grinder. Yeah, that could be a true point. I don't know. 3 for 3. 3 for 3 is really good. He could draw you a map. Unfortunately, that guy does not draw you a map, which is really strange, honestly. They made the whole map archetype and they didn't give Cartographer any map synergy whatsoever. It's canon. Waryak sucks. Okay, just watch where I rank the other yaks. Probably C tier. I don't know, we'll see. Divine Guardian's nice. This is C tier. That fits in that red control archetype. Just a really cheap, solid creature that you can use as a collector, but also you're not afraid of this dying ever. I think that's C tier. This thing sucks. Can't remember what it's called. The Lone Adventure or something. I can't remember. This guy is really bad though. Yeah, pretty almost unplayably bad. You can play this with Meek, but it's a 1-2, and it gets buffed if it survives combat damage. And at 2 HP, you're not surviving a lot of combats. Punishment, pretty bad card. I think this is E tier in this meta. There's just no neutrals you want Punishment to hit. If there were neutrals in the meta, this would be pretty good, but as it stands, this just isn't going to get you any value. Somewhere down here. Famine has uses, I guess, but we'll put it into D tier because it's pretty obscure uses. Not very good. Shara, pretty bad cards. You'll notice a lot of the legendaries are pretty bad, which is unfortunate. It would be nice. I mean, I don't know. It would be nice, like, you open packs and you get an actually good legendary, but yeah, Shara is like almost unplayably bad competitively. I really liked the ASDG list with Green Rush. He brought Shara in it, and back then it was just such a cool bring. I loved that. But ever since, I don't think Shara really has much purpose in the meta. Unlikely Hero can go in Rush, yeah, but it's just not going to be good. There's some wild stuff around. Yeah, but you guys are thinking too much about ladder. There's some wild stuff on ladder, but I don't care about ladder. We're only focused on competitive tournament play. I mean, you could argue, is the tier list worth it then? Like, is it useful if we're not considering ladder? Because most players watching this will play ladder, but I think that ladder, you can literally play any cards and do pretty well. It's all about skill on ladder. And RNG. I hope you don't queue into your hard counter. But ladder is just really a mess right now. You can play any cards. Like, you could play Shara on ladder and do fine, in my opinion. Who cares if it's useful? It's your list. Exactly. It's my list. What is ladder? Like, just like regular ranked play. But we have the, like, bi-monthly tournaments. Those are the one, or I don't know what like, we have 2 tournaments a month. Those are the ones that I'm really interested in. Ladder, I'm, like, a lot less interested in these days because it's just kind of gotten non-competitive. Shara's S++ in Dragon's Lair. Yeah, if you want a card to fight Dragon's Lair, I'll just 100% include this card. She does have a purpose there in solo play. Very good card there. A fortnightly? Or is it monthly? Wait, a fortnight is like every 2 days, right? Or every 2 nights. Every 2... Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's really weird, because when I say bi-weekly, I feel like that's... Is that twice a week, or is that every 2 weeks? Bi-weekly... I don't know. English is weird. Fortnite! Bi-weekly is twice a week. Okay, so I guess bi-monthly would be a correct term, yeah. Alright. Storyteller. Not great. I don't think it's actually good in this meta at all anymore, right? Is it? I mean, Husk is, like, playable in my opinion. I know Husk will... I mean, I know Cheese will disagree that Husk is not playable. I think Husk is, like, a C tier still. But yeah, it's probably D. Yeah, Storyteller's still probably D. Because Merchant I'd probably slot up higher. Yeah, Husk would probably be C tier. Merchant, like B or C. Storyteller D makes sense then. It enables like a lot of combo decks, but I mean, those are combo decks. Fortune Hunter is pretty bad, E tier. A few people are gonna get disappointed by this ranking because they really like this card, but it's just absolutely god-awful. It's 3 cost for a 1/1 the turn you play it, and you always have to consider the turn you play the cards. A lot of the value of a card is happening in the turn you play that card. And a 3 cost 1/1 is absolutely awful. Even if you put buffs into this thing, when it collects, you really have, like, you have to set up a really special positioning for this. You gotta protect this creature, and then it's gonna give random buffs. Anyways, I don't want to spend too much time on these cards. I gotta spend less time. It's a bad cards. Plague Bearer has a niche purpose. This is like the hot new Garridan. The 3 cost Garridan. But I think it's like D tier still. Not great. Yeah, D tier cards. Husk is okay. How is Teller D? I see it in every other tournament. It is F tier. Teller is not really the card that's good in Husk anyways though. Like, you'd usually run like maybe 2 copies of this. It's just not that great. Take a break, your throat will thank you. I'll take a break soon, potentially. I think we still got a ways to go. Maybe we'll get to the... We'll finish? We'll finish the no DLC section, and then we'll take a small break, potentially. My throat is starting to die on me. Gotta do this with all the LA cards. Yeah, that would be super fun. I think we're definitely all experienced enough now to tier rank things. Okay, Magnus. This is gonna be like probably on par with the other bargain stuff. We'll throw it in here somewhere. Magnus is okay. I mean, the other bargain stuff is actually better than Magnus. This is really expensive to come down. The 0 cost procs are nice, but you invest a lot into this creature, so you're really playing it risky, where this can just be either one-shot or removed with Frogify or something, or Nightmare. Not super often played cards, but still very devastating when you invest into a 10 cost creature. But it's okay. Kingsguard's not great. It's like reasonable, I guess. Is it playable? It's very expensive. It's a 3/6 taunt for 6, and it draws you a card on combat, which is like okay. Yeah, it can be D tier, I guess. It's just not that great, but yeah, sure. Queen's Assassin. This card's pretty bad. Like, it's playable bad, I guess. Is it playable? No, I think this is bad. In theory, this should be playable because of the protection, but I just don't think it is. Protection just doesn't take you very far. When you've got like a pre-protection buff on you, it's not very good. As a 4 cost creature, like even with buffs, it's hard to justify this card. Faeria is just a resource. Queensguard cannot exist and nobody would notice. I mean, Kingsguard. Used to run Kingsguard in red. Yeah, I think there's like, you can build with this card, but competitively not great. Queensguard on the other hand is very good. But probably like B tier good. Solid card in rush lists. You get like, you can double neutral this at their face. This is like similar to the Kingsguard. It's a 3/6 cost with taunt, but this, instead of drawing a card, generates you Faeria. And you might think that Faeria is equivalent to card draw, right? Which, like, in a lot of cases it is, but if you're rushing, Faeria is a lot more important for you. Card draw is important too, but like, Faeria just goes a lot further for you. Because you're not collecting from the Faeria wells, you actually get to use this. Resources are just a resource. That's a fact. Cards are just a resource. Baron Thulgar. This is going to be a little worse than the Magnus. Is this still a C tier card? I guess so. I mean, it's okay, and... like, is Bargain still, like, C tier stuff? I don't even know if you want to run this in, like, all Bargain lists. Not really. Is this even D tier? Like, Magnus a tier greater than this guy, right? Yeah, I mean, you give your opponent that discounted card too. I don't know. I think Magnus is gonna trump this one by a tier. Sure. Court Jester! This card has some uses, but D tier. It's very expensive for what it gives. Actually, I don't know. Maybe this is even E. Nah. Can get use out of this, right? 3 cost. So expensive. Well, it's like a Tiki Caretaker, right? It's a neutral Tiki Caretaker. And... a neutral Tiki Caretaker that you can't really select where it goes, like it's randomly goes to your hand, but you can build it with like Deepwood Stalkers and stuff. Yeah, Thulgar sucks. Human babies are just a resource? Monk ass. It has its uses, but it's bad. 2-2 give taunt needs to go down? Where'd I put that guy? 2-2 that gives taunt. It's in D tier, right? Is it playable bad? I actually have lost sight of it. Am I reading in a British accent? I didn't notice. Channeling the inner decks, yes. Yeah, I mean, we'll come back and review later, I guess. Okay. Imperial Drain. This card's pretty bad. I think this is E tier. I still, to this day, have not found a use for this card since it was nerfed. It's just really bad. I think I played this in a ban-in list as a meme. And that was about all I got. Yeah, I don't know. This card is supposed to, in theory, like, take your opponent off of collections, but it costs you 1 to play it, which is just... it's a large cost to try and stop your opponent from collecting. Like, you ideally want to play this in Rush, but your opponent doesn't, like, mind that much. Like, if they take 1 Faeria away from you, it means they can just use their creatures to clear your creatures, and they don't have to care that much. So it's pretty bad. Pretty bad. King's Faithful? Yeah, this card's also pretty bad, just again because Emperor's Command and Humbling Vision exist. It's a 4-1 protection. It's better than the Queen's, I guess, because you get more value out of the combat hit, or the attack hit. The 4 power is a bit better with the protection, I guess, but still a bad card. Master Swordsman, also pretty bad, I guess. Yeah, I mean, like, you have to play this in, like, Neutral Rush or something, and Neutral Rush is, like, such a bad archetype. That's, like, E-tier material already. It's I don't know. It's okay. Like, if you get this in Pandora, it's a solid card, but competitively, I could never see this finding play. Okay, so Queen's Assassin, also pretty bad. This is probably E tier as well, competitively. 3 cost, 1-1. It's got Death Touch, but 1-1 is so easy to answer, and you get punished so hard for spending 3 on that. Royal Judge, I think, is actually a D tier. It's like playable bad, because this, we put punishment down here in E, but you can optionally pick a punishment, or you can pick the safeguard, which is a lot more versatile than this. I think this one's... yeah, this can be D tier. Magda's pretty bad. I would slot this into E tier as well. Sorry, Bobbin. Magda's just awful. You get a random card added to your hand, and it costs you 4 to play the Magda. Really frail body at 0-3, and you just don't get any... like... as you notice, we've put a lot of the legendaries in pretty low ranking tiers, so already you're just playing subpar cards in the legendaries, And it's a random chance. You could even get awful cards like Day of Dragons. Wandering Monk is not great. We'll put this into D tier. You can do like maybe OTK combos with this card, but there's just so many better options in this card. But yeah, somewhere in here. Wisdom, pretty bad cards. 3 Faeria, draw 2. Now you can use this in events lists. I guess that makes it like D tier. It's just a really bad card. 3 Faeria, draw 2. In any other card game, that sounds amazing, like Magic, that's an amazing card, but in Faeria, card draw is still good. It's just valued at a lot less than you would think if you're coming from other card games. So probably D tier just because it synergizes with events, but it's not a great card. Time of Legends, this is good, but there's not a lot of super impactful legendaries, so we'll put it into B tier. Time of Legends lets you draw the top legend of your deck. Yeah, it's playable with Aurora, playable with some OTK combo type of things. It's playable with Aridin. Really good on Aridin. But yeah, B tier. 4-1 shield is A in Dragon's Lair. Yeah, pretty good. Card draw so valuable in LA. True. Better be ranking those high on the tier list decks. Walking Fortress, awful card. Sorry, S, this is an awful card. We're gonna throw this into E tier. This is like nearly unplayable in my opinion. Yeah, this is like worse than these. I mean, yeah, like big chunky thing, if you're new to the game and you don't have much of a card collection, you can use this card, it's solid. Even in Pandora, you can get use out of this. That's largely because this is a much different format than tournaments that I'm considering here. This card, like big stats, can be good if your opponent doesn't have cards to answer this, and that happens a lot at lower ranks on the ranked ladder, and obviously will happen a lot in Pandora as well, since it's a random card pool. But in competitive play, absolutely abysmal. 9 cost to play this card, and it's just a stat stick. No mobility attached to it. This is Imperial... God, I can't remember this guy's name. Imperial Taunter. He's the 3 cost 2/3 taunt. This guy's awful, but not that bad, I guess. I mean, it's still bad, but I'll throw him into D tier. Like, you can get the healing. I don't know, it's just so expensive. It's just really bad. It might even be E tier competitively, but yeah, this card is really bad. What purpose does this have? It's got like self-burn synergy, but you'd never want to run this in self-burn. I think this is E tier, honestly. This is really bad in competitive play. Imperial Engineer, this has uses, so I'll put it into D tier. Not fantastic uses, but it can do alright. We'll put it into D. Safeguard's awful. It's better than Punishment, but it's still awful. Actually, I think this is still E tier card though. Just giving yourself a shield. Now, I had an argument with S of Dawn about this one. He wanted to run these in flyers. Trying to tell me that like this can save one of your flyers, and obviously you play this card reactively, you don't play this proactively, so like you don't pre-buff with this, you always play this to take a trade. And in theory, sure, you could play this on a flyer, and you could take a combat hit, and boom, you saved your weak statted flyer. You dealt 5 damage, so it's like dealing 5 damage with 3 Faeria, but it's a very heavily conditional 5 damage, because your creature has to be in range, right? Even with mobility tricks, you still have to consider that your creature has to be in range to make use of this. And why bother playing this when you could just play another flyer, right? For the same cost, pretty much. It's just a really terrible card. But yeah, again, usable on lower ranks. Cave Troll. That's why Lore Thief at C tier. I think it's too low. Card draw is powerful. I disagree. I don't think there's a lot that you want card draw in. Normally card draw is great in combo decks or event decks, things with really low deck weight. And card draw is also good with like these card draw engines, like Husk and stuff. Husk isn't as good anymore though. But yeah, you want card draw with low deck weight things, and it's a lot different in this game too, because in other games where you've got very limited resources to spend every turn, yeah, you want card draw, because you want options to play. In Faeria though, your Faeria count is cumulative, which means you're less worried about options. You still want the options, obviously, but you're less worried about options, and you're more worried about having the Faeria to play stuff. Because it's cumulative, you don't have to care about it resetting each turn. You don't need stuff to perfectly play each turn and perfectly slot in those like mana costs that you have each turn. Like in Magic, you get like 1 on turn 1, 2 on turn 2, 3 on turn 3. Same with Hearthstone and a bunch of other games. So you really want to be drawing more cards so that you have options to perfectly slide into that 5 mana slot for your turn, or that 6 mana slot. In Faeria, we don't have stuff like that. We have that with land costs instead, but it's a bit different. Hold the line. This is like on par with the Imperial guy. It's going to be a bit better because it gets you 2 cards. Even though it costs 1, it is going to be a little bit worse. Okay, Steamforge. This card's not great, but like it's playable bad. It's D tier, can have some purposes. I'll throw it in here somewhere in there. I love this on like Living Willows, but it's just too slow usually. Yeah, somewhere in there. Tax Collector, awful. E tier. This is almost an unplayable card, but yeah, I mean, probably E tier, sure. Day of Dragons, F tier. This was what I had reserved F tier for previously. This card is the worst in the game, I would say. 12 cost to add 4 dragons to your hand that cost 7 each. So in order to play 1 dragon, just 1, you have to spend 18 Faeria to play it. And I also hate... Yes, I'm putting him here for tax evasion. You found me out. There's not much cards in Faeria that give you draw if you need to go for the Lore Thief. Yeah, there's not a lot of draw cards in the game that are great to go for. The best draw card in the game is Iona's Smile, which we slotted into C tier. This is the best draw card in the game. 2 cost, draw 2. Pretty good. You could argue that Lore Thief like draws you 2 and gives you a body, which is better, but it is really not. It's more expensive, and the 1/1 body is just so not great on the board. I don't know. Iona's Smile, best draw card in the game. Healing Song, pretty bad. You can play this in like self-burn decks, but it's just pretty bad overall. Another card draw cards, we'll probably put it at the top of E tier. It heals you for 5 and draws you a card, and it costs 3. So it's costs the same as Wisdom, heals you for 5 instead, but really only playable in self-burn, and you have to have this heal open. I guess like this card though, compared to what's that other card we ranked? Where's the Tiki Healer? I've lost sight of all the cards I've placed. This card is... I don't know, is this card better than Tiki Healer? It's neutral. It costs 1 less. I don't know, I think it's still... I don't think it matters too much. E tier is fine for this. Radiance. Pretty good card. We'll throw it into B tier because it just doesn't fit in like many amazing archetypes. But it's amazing. It's an amazing card. Cost the same as your life total. 10/10. Flying. -3. This is a 2-turn lethal. Pretty good card. Shimmering Statue. This card is unplayable. Sorry, S. Argue it if you want. I hate this card. This card is so bad. I see literally no purpose to this existing in the game. Because this 2-cost structure, a 4-life structure that has taunt, and it heals you 1 every turn. The healing is like really irrelevant. 1 heal a turn just does nothing for you. Not even into burn, because you're providing them with a structure for their combats to hit into. Taunt is okay as an ability, but like there's literally any other card you could play besides this that costs less than 2. 2 is so expensive for a structure. It's insane. Abysmal cards. Down here. Siege Engine. E tier. Really bad cards. I won't put it into F tier because, I don't know, you can do something with it. You can enchant it, you can buff it. But it's still pretty abysmal. It's a little bit better than Boulder Thrower. I guess it's better than Boulder Thrower because you can fit this in an enchant archetypes, but only a little better. Steamforge Enforcer. Pretty bad card. Again, with all the neutrals. This is very playable if you're new to the game, but competitively awful. It's going to be better than Walking Fortress, but pretty bad. Cutthroat Bandit, pretty bad. Yeah, Steamforge Enforcer is a little better. Campfire's not bad. Solid card. I think B tier. Even though this isn't like run super competitively, I think you can get away with running this. And I don't know. Actually, I'm going to put it into C tier. Yeah, it's not that great. It's okay. Can do stuff for you. +1/+1 buff for 1 is like solid, but it doesn't give a lot of impact as a card itself. You really need a specific purpose in mind for this card. I think I ran this in Red Rush at one point and it was fine. It's a really cheap 1/1 buff that you can surprise your opponent with, which is solid. But C tier in this meta, I think. But it has taunt and can't be killed by Emperor's Command. No, it's a bad card. Oh, no. I hate it. Gladehawk. We finally made Gladehawk. Now this is on par with Campfire in my opinion. Sorry Gladehawk, you're not as amazing as in Legacy's Allure. Not S tier material. Campfire, I guess a little better. 1 damage to anything is pretty good, but we've got like just better cards that are gonna trump this in tiers, like Spirit Theft that does the same thing, but way more. This does benefit from being neutral, no lands, so you can put this in any deck you want, and yeah, it costs no lands. But yeah, it's gonna get beaten out by a lot of its competition. Freedom Fighter. This is C tier, I think. Let's see. C tier? It's solid. It's like not, I mean, it's not that solid, but like it's in the realm of Verger and Force. You can put buffs on this thing. It's very expensive, but if you have a very specifically designed deck, you can put buffs on this thing for some surprise damage. You can collect with this thing because it's got haste. So it's yeah, it's somewhere in here, C tier. Lower C tier. Sag Gladehawk mediocre, yeah. It does have the cool graphic. I will give it that. That almost makes me want to boost it. It's got OP animations. Daring Adventure is pretty solid. Maybe like C tier though. No, this is like B tier. We put other B tier stuff in here. I think this is solid. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately you have to put this in range of stuff. This was gonna be like near the Yellow Rush archetype potentially. You have to put this in range of stuff, which is unfortunate. You never really want to summon stuff in range because that gives your opponent the chance to answer this with like buffs and stuff. But in Rush, it's okay. Like, you can build this up to a 4/4 usually. I mean, it's always going to be a 4/4 at least. But then at a 6/6 is pretty solid. You play 4-cost neutral card for a 6/6. That's solid stats. The only weakness is that you have to play this into stuff. But I think it can deserve a B tier for being that solid. I don't know. I'll think about it. Outland Ranger. This one has to be better than Campfire. Is this B tier? Doesn't really feel like a B tier card right now, though. Maybe it was just C tier. So this card actually generates you the Campfire. It is 3 costs for a 3/2 body, which is kind of weak, you might think, but like generating an extra card is really good. You get this collector, and you get potential buff in the future. I think it's still C tier though. Like Campfire has different uses from Outland Ranger, believe it or not, because this would be more useful in like Rush, where you're really light on Faeria collections. But Outland Ranger would be more geared towards angry creature, angry build, or events. This is actually pretty solid in angry. I mean, it could probably like move up here somewhere, but I think it's still C tier. It's okay. It's not as good as it used to be in with the event synergy it used to have. Yeah. Okay, Rebel Glider's pretty terrible. I'm really sad about this card because it's such a cool card. I really like this. It's the 3-cost flyer that's got dash 2, but it can't collect. I just think the game design on this is super cool, but they nerfed it too hard. It's just really bad now. Yeah, pretty unplayable. Like, you could make it work, I guess. It's still, you can get this into pretty tight locations. But yeah, not great. Not great at all. Rebel Slinger's pretty bad. I mean, you could play this in a burn archetype, but it's still pretty bad. Probably E tier, right? Yeah, I mean, it's like a similar case to like the Malevolent Spirit and like the Cypher's Fodder. You're spending 1 extra for that extra 2 damage. The only thing that boosts this really is the neutral. Can be played on prairie tiles, but it's pretty bad as a card. There are always some Rebel Glider lovers around on ladder. Well, that's good. I never see this card, but maybe at lower ranks people play this. It's a really fun card. It's just bad, unfortunately. Hunted Outlaw 4/5. Oh my god, how has it been like over 4 hours? I'm literally going more time over than my first tier list video. I must be talking more. But, oh well. I hope somebody out there enjoys it. Okay, so Hunted Outlaw. This is going to be such a long upload, Jesus. Okay, Hunted Outlaw. Yeah, D tier, I think. It's a solid 3-cost 4/5 stat line. Like, that's really good for the stats, but then you, of course, give your opponent resources when it dies. So it's pretty bad, but... Actually, this is really bad. Never mind. I think this is actually pretty bad. It's pretty often this is going to die. It's a good attempt at a tempo swing, where you only spend 3 and you play a 4/5, but as soon as your opponent answers this, they get 2 Faeria and a card draw. Is it 2 card draw? One or 2 card draw, which is pretty insane. Yeah, I think it's just kind of bad. It's almost like something, but it's just not there. Silent Horsemaster. Great card. The 3 Wildland really hurts it nowadays. This might be like C tier. It's like a high C tier. This is really good into mono red though. Does that make it C tier? It's gotta be worse than Origin Fanatic though. I think it's C tier. It's okay. Mobility is really good in this game. It's really good into mono red, but the body itself is like 3 Wildlands. It's so expensive now. Yeah, I mean, you can run 3 copies of this in a red list, and it do fine. And a lot of people do. So, I don't know. That's good, but I guess C tier is fine. Outlaw is S in Dragon Slayer, yeah. Sesh making a dragon list over there, a dragon tier list, yeah. Don't remember what this guy's called. He's the 4-cost 2/2 archer. This thing's like nearly unplayable. I guess it's playable. You can buff this thing, it's just so absurdly expensive. Yeah, I guess it's gotta be E tier. It can be played with buffs. And yeah, it's like near these guys, I guess. I think Siege Engine, Boulder Thrower. I think Boulder Thrower is still better than it, but like, yeah, it's in the realm of these guys. They're the bad archers in the game. Hilltop Archer, that's the one. What is this garbage? Oh no, Bobbin's arrived. Cistern is B? Come on. Cistern is garbage. Roman K over the years got you good with the Rebel Glider. Rebel Glider is pretty fun. Command isn't used right now. Excuse me? What do you mean command isn't used? Command is still amazing. How do you mean command isn't used? So many people use this card. You're trolling me. Alright, we got Farm Boy. Okay, so this has to be B tier. Yeah, I think B tier. I think Farm Boy just does so much in certain archetypes. Right, is this C tier? It's so good though. I have to put it in B tier. Just Farm Boy is my boy. It's gotta go up there. Where's Magda? Magda's... Oh yeah, Bobbin. I want you to be triggered. Here is Magda. She gets sent to the E realm. Magda, bad cards. Alright, anyways. Silent Warrior. We'll throw it into D tier. It's got some use, I guess. It's got a... Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's a okay stat line, maybe. Sometimes you could use this for something. It's so bad, though. A lot of these cards are pretty bad, though. I don't know. Yeah, we'll throw it at the end of D tier. Maybe we'll come back to it sometime. Prairiac. Yeah, this is tough because even these cards are like Prairiac is D tier. It's still playable in Yaks, right? Very playable in Yaks. But I don't want to put this into C tier. We got too many good things in C tier. Or like solid things. Is Prairiac okay? It's really not. Like, you put this in the Yak archetype just because you have nothing else to play. That's the only reason this guy exists, is because there's nothing else to play. So I think it deserves a D tier. Will you in 051? Alright. Village Elder. This is okay, I guess. C tier? It's good in Green Yellow Sack, but Green Yellow Sack is not good. So I don't know. But I mean, also Vine Wall's not in a really great archetype as well. So these cards are, of course, going to be debatable as well. But yeah, we'll come back and think about it. We're almost at the end of the no DLC. Defender of the Homeland. Terrible. E tier. Is this even F tier? Is there any deck you would ever want to play this card, even in a meme? I mean, I don't think so, but... I mean, it's gotta be worse than this. Yeah, this card's really bad. It gives you 2 creatures if you were attacked, but they're 1/2 taunters, right? So pretty bad. Pretty bad. I think this deserves F tier, it's just that bad. There's no reason this needs to exist in the game. Even this, like, I think can pull off something better than this can. I don't know. Can we talk about Plague Bearer? What is wrong with Plague Bearer? Yeah, Cistern can be so easily countered. It's just a really bad card. Mace Man, we're gonna throw you into B. You're gonna be, like, near this guy. Actually, probably better. B tier Mace Man. I think you can still run Mace Man in a solid B tier list. I think you definitely can. Alright, we're back for part 2. Round 2. We have just completed the base set tier list of all of these cards, and we're ready to move into the rest. Not too bad, we got not too many left. So we're going to be starting off with Oversky now, with our first card as Curious Biomancer. So this card is... Oh, I lied earlier. I said that Iona Smile was the best draw card in the game. No, Biomancer's the best draw card in the game. This card's pretty good. I mean, it's 4 lands, pretty expensive, but yeah, I mean, I think... Yeah, this one's tough. Like, C tier, it's a really good draw tool, but just competitively, what is it drawing you into, really? There's not a lot, but I guess it's, yeah, I don't know. It's a C tier somewhere. Where did I put Iona's Smile? Right up here? I think, like, they do different things, right? Iona's Smile is more efficient at drawing. Biomancer can draw you more specific things if Flyers isn't really what you're looking for. But it really depends on what it is you're trying to draw into. I guess Biomancer's better, but I don't know. Hey Sesh, hello again. I see there was a lot of chat going on. I'm sure there's a lot of disagreements, but we'll come to all of those disagreements once the tier list is finished. Yeah, Biomancer's an okay card. We'll keep him in C tier somewhere. These can probably, like, drop down a little bit somewhere. I don't think the draws are, like, that powerful. Somewhere down here, but they can stay close together. We ready to finish this monstrosity? Man, I was not expecting this to take so long. I was like, ah yeah, the first base set tier list took me 4 hours last time. I can probably do the whole thing in 4 hours. That'll be a reasonable goal. No, that's not happening. Fagoro. This is a great card, but there's no real reason to bump up to 6 lands anymore, so this has gotten a lot worse a card since the Frog Tosser nerf in the last patch. I think I even put this in S tier in my last tier list. I don't know if I agree with that back then, but certainly don't agree with it now. This one's going to be slotted down quite far, actually. Probably C tier. These are really good cards, but again, just 6 lands is a lot to ask in this current meta now. So this card's maybe like the higher end of C tier. It's really good at 6 lands, but you need other cards that you want to run at those 6 lands to make this card worth going towards. It enables some cool combos, but yeah. And speak of the devil, we got Frog Tosser. Now this card was nerfed in the last patch. Definitely was an S tier card way back when, but no longer. And all that changed with this card is 1 attack stat. We now are at 3 attack instead of 4. And that is going to slot it all the way down. Either B or C tier for me, honestly. That 1 attack stat was a huge nerf. I definitely think that Frog Tosser is still very playable. I think a C tier, honestly. This card is just super expensive now, land-wise, to go up to just for a 3 attack. You get a lot for it still. You definitely make your money back on this card. It's just not as impactful as it was. It's the part 2 Electric Boogaloo imposter version. Yeah, Frog Tosser C, I think. 4 frog, best frog. Hey Dan! Welcome! You're just in time. We've been going for actually 4 hours prior to this, working on this tier list. I must hate myself or something. But yeah, Frog Tosser, unfortunately, not performing as well. I definitely still think it's playable. C tier, once again, still a very playable tier. Just not going to be as impactful as other cards nowadays. The fact it gives you blue-green hard removal tools is pretty important, though. Yeah, hard removal is nice. 3 damage at 6 lands, though, is just a lot. And yeah, like I said, like, C tier is still fine. That's still a fine location, but I played with Frog Tosser on the last stream, just because I hadn't played with it really, just to test it out, see how it feels. And yeah, it still feels okay. Just hard to justify going up to 6 lands in a competitive space. This thing sucks, the Leaping Fugu. Yeah, like 8 land is not a competitively viable archetype, so I think this one's gonna probably be an E tier. It's really good at 8 lands, but competitively, like in a competitive tournament scene, you're not gonna really get up to 8 lands without being punished hard for it. So, maybe D tier. I mean, it's better than Silent Warrior, I guess. I guess playable. You're limited in land ramp options. You got Water Elemental pretty much, and like, you've got Wild Growth, I guess. Maybe Wood Ellie, but it's super expensive. I don't know. This is a really bad card, but competitively. It almost seems like D tier cards are still like playable. The way that I've shaped these tiers now. What other 6 land things do you play that are blue-green? You used to ramp into the tosser, now you ramp... Now you have to ramp into something else, and tosser is nice additionally. Yeah, exactly. And it's a lot to hope for, like, multiple ramping targets. I guess if you're actually ramping, then it's okay. Like, you're using a lot of ramp cards, but... Yeah, it's hard to justify with no other cards in that archetype. Real men play Apex Predator to assert dominance. Agreed. That is not me, however. Spirit of Rebirth, Bone Collector, Soul Collector, Virgin Force seem way better than Ogre Battler. Do we have Virgin Force in the same tier as Ogre Battler? I think they do similar things. Like, the thing is, Humbling Vision has really changed where Virgin Force is in the meta currently. And same with Soul Eater. Not Humbling Vision specifically, but Soul Eater is just really slow in the meta right now. Put it in C tier, right? Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the C tier there. Oh, Ogre Battler. Why did I think the other Ogre? Yeah, Ogre Battler... I don't know, I think Ogre Battler's fine. Shifting Octopus is a really good card. I mean, it's solid. It is 3 lands, which makes it a bit costly, but I think the 3 lands is going to set it into B tier, but it's so flexible in what it can do. It's very flexible, very good stats for the Faeria you invest into it as well. You can get a 4-cost 3/7, you can get a jumper, a 3/5 jumper for 4. Really solid card. It's also got the beast tag, so you can include this in beasts. But yeah, the 3 land count's gonna keep it out of A tier. That's gonna be where it goes. You have to make special UI to make it work. Really? Did you not? Because you had this... by the way, Dan Felder was, for those who don't know, worked on Faeria actually. Worked on the design of the game a long while back. Because you have other cards that do that too, don't we? Like, Emperor's Command. It's got like a similar UI for that, right? Or it like pops up those different cards. This also functions really strangely with, what's it called? Because this isn't technically a gift effect, so it functions differently with Triton Trainer, I noticed. Where Triton Trainer... If you have like a gift creature like Mystic Beast, Triton Trainer won't work with Mystic Beast, but it will work with Shifting Octopus, because it's not a gift ability, it's like given higher priority than the Mystic Beast, or than the gift trigger. Ah, the twice part, right, true, there's nothing else that allows you to select twice. Yeah, right, fair. Yeah, design's very collaborative, yeah. So did GM and Martin. Yeah, that's awesome. That must have been so fun. Like, man, it's such a cool game. I can't get enough of Faeria. Dream Keeper. So this is, obviously not a great card. Definitely has uses, though. I think D tier is fine for this. It's gonna be better than the Fugu. Man, it feels weird having the Fugu, like, here, but I guess these are the D tier cards. I guess. I don't know. We'll come back to it later. But yeah, Dreamkeeper, probably a solid D. We'll throw it up here somewhere. It's got very niche purposes, but... you could say that, like, you play this, and if you want to get your value back on this, because it costs 4, right? So if you want to get your full value back, you need to discount 4 cards, and play all 4 of those discounted cards. Typically, you're not going to play this on a small hand, you're going to play this when you have, like, a max hand. So over the course of the game, you should be able to get your discounts back, but, like... 2-4 Taunting Body isn't, like, hugely impactful on the board. It can be nice, but there's definitely better cards to fit this slot. It's mainly used for combo, where you can reshuffle your hand if you get like a bad hand. You can use this card like a one of or something. Or you could use some really silly combo with Wandering Monk to draw a bunch of cards. Oh, the Crystal Spice selects twice? Yeah, but it doesn't really select twice, right? Didn't work on anything after Oversky though, so can't answer questions about those. Fair enough. Right, fair enough. Yeah, not many draw triggers, so like drawing is very important in combo, of course, which is why you see a lot of these like not so great cards pop up in combo decks. Because you just need... we have limited options for those. Gemshell TARDIS, pretty bad. This is quite bad. I think this is honestly E tier. I kind of want to put this down into E tier as well. I think Leaping Fugu is pretty bad. Competitively speaking, once again. This thing's also pretty bad, competitively speaking. It's like almost there. It's 8 cost and 6 lands, which is so much. By the time you get to 6 lands... Like you now have to invest 8 Faeria into this card as well. It's really hard to get immediate value off of this card, because you play this for 8, you get 2 copy cards, but then in order to get the full value, you have to play those copy cards. So you need even more than 8 Faeria to spend, unless your deck is full of 2-drops. It's just really, really awkward. I've tried playing around with this card a lot, and it's hard to make work. Very much not competitively viable, but yeah, you could make it work on ladder for sure. Wait, is this the card or is this the token? I guess this is the card. This is Flight of the Mantas. I know sometimes a token sneaks its way in here. I'm pretty sure this is the card though. This is Flight of the Mantas. This card can be okay. It's really expensive on 4 lands, so... honestly, it's probably D tier though. It's like a high D tier. Because this card is very much like Battletoads. It gives you 2 copies of this card. The only issue is that it's 4 lands. I mean, Battletoads is a lot more playable, obviously. Flying Charge 2 is slightly better than Jump in most cases. I mean, flying is just such a great keyword. But this is just expensive. You can split the costs, which is a nice little tech. As opposed to Battletoads, you gotta play all of them at once. But yeah, 4 lands is just a lot for Swarm. There's definitely builds you can make this work in. Like, I think blue-yellow is a viable archetype competitively. It's just not gonna... It's gonna be outclassed. It's gonna be outclassed by a lot of things. Gemshell is very fun with Ogre Dance, yeah. I played around with that. I was very unhappy with the design of Ice Rock Behemoth. Gemshell could have been its design. Yeah, Ice Rock is a really cool card by itself, but the colors make it really strange. Just because it's in blue-red, the big giant taunting body is kind of strange. Like, it might fit the red archetype kind of with like the 7 synergy, but in blue it's kind of like not expressing that. I don't know if I want this to be in B tier. We could probably slot it down. It's quite a big body, but might be worse than some of this other stuff. Gift of Rakoa's pretty bad now. I think this is a D tier as well. So it's just too expensive. Now it's not like entirely bad. It's a very playable card. It's just it gets outclassed by other cards like Elderwood Embrace. Just hugely outclassed by Elderwood Embrace. A lot of people really like, a lot of newer players I think really like this card, and that's completely fair. This one's just too expensive for competitive play. It gives +1/+1 for each creature you own, and God, I can't speak. In a game where you're trying to take board control over your opponent most of the time, in most archetypes, you're not going to have many creatures on board. And if you do have many creatures on board, then you're probably already winning. So a lot of players call this a win more card. And win more cards don't fare very well in a competitive ranking. Because you could just replace this with either a card that does it the same thing more efficiently, or you could just include a card that covers your other matchups, or that you're weak to or something. Just very expensive, but definitely a playable card. Could have Taunt Jump, but the art doesn't fit Jump. Fair. Taunt and Jump would be very cool. Yeah, Jump would have been a really cool design, I think. But fair, the art doesn't fit it, I guess. Art fart, give it Jump. Yeah. Not with Abraham anymore? Yeah. Work with the enemy, Legends of Runeterra. You stole Teddy away from us. Okay, Emerald Salamander. This is a pretty decent card. Where does this fit competitively, though? Like green, there is a really good green-red build that I really like, and I actually bring to Seasonal Cups that uses this plus Crackthorn. I did rank Crackthorn like pretty low, right? So I put it at C tier. It's not even that low. This is probably B tier. It's got the same issues that Mono Green has right now, where it's like all about stats and Flyers just stomps all over stats, but it also has a damage side to things. You can get really greedy with these. This can be okay into Flyers even because you've got that damage to deal with the small little Flyers. So it's okay. It's definitely a solid card. Beastmaster... Yeah, I mean, Beastmaster does a lot. It'll fit somewhere in there. Salamander's pretty solid. Path to Paradise. This card was good, but I don't think it's good anymore. It's mainly used in memes. I guess it's a playable meme, though. Like, yeah, D tier. Definitely better than Gem Shell, right? This card... Like, I think there's still a viable build where you do Path to Face. It's gonna be a lot worse than Yellow Rush, probably. It's debatable. It's got different matchup tables, because the Path to Face deck is very burn heavy, right? And yeah, burn has a different matchup table than Yellow Rush. Bobbin's a very colorful character. He's not a fan of Oversky. Only the bad stuff was you. Fair enough. Oversky was awesome in your opinion, but the land count requirements were dramatically undercosted due to how hard it was to get people to play the 4-cost cards previously. People literally thought Windborn Champion was unplayable. Yeah, I heard that. So I joined like just before the Oversky expansion came out. I personally really liked Oversky. I thought like, I mean, release Oversky was a little nutty. It was a little insane of a meta. But when it settled down, like I didn't mind it at all. I liked it. But yeah, trying to go for like highline cards was definitely something, especially with a lower player base at the time, because Oversky was around the time when like the player base was just starting to pop off, right? It was a little bit before Oversky, I guess. But yeah, with a lower player base, like, man, people thought Champion was bad. We just slotted it into S tier. It's so good. And it's really hard because there's no other game like Faeria out there to compare like the strength of how good mobility tricks are. Because no other game like Faeria exists where you can even compare that whole mobility trick thing. There's some cards that use boards, but it's not as big and impactful as in Faeria. Remember Champion used to be a 7-cost 5/3 for 3 special lands. Oh wow, that's a very different card. We also wanted to move high special land cards because it was important to give decks tools to push things to a conclusion. Yeah, and you can definitely see that with cards like Soul Eater. I've been asked questions about that actually, where like some people, they're like, I'm not a fan of a card that scales infinitely and has no cap. But I just say to that, the whole purpose is to have a closing piece to the game. We don't want games like carrying on forever. And I don't think anyone really wants that. Some people might, some people do like really long drawn out games, but I think the majority of players, if there was a cap on things like Soul Eater and such, I think the majority of players would come to realize why that's there. Wanted a monocolor reward for yellow. Yeah, I think Champion solves that pretty efficiently. And it's nice that it is like a late game card because of how powerful it is. Like a 7 cost, like just making the Faeria cost larger, it makes sense. Like that could work. It could be a direction. But I do like how the Highland cards are the like the more impactful ones, or the closers, the game finishers. It works a lot, like if you take other game knowledge where there's like this mana curve. In Faeria, we've got this same sort of thing with a land curve, right? Faeria is a bit irrelevant on that curve. It's kind of, but like, yeah. Anyways, you get what I'm saying. Alright, Seed of Paradise. This card got buffed since the last time we did a tier list. It was a really good buff, honestly. I don't think this card has found its way into any competitive decks yet. I think people are still building with this card, believe it or not. So there's no competitive list yet. I do think it's really strong though. I don't know. I mean, I say that and I'm debating putting it into D. But competitively, I don't think anyone's come out with like a really competitive list with this card yet. It could be C tier. The one issue with this is really cool because you can plant a forest on your center space, turn 1, and then you've got this dashing land for the seed to accelerate your lands if you have these opening hand, or if it comes mid-game, you can send these off to the opposite side. The only issue is like, they're really good in the early game, but later on, they're just like not that impactful. The land acceleration's huge. You can get a really good tempo play off with this card, but you have to have these in your opening hand, much like the Prophet of Tide. I think we put Prophet in C, right? I think Prophet's going to be better than the Seed. It's gotta find a home in D tier. As much as it pains me, I think I actually put this in meme tier in my last tier list video. But since the buff, it deserves a minimum D tier. Seed is a really good card, but I am trying to keep things competitive, and I just don't think there's a build for Seed yet competitively. Wishes was so bad when it was top tier. It was, and yeah, I mean 3 Wishes as a card, this reads like it should be a meme card, right? Just based on what it does. It's meant to you're meant to just have fun with it. It is very bad now. And definitely in the meta when Oversky was first released, we had absurd amounts of ramp synergy, like Leaping Fugu was good, Gemshell Tortoise was good, Frog Tosser was insane. So you had that extra support in these really high land archetype. I think this could definitely be buffed back up again. There's nothing in the Highland archetype you want to go to anymore. But there was just so much. Like, for those who don't know, Frog Tosser used to be a 4/6 when it was on release. This card was nuts. It was the same ability, same cost and everything, but it was a 4/6. Then they nerfed it to a 4/4, and now we finally nerfed it to a 3/4, and it's still sitting for me at a comfortable C tier, which is insane. Don't listen to Bobbin, by the way. Bobbin likes to complain about everything. Alright, so Tree of Everlife. This card, also a meme, obviously. Competitively, probably E tier. It's better than Gemshell, I guess. But yeah, still an E tier card. 10 lands is just absurd to go up to if you're trying to be competitive. And again, there's no longer any like Highland support that you'd want to go to, because actually Tree in that Oversky meta was really overpowered too. It did something different too. They even nerfed this. I think it was like end step. You get the buffs and stuff. Now it's production, something like that. Maybe, I don't know, I can't remember. But yeah, definitely E tier nowadays. Skyward Swordfish. I love this card, but sadly it's just not great in any lists. It really struggles to find a home in any competitive list, even though it's such a good, solid stat line. I'm gonna have to put it into D tier, maybe C tier, I guess. Yeah, it probably deserves a C, at least. I mean, with all these cards in here. We can throw it up here somewhere. It's a really solid card, it just doesn't find great homes in any decks, but and 4 lands is pretty expensive, but the flying in -1 is really nice, and the taunt. Great from Discover cards, but yeah. And it's only 1 forest, 1 desert, and 2 wilds, so you can be pretty flexible with where this goes, but it is hard to find a build. Crassius is not very good anymore. I mean, it's okay. I guess it's like C tier. Now the thing with Crassius, without creation, this card's not great. Like without creation, it's probably like a D tier. But competitively speaking, I'm assuming you would use this as a creation target, and it's okay still. I think it's definitely okay. Cheese will argue with me, but I think it's still okay. Probably better than like this stuff. Yeah, Soul Eater better. Maybe better than Soul Eater. Yeah, I don't know. This got indirectly nerfed. So a lot of players were confused by experienced players calling Crassius bad nowadays, just because of the last balance patch. Nothing happened to Crassius specifically, but Illusionist got nerfed. Rakoan Illusionist got nerfed. And that card was what was supporting this so much. It's a 1-cost, really efficient defender, and they bumped it up to 1 lake, 2 deserts, the Rakoan Illusionist, which just doesn't fit the archetype of Crassius anymore. You're already stretched pretty thin in this archetype, where creation costs you 3 lakes, and this costs you 1 forest, 1 desert. So you really don't want to boost up to 2 deserts anymore for Illusionist. And decks in competitive scenes are very fast, usually. If they're slow, there's a very distinct purpose for that, but they're usually very fast, so that's the reason Crassius just is struggling now. It doesn't have the cheap defensive tools to fend off your opponent forever, and the combo is very expensive overall. You have to play Crassius plus creation in a single turn usually to make sure that these guys are safe, and that's 9 Faeria. 9 Faeria plus you gotta keep playing it every turn, pretty much, and letting them die off. So yeah, I think it's still C tier though. Bamser wins with it every tournament. Bamser wins with which? Yeah, Runaan's Guidance is a very good card. Runaan's Guidance is a very good card still. The only thing is that mono green has been pushed out of the meta a little bit because of flyers. It really struggles to keep up, but Runaan's Guidance is still very good. Crassius is still OP in tournaments, you think? I don't think so. We did slot... I slotted Creation in A tier, didn't I? I don't know if I agree with some of these. We'll come back at the end and swap some of these. The Drakkar Sky Captain we put in D tier, right? I mean, yeah, it's probably better than some of these. So the issues I have with the Sky Captain, competitively, I think this is fine on ranked ladder or something. But it's very expensive. You want to get this super early game, right? The buffs don't really matter too much into other Flyers matchups. It doesn't matter that much into mono green. It matters into mono red usually, but mono red's usually pretty aggressive, and this is a lot of your Faeria drained in a pretty bad body that you can't use to fight with. So red can usually stomp you because you're running this cards. There's just not a lot of places that this fits competitively. It's an okay cards, but yeah, I don't know. I was debating between C and D. It's a rough pick for me. Yeah. Even into Flyers, actually, this is pretty bad because your opponent has 5-3 stat lines into this 2-4. They can, like, mobility trick and value trade this, which is just absolutely nasty. I think Crassius is doing fine, too. Just using Sky Captain as an example compared to some other cards. What decks are playing Tarim? Where do we put Tarim? We put it in D, right? No decks are really playing Tarim, but I definitely think it can do some stuff. Actually, S got second place technically with a Tarim deck. He did it's a Rubiak OTK list he built with Tarim as the Faeria engine. I don't think that list is like amazing, but wait, did we put Tarim in? Tarim is in D, right? It's very hard to pick now with pick out different images with all these different cards in here. It's got to be close to the Oak Father, but I can't spot it right now. Definitely not a C tier. Oh, really? Oh, I did put it in C tier. Why did I put it in C tier? Interesting. Yeah, and I mean, when we started this tier list, we're kind of like gauging where everything else is as well. I might be moving some of the ones at the cusp ends of things down or cusp beginnings up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think Tarim really deserves the C tier with all these other stuff. We probably honestly move all this stuff down. Something like that. Yeah, just judging from where the D tier is kind of headed. But we'll do more changes later on once we finish everything. Captain's incredible. This was buffed in the last patch, right? It was a 3-7, now it's a 3-8. It's still 4 lands, so it's costly to get up to, but the stat line is just absolutely incredible. It's Deepwood Grizzly for 3 extra lands, but it costs 1 less Faeria. I kind of want to put this into A tier, but I'm not sure. The land cost makes me a little sketchy about this one. This might be B tier more so. Like compared to the Octopus, it's kind of doing a similar thing to Octopus, right? It's a big stat stick, same cost. The combat hit doesn't matter too much. It can matter. It can be a nice pull. It's gotta be a little better than Octopus, but it's gotta be the same tier as Octopus, so B tier makes sense. Tarim is pretty good if you can get to play him. Yeah, if you can get to play him. If you get really lucky, even competitively if you get really lucky, Tarim can do some stuff, but it's a little inconsistent. It's good if you're against a slower list, but that doesn't happen super often in competitive. Yeah, Emperor's Command definitely changed a lot of the balance. King's Faithful was absolutely awful since that card's creation. I don't think Humbling Vision was really much in the meta because this used to be have round up. So Humbling Vision was pretty terrible before, nobody ran it. Okay, Grappling Hook. This can be okay. I guess this is like C tier. It's okay. It's very land heavy, and you never want to run like 3 of these. This is usually like a tech card. You run like 1 of, maybe 2. And it can be an okay tech card for those reasons. Yeah, it's really land heavy, but in the sort of green-red archetype where you're getting big stats, this can cause a lot of damage. You can even run this in like mono-red like control type of things. It's okay. It's almost like giving yourself another Flame Burst with smaller bodies. Yeah, it can be okay, I guess. It's not that great, though. It's okay, not that great. King's Faithful should probably be 2 life, and it'd be fine. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the protection creatures aren't, like, super broken. Like, even if you were to buff them. Most protection, like, the only creature with protection that's up there in this tier list so far is the Gabrian Warden. But this is more like a buff, right? Creatures that have protection naturally are going to be weaker than being able to give it as a buff. Recon Reveler, this is pretty good. Yeah, I think this is a B tier. It's not like super competitive. It's mildly competitive. It's also in that sort of salamander build. It does pretty well in that. It's a solid card, I think. Really efficient. You can pump this full of buffs, and it's good. Good card. Flash Salmon. This is reasonable. I think more like a C tier, though. This card is a source of 1 damage, and a pretty cool source of 1 damage where you could buff this with the Sky Captain. Or if you're desperate for card draw cycle, you could just let this die off for 1 Faeria. The unfortunate bit is you don't get that card draw until the end of your turn, so you can't actually make use of that card draw, but it's still something. You can still be in a position where you're desperate for extra cards in hand. So definitely think it's an okay card. Probably below some of this stuff. Somewhere down here. Better than a Falcon Dive. Like, it has the synergies with the Sky Captain. And Sky Captain's still playable, of course. Just competitively worse. Something like that. Where'd you put Aurora's Dream? We put it... I put it in A tier, but I think I'm probably gonna put this down into B tier, considering the other cards. It's a nice card, but yeah, since Carassius' nerf, it doesn't really get a lot of play. You'd want to use this in like OP, like blue 7 cards or something. Even Beirut I might drop down. Yeah, I mean, like this stuff, even Beirut, I think these are more B tier cards. Beirut is really excellent. It does get shut down hard by flyers though. And even other mono blue, this gets shut down. I was mentioning before that Humbling Vision drops this to a 4 or 5, which is still a threatening body. But it still hurts. It still hurts quite a bit. We'll keep it in B tier. Yeah, Creation is really good on the Carassius, right? I think that's what it's used for mostly right now, but I don't know. I think he meant the 24 Faeria Bomb. Really? That's... Oh, did you mean the bomb? Okay, well, anyways, I think I'm dropping the Creation there, but yeah, Dream is an E tier. I think it's still memeable. I put F tier cards as like just strictly unplayable cards pretty much. This card, like, you can use it, but it's just super expensive. And competitively, this is almost never gonna pop off. Your opponent's not gonna give you enough time for this to pop off. Yeah. Tow Ship. So this is like a staple. This is like the poster child of blue-yellow tempo, which is not a great archetype right now. Again, because Flyers exists. So it is a good card though, but probably more like C tier just because of where the archetype stands right now. It is a very solid card because you get to pull a land along with you, and this is more of like a starting card. You want to get this in your opening hand, but unlike something like Prophet of Tides, this is still usable in the mid game. Like a 5/5 body is still something pretty solid. Prophet's just not, is really frail in the mid game. So this is good early game and mid game. And then by the late game, Tempo's trying to win the game already, so it doesn't really matter by that point. The only issue is that Flyers just trade so efficiently with this. God, I want to put this into B tier. I think we can put this into B tier. I think it earns it. Especially with like Grizzly and stuff in here. Like, this is still considering Tempo as an archetype. I think it's still a solid card. Yeah, it's probably better than the, I don't know. Like, you're hoping, if you run into Flyers, you auto-lose that matchup, so you're really, I guess, considering other matchups. And other matchups, it's okay. It's especially a solid starter. We'll think about that one. Dream is probably D tier or E tier. Aurora's Dream was designed to be a key. I can destroy any meta that gets too slow and greedy tool. Fair enough. And we put it in a heavy blue, so that Dream deck would be weak to rush. Yeah, very fair. This card used to be 3 lakes, right? Now it's 5 lake. The biggest issue is the 5 lake count there. It's really slow to go up to 5 lakes and then also be trying to get up to that 24 Faeria. Though I think at 3 lakes it would be pretty playable. Yeah, it's just a bit too slow in today's meta. Even though a lot of cards have been nerfed in land counts, like Frogify got nerfed down to 4 lakes, right? Just all these nerfs to try and slow the game down a little bit. It's still very fast. I guess that's just apparent to any card game, though. Any card game's competitive meta is going to try to go super fast. Super meta depending. Yeah, I mean, in a different meta, maybe it could do something more. Definitely. If the meta was like a little bit slower, this card could work a little better. Yeah. Istanu. This card is good. The archetype that you have to support it with is not very good, though. But probably C tier. This is a really good card once you get it going. Just 6 lands you have to get up to, and you need a swarmy board to be sticking. So, but it's a solid card. It's honestly like almost on par with Runin. It's kind of doing similar things where you're getting replay value. You don't have to keep spending money on it, but well, you do actually. You have to feed this thing with swarmy creatures, so you do have to spend a little bit on this. But yeah, they're kind of on par with each other. This one, of course, is twice the land count. Yeah, C tier in my opinion. Manta Rider's amazing. I almost want to put this into S tier, but it's around the same power level as Emissary. These cards are like threatening to move up to S. The funny thing about this card is that it used to be even better. You used to have Charge 2 naturally on top of it. That got nerfed, and it's still an excellent card. Manta Rider is probably S. Yeah, I really want to put it into S. Not S after the nerf, though. Yeah. It's very hard to answer. Like, there's no card in the game that I think can efficiently answer this card. I've thought about this one a lot, because anytime I'm thinking about Flyers counters, Manta Rider comes up in my thoughts, and I'm like, how do I counter this efficiently? I just can't. There's just nothing that counters this card very efficiently. Like Captain. Captain can counter this card kind of. But it's 4 lands compared to 3 lands, so it's hard to even justify that. But yeah, it's really good. It's probably top of A tier. Yeah, it's better than Emissary, yeah. Ulani. Ulani is good in 4-land archetype. Unfortunately, 4-land archetype isn't great. Probably C tier. I suppose this is the best draw card in the game, I don't know. I mentioned that Iona's Smile was, then I'm like, no, Biomancer is. This card gets to draw you 4 cards for 4. It's pretty solid, and you get a body on top of it. A 2/2 no less, much better than the 1/1 Lore Thief. Compared to the Biomancer, I guess these are kind of in a similar vein. The only issue is the land count. One of each land is difficult. There's not great synergy in one of each land count. Grizzly. Yeah, right. I guess Grizzly can fight this in stats, but it is slow. Yeah, because also you have flying on this body, which is another thing to consider. This thing can just do whatever it wants. Grizzly, not so much, but yeah. There's stat lines that can contest it. It's just really hard to one-up this card with anything at all. In other card games, answering something inefficiently isn't a big deal. In Faeria, removal costing 1 less than what it kills is like 1/3 of a turn. Yeah. We tuned all the cards in removal based on the thresholds of things like Last Nightmare, Flame Burst, etc. Yeah, and that shows up definitely. Thresholds are always something I say to look at, because that's something really important. We talked about the attack threshold as well earlier. And for those new joining, that's a really important thing to consider when you're valuing a card is something like 5 attack is really good because it can 4-hit your opponent lethal. 4-hit lethal your opponent. And then the next threshold up is 7 power, which can 3-turn lethal. And because of that 5 attack value, by the way, that's why flyer cards like Air Elemental are not as good. Just because it's 4 attack, it's not gonna synergize with your other 5 attack creatures, because you can't 4-hit lethal your opponent with this card. And if you like combine this with other flyers, it's just gonna be understated from your other 5 attack flyers. But Faeria thresholds also something to look at. Land thresholds. Faeria thresholds included with like Flame Burst, Cypher's Wrath, Soul Drain, Wind Soldier. All of these 2 and 3 damage removals, very popular. But when you get into something like Firebomb, it gets a little bit more pricey. Firebomb, comparatively, you have to press +1 on the power wheel to actually use it. So you're restricted from using that draw option on the power wheel. So that's another thing to consider about thresholds. It's one thing that 3 and 2 damage removals, that's why these cards are so good. Okay, Rakoan Chieftain. This card was good in Rakoans. Rakoans hasn't seen much play recently though, but probably still C tier. I imagine a lot of the Rakoans will go into C tier here. Yeah, this card is pretty good in Rakoan-based stuff. It's 4 land, it's a 4/5, which is a solid stat line already, and then it gives you an attack boost, which is an attack boost that's much better than like the structures, right? I can't remember where I put the structures, I guess in D tier. Yeah. The Kobold Barracks and the Aviary, because this is actually a mobile attack buff, which is pretty cool. A little bit more land heavy though. Faeria trading snowballs in Faeria in a way Tempo doesn't in MTG because Faeria's economy is linear too. Faeria's trading snowballs in Faeria. Yeah, Yeah, game as a whole can be very snowbally as well. Like, Faeria wells are a big deal. And we talk about initiative a lot in this game as well, where like if you play down a creature, it's got summoning sickness, so you can't use it immediately. You're giving the initiative over to your opponent to answer your own creatures, if they have creatures that are active. So you lose board control, you lose a lot of presence very quickly. Sky Anemone, I really like this card. There's not a lot of uses competitively for it right now, though. It's solid, like C tier maybe. I used this in Red Yellow Burn at one point. The only issue is the card slot this takes up is really efficient, but it is taking away one card from you. One card that could be used for burn and such. So this is either C or D to me. It's such a cool card. I just wish there was an actual home for this card that it functioned in. Sky Anemone is your favorite Oversky cards? Yeah, it's very silly. Was too obsessed with cute, elegant designs. I really love it. I really want this to fit somewhere, and maybe I'm a little bit biased for that reason and putting it in C tier. But it's just such a cool card. We'll keep it in C for now. We'll come back to it. Moby Skywell. Oh yeah, this used to be a non-legendary, so you could have 3 copies of this in your deck. Now it's like kind of bad, again, because like 8-land synergy is not as good. Like it's obviously going to be somewhere around the same range as this guy. It's a little better, I guess, than these things. I guess it's better than Tree. You can actually play this in some things, I guess. Is this like even more playable? I don't know. You can get uses for this. Some newer players might be really confused by my debate here also, because they find this card really devastating. Swallow's a very devastating mechanic, but 8 lands is so much to build up to. At a newer player level, 8 lands is like nothing. A lot of people are just building a ton of lands. Competitively though, you never want to go to 8 lands. Like 8 land archetype is pretty unplayable. I think E tier is probably fine. Because the only list competitively that I've ever gone up to 8 lands is that Crackthorn list, and I would never want to run this card in there. It's just not doing enough. And then, yeah, probably E or D. It's really tough to say because 8 lands is like not something you see competitively, so it's hard to really judge this card. We're trying to create 8 special land finishers that people might actually run. The level of power needed for that was so high based on the first set. Yeah. Yeah, and we saw that with the release of Oversky, where everything was like overtuned and just really strong. The issue is, in this game, like 8 lands is a huge, huge number. When you're comparing 8 lands to like 1 land, like a lot of meta cards are 1 land, and you're trying to multiply that by 8 times, that's so insane. Like you can even directly compare this to other card games where, like I mentioned, Faeria has more of a land curve than a mana curve, comparative to other card games. So like 8 mana in other card games is a lot as well. It's just really hard. The time pros kept telling me no one would ever play 8 lands no matter what, so I kept upping the numbers. Fair. Earthcraft was really strong at the time too, yeah. Earthcraft used to actually create another land. Okay, so Balloonfish. This guy is really solid. The only issue with Balloonfish is that it takes away a creature from you. This might, I don't know, maybe B tier, maybe C tier. It takes away a creature, which sucks. If you're playing Swarm, it's not like the end of the world. I think C tier is fine for this card. The dash 2 and the 2/2 body for 1 cost is really excellent. But it takes away a creature off your board, which is the unfortunate bit. It's got synergy with like Illusion of Grandeur and such. But yeah, I think it's a solid C. Like C tier is still playable. Definitely a playable card. We don't see it super often competitively. Crystal Flowers, pretty bad now. This used to be like... The devs were playing around with this card a lot in terms of balance. It used to be 4 wild, I think. 4 wild lands. Now it's 1 of each color, which is just not great. And at 4 wild, this card was just absolutely devastating. It used to have like 5 HP and it triggered on production or something, and then they changed it to end step. I don't even remember what it is now. But it's not very useful. Even when it was played though, it was more like a tempo card. Well, I mean, it is a tempo card, but you're investing 4 Faeria, and if you don't get a significant board game advantage, or you don't win by that turn, by that 4 or 5 turns when it pops again, then it's just like you spent 4 Faeria on nothing, right? So yeah, it's a tempo card. I think some people have played around with like a 4-color tempo, but to not great success, so this is probably E tier. Still playable, I guess, in that archetype if you want it. Probably somewhere in there. Crystal Flower was probably over-nerfed, yeah. It's hard to price tempo-oriented neutral cards. It being neutral makes it very difficult to balance. If it was in a color, it would be nice. Yeah, it would be cool in another color. Should have been in blue. The issue with being in blue is that blue already has stuff that does removal, right? It is the color that makes sense, but maybe you could like dual color this somehow. Yeah, like some sort of dual color would be cool with this card maybe. Some splash of blue. Blue-yellow. Fit it into that tempo archetype. Something like that. Or green. I don't know. Fairy could benefit from more structure synergies in general. The structures are really cool. It wasn't a thing that was explored overly extensively. Like, there's quite a few structures, but definitely more design space to be looked at there with structures. Okay, Emperor Chaos. This card's not great. There's combo decks that make this work, but it's probably on the tier of like Tarum, I guess. Yeah, D tier. Honestly, yeah, so D tier, you're still gonna see some of these D tier cards in tournaments, I think. Like, definitely have seen cards like these. They're more played as like memes, but they're stronger memes. They can do stuff, right? The issue with this is that it's very land heavy, and the body is not very impactful on board. You have to wait until your production step to trigger it, unless you're going using engineers, which you oftentimes are going to be using engineer, but yeah, this can be pretty brutal into some matchups, like Swarm. If it's a slower Swarm list, they can do nothing against this if they don't have removal. And oftentimes you use creation on this as well. It's Goki! Structured Chaos is seriously not a bad into most stuff. I agree. That's what makes it really difficult for me to rank these types of structures, because I do think that Structured Chaos is honestly a decent deck. Gabrian Cistern. If Gabrian Cistern wasn't targetable by removal, I actually think that would be pretty fine. That's the biggest weakness, is that you're investing so much into this in hopes to get late game value. Honestly, even if this was untargetable by events, I don't know if it would be that much stronger. It might be, but it's even at a competitive level hard to justify spending 4 Faeria for next turn you not to even make that much back. Right, next turn you don't even break even. You don't break even until turn 2. And then it's like a soul drain, a soul pact. Which is not great. And as I mentioned with the other structures, like a lot of the times the game is going at a fast enough pace where turn 2 really only matters. I guess if you're playing this, you're playing a slower list anyways. You're playing a deck that's designed to slow the game down. But yeah, I don't know. It's tough. And production's gonna be weaker by design too, yeah, very true. Maybe a green card needs a way to deal bonus damage to flyers. Yeah, I think it does, because green suffers so much from flyers. I think and Destructive Volley exists, but it really doesn't help the archetype that much, because the rest of your deck just sucks so much to every other card in the flyers list. It's hard. Okay, so Goki, I can't actually remember what this card is, or what it's statted. Right, 4 lands, and it's a 2/4. And this is meant to be a Pandora card, so hard to rank. This is Alpanico's pride and joy, but unfortunately, it's just not that great. I don't know, should we put it in D tier just for Alpanico? Forbidden Library was a fun card. Library used to give you 2 Faeria, 2 card draws, and 2 damage to yourself every turn on production. But they nerfed it to 5 lands, and they nerfed it to 1 Faeria, 1 card draw, and still 2 damage to your face. And honestly, the biggest issue with the card now is that it's 5 lakes. Like, the resource reduction is whatever, but 5 lakes for a draw engine is so late in the game to be hoping for it. You really don't want your draw engine on turn 5. Like, already Husk is suffering from turn 4. Like, I think Library... This could... Let's see. This could probably go down to 3 lands and still be fine. Like, you're still dealing 2 damage to yourself every turn. It would make the Dreamweaver archetype viable again. Right? Like, this has still been hugely nerfed. I think 3 lakes would be fine. It would make it a very good card, but 3 lakes would probably be fine. It never gave 2 card draw? Really? It's 5 now? Yeah. I thought it was 4, that's a lot. It used to be 2. Yeah. They slaughtered Firestorm. Firestorm, I really like the change. A full board wipe is kind of nasty in this game. Intrepid Explorer, this is a pretty bad card. I really like it though. It's a fun card. Like, okay, Goki, we're gonna have to put you in E if we're being serious about this. It's just not great. 4 lands for only a 2/4 body. Man. Intrepid Explorer though is like probably E tier. This card is really bad. It's just really fun. Like, it's almost a card. You can pair this up with Rapala and it's pretty cool, but it's a card combo that gives you like a 3/3 at the end of it. It's not that much. Not that powerful for a card combo, but it's a very fun card. Yeah, Firestorm's still strong. Could have been full board with 2 damage. I'd be cool with that too, yeah. Mount Firestorm is unironically unplayable. Yeah, hard disagree there. I play Firestorm. It's still a solid card. I don't want to run 3 copies usually unless I'm... Yeah, usually in any list I don't want 3 copies, but I still think it's a B tier card. In Control, you can run 3 copies, but like, yeah. Monkey! Also like this card. Don't remember what the name of this monkey is called. The other one's deranged. Is this deranged? There's the deranged monkey. I don't remember what this one's called. This one's pretty bad too. I think it's a D tier though. It's solid into flyers, unironically, because flyers like to collect a lot. And if you can get this to a 4/6 stat line, it's excellent for its value. It's a 4-cost 4/6 taunt if your opponent collects twice. The only downside to this creature is that you gotta rely on your opponent collecting, which is not something you want to be doing generally. But it's a pretty cool card into flyers. 4/6 stat line's very excellent into flyers, as we've mentioned before. It can be D tier. Yakapult. This card's kind of bad now. I can't remember how much this costs. I think it's 4. I think it costs 4 and 6 lands. I don't even know if this one's like that playable anymore. Just such a long time to get up to that land count. Maybe like E tier, it's pretty bad competitively. Again, like games at lower tiers are a lot slower, so you can make this work. But yeah, it's really slow to get out. It's only a 2/5 body when it pops out. You gotta wait another turn for it to shoot. You can buff this if you want. The yaks are nice, but it's just really slow and it doesn't give you enough immediate value. It used to be pretty good though. It was on 3 cost before. Monkey Genius, that's the one. Yeah, want to choose his favorite cards. 4 Faeria Yakapult, yeah, not great. It was a very fun card when it came out though. I loved this card, one of my favorite cards on launch, Oversky. Honestly, this could probably boost up again. Right? Like the reason it got nerfed was because of that high land synergy meta. I don't think this would be that broken at 3 anymore. Rain of Fish. This card's like meh. It's like D tier, top of the D tier lines. Maybe a C tier. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a C tier. This thing can do stuff. It's okay into yellow, actually. The big contender of the meta right now. It's very slow to come out, and it restricts you to having only 4 lakes, but it's good into flyers because you get a lot of 1/1 collectors. Flyers is weak to ping damage, and this is essentially ping damage, even with the Ruby Fish on board. Really difficult for flyers to deal with Swarm. Just 6 lands to get to this point. It's a very niche archetype. Very niche. I think Yakapult still has some place in Salamander Beastmaster. Really? It's so slow though, right? I don't know. I haven't played with Yakapult much, so I mean, don't take my word too harshly for that card. I haven't played around with it. Impact on the board, turn you play a Yakapult versus the fish. Yeah, but the fish can actually do some stuff. You can do like combo lists with the fish. We did rank it 2 whole tiers higher. Like either that's gotta come down or the other one's gotta come up, I suppose. Rain of Fish. Has anyone gotten a Rain of Fish deck to work in a tournament? I feel like there was one less running around before. Can't remember who it was. They're running Rain of Fish plus Gift of Rakoa with a bunch of like small creatures, Spirit of Rebirth. That list was like okay, sort of. I think this was even running Illusion. It was like not that great, but it was okay. I've seen Rain of Fish work. Yeah. Need to nerf things to give players this extra turn or 2 of breathing room. Yeah, the game's really unforgiving for new players, which is really unfortunate. It discourages people from joining a little bit. Because, yeah, you make one misplay, then you're screwed late game. But also, it's hard to pick up on what misplays you're actually making as a newer player. You really have to, like watch tournaments and stuff to figure that out. Because figuring it out on your own is really tough. Like, knowing that you missed a +1 or draw option when you could have had it or something at a very simple level, it's really rough. Okay, we'll throw Yankapult up here. It'll be 1 tier below Rain of Fish. How about that? Just 1 tier. I think Amoeba. Oh, it was Amoeba! That's the one. Yeah, Amoeba's list was pretty good. I liked Amoeba's list. He had some really clever ideas. Team Forge Enforcer was 6-6 or 7-5. Oh, wow. Okay, so the Flying Piranha. This card's not amazing. Like, on paper, this card looks pretty cool. Just because it's got, like, essentially Flying, Death Touch, a 1-3 body, all for 3 cost. That seems pretty good. But this mechanic's pretty hard to trigger, actually, in a reasonably efficient way. Your opponent can easily just answer this 1-3 body in the meantime. And it's also 3 lands, I think. It's probably like a D tier. You can use it, but it's not gonna be amazing. It'll be somewhere up here, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to trigger. You might think it's easy to trigger, but it's not. Your opponent usually is gonna stay at a range of this, stay at a range of your lakes. And then even when you manage to go through all the effort of proccing this, it's only like okay at best. So a lot of setup for this, and yeah, it's just a okay card. I do like the art synergy though, with like Rain of Fish. I'm noticing that now. It's got like Rain of Fish background there. Very cool. We gotta do a ranking the artwork tier list at some point. That would be fun. Tried Piranha on ladder. It works mostly with Ninja. Yeah, and it's very expensive that way too, right? Art tier list is a good idea. I don't know if I would rank every single card for an art tier list, but it's definitely an option. Take some of the better ones. Earthcraft has exceptional art. Earthcraft's really cool. Monstrous Hydra. This card makes me sad. This card's very cool, but it's very bad. Yeah, this is like a lower end D tier card. It's almost there. Like, it needs to be maybe 2 lakes. Even 2 lakes, 1 wild could make it kind of cool. The issue with this card is just too expensive and it's too difficult to proc its ability. It comes down really late. It comes down turn 3. In order to actually corrupt this thing, you need a lot of mobility, which in blue, on a solid body with no mobility attached to it, it's kind of difficult. Blue uses land tricks, which is like a 1 movement space sort of item. You need like Triton Banquet to make this work, really. And then it's like even more expensive. It's like 9 Faeria to play this. And then even when you spawn the little 2/1s, like they're pretty good in a very specific area of the board, but then they just all die at the end of turn. It would work well in Angry if the land count was lower. If the land count was lower, it would be pretty cool in Tempo potentially too, but 3 lakes is just too much. Could do it more interactively, voting in chat. Yeah, that would be cool. Have the chat vote, which is better. This art or that art. That would be very cool. I don't know how I would do, probably couldn't do chat votes for every single card. That would get old fast, probably. But that'd be very cool. Have chat voting on art. not just mobility, you depend on enemy lands nicely positioned and empty. Also that, you also want like adjacent lands that are open and empty to spawn the guys. Yeah. Which deck is called Angry? Yeah, Firebringer hates... Yeah, Angry is... yeah, I guess if people don't know what Angry means, I've been using that word a lot. Higher attack than life is typically what Angry is called. And so that just fits into the Firebringer hate seed archetype. The E-lines are for each of the useless snakes that comes out. Yeah. Love when your deck names stick? You named it Angry? Oh, nice. I think Angry is a term used in other cards as well. Like when I came from Magic, I was pretty familiar with Angry, I think. It's been a while since I've played Magic, though. It was a long time ago. Orphan Fugu. I really like Beasts as an archetype. I honestly think it's pretty solid. It's not like amazing, but it's solid. This is gonna be worse than the Octopus though. I guess this is like a C tier. It is a conditional 5/5 jumper. I did mention how weak 5/5 stat lines are into flyers, but with jump it kind of makes up some of that, but and yeah, getting a beast on board is not that difficult. It is a condition nonetheless, so it makes it a little bit weaker. A 4-cost 3/5 is not that bad a stat line to begin with at 2 lands, but 5 life definitely hurts, and Beasts is only an okay archetype, so yeah, we'll keep you there. Rapala! Everyone's favorite card. This card is very funny. It's not very good competitively though. We'll slot it into D tier. I really like it. It's a fun card. It's very funny cards. But yeah, it's gonna be slotted into D tier. The Hydra, not even a D, I think. Potentially. Yeah, we'll think about it. It's a pretty low down there card. Sapphire Yak, this is a very volatile card. I feel like this deserves a B tier. It's gotta be in B tier. I mean, the thing is, if you run this in a tournament, yeah, I mean, I think you can get B tier value out of this in a tournament. It's very devastating. It's just very RNG. Like if you top deck these early, you're doing so much. You're steamrolling so much with this, especially if your opponent doesn't have an answer right away. Yeah, it's a really nasty card. The voice lines in Faeria are from Team 4-Star, creators of the Yu-Gi-Oh! The Abridged tiers. Really? That is a very fun fact. Man, the voice lines are amazing in this game. That's really funny. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged series, huh. Somebody somewhere said +1/+1 would still be good. I don't know. Like, Yax already is like an okay archetype. Like, +2/+2 is really nasty. I wouldn't mind a nerf on this, but I don't think it's really that needed. +1/+1 would... I don't know, I think +1/+1 would kill the cards, honestly. Because... There's already like really awful +1/+1 cards when you're collecting off a well. Actually, if this was +1/+1, it would literally be the Azure Wisp. It's just with the stats like shambled around. It's literally the Azure Wisp. I guess you're giving buffs to the other Yaks, not the creature itself, but even still, it's basically Azure Wisp at that point. Emerald Yak, this is a pretty solid card too. Again, Yaks isn't like a great archetype. I think the Yaks are gonna be like probably C tier competitively. You do need a prairie for the baby yak to spawn, which is a downside. But it's still a solid card. Still very solid. If you can make use of that prairie, which in Yaks often you are, but typically I like to run the Emerald Yak in like, what's it called? Green Swarm, Mono Green Swarm that's not using Yaks. You can use this in Green Rush as well because you're generating neutrals. Anything with neutrals really. It's actually kind of awkward into the Yak archetype. Because in Yak archetype you really want like 2 lands max for the Yak Shepherds. And that's going to mean you want the blue Yak and probably the yellow Yak, just because they synergize with each other nicely. This doesn't have as much synergy. 2 Yak kills for your mother though. That's not nothing. Spooky Willow. This is the Haunted Willow. This is a pretty decent card. 2 cost 7/1 Taunt. The 1 life is a big weakness obviously, again because of Ground Shaker we talked about previously. There's a lot of 1 damage removal, but it only costs you 2, so it's not a huge investment. And it poses quite a bit of a threat. There's just not a lot of archetypes this fits into right now. So probably it's got to fit into C tier. Just because there's no archetypes. Like, Green Rush uses... yeah, Green Rush utilizes this pretty well. But you have to get a lot of impact for that card slot again. If this just dies off, you could have had another card that survives maybe. Yeah, I think solid C tier. Hunt Down. I like this card. A lot of experienced players hate this card. I think it can slap right in the center of C tier somewhere. It's pretty solid to me. Yeah, somewhere in here. This card is... The downsides to this card, some people are always hot and cold on this one. Some people really like it, some people really hate it. The downside to this is its 4 land requirement, but also what it actually does. You're forcing a creature to fight, which means you're deleting stats on your own creature just to use this card. So it's not only 3 cost 4 lands, you're also sacrificing some HP on one of your creatures. So that's definitely a big cost as well for the card. It can be very expensive in that way, but it still allows you to target anything on the board, which I think is very cool, especially in green, where green is not a very mobile color. You can target anywhere on the board with this. Pretty much take out anything too, because green is going to have larger stats, right? So your attack power should be able to plow through anything. But very land heavy and very costly, yeah. Machinata. This would be a good card. Like, on paper, again, this is very solid. Very good card on paper. The issue with this is transform. Your opponent can just transform and you lose the Machinata entirely. So this one's probably C. It gives really good stats, but transform's so brutal for it. And it's still land costly, it's 5 lands. Hunt Down can be devastating. It can be good. It can be good. I will give you that. It can sometimes be good. But I don't know about devastating. Sapphire Yak is, in your opinion, A. The Yak deck as a whole is like C. And having to run Yaks for the Sapphire Yak is also suspicious. Yeah, and a lot of my decisions in this game also are considering the archetype that card has to fit into. And Sapphire Yak's just kind of... it has to run Yaks, which is its downside. I mean, it doesn't have to, you can run other lists, but... I mean, you want to run Yaks with this. Otherwise you're running like some tempo Sapphire Yak build, and it can be okay. You can fail the Machinata. You can do that. You can only... The Maj never fails you. You can only fail it. True. All Yaks are +1 tier by default because they're Yaks. Also true. Yak Attack at 7 mana was Yeah, that sounds broken. 7 mana Yak Attack, jeez. I think at 9 Faeria, it's very expensive, but it can pair with, like, Mother still. The Yaks are 2/2s. Yeah, it's a 9 cost, and you summon 2/2s. There's a Pandora treasure that summons 2/4 Yaks. Nekomata, this card's garbage. Absolute awful. I tried making a deck work with this recently, and it pained me too much. This card's horrible. Probably around a similar vein as the Apex Predator, where it's just too land heavy for what it's trying to do. For a 4 cost, you get a 3/5. Like, Corrupt is pretty difficult to trigger. I really like Corrupt as a mechanic, though. It's very clever for, like, Faeria's whole game design. But Nekomata's just too understated for the land cost. Like, a 4 cost 3/5, that's an Orphan Fugu already. And, like, the attack buff's difficult to pull off. It's not really rewarding you that much anyways, with just an attack buff. Like, this really needs to give you more for 4 forests. It's a really difficult archetype to make this thing work in. Rotting Boar, also bad, probably equally as bad. This thing is a 5 cost 5/4, so it's a really bad stat line for its cost. It's got -1. 5 costs, very expensive creature, and again, Corrupt is just really difficult to trigger. The Corrupt is, like, not bad. Actually, ironically, this is one of the only one of the only tutor cards, I mean, in the game, where it tutors for a 5 HP or higher creature. Kinda cool, but it's just so difficult to proc. Especially with a weak body like 5/4. It's hard to get this off. Unfortunately. How does Corrupt play, by the way? I didn't design that mechanic and wondered how fun it was in the end. Yeah, so Corrupt was a really cool mechanic when it came out. The only issue is that it's hard to pull off, and I think it was a lot harder to pull off than the developers were anticipating. Because they really understated cards with Corrupt. Thinking that they would get super overpowered, they didn't want to boost the power too much, and it's just really difficult to proc Corrupt. Like, what are the playable Corrupt cards in the game right now? I can't even think of any off the top of my head. There's definitely some. Oh, there's the Lost Explorer. A lot of the neutral ones. There's a Lost Explorer, there's an Imperial Trooper. We'll get to those in a sec. There's some viable Corrupt cards, but their stat lines have to be decent already. Like, the Lost Explorer is a 1 land card 3/3 body, which is fine on its own. So that's what Corrupt cards really have to have, is they have to be good statted already, and the Corrupt is just like an extra bonus, because oftentimes that creature's never corrupting. -1 helps a bit, yeah, it's just the stat line is garbage, unfortunately. I really respect the mechanic, though, because it's not something that any other card game can run, right? Because no card games run the sort of, like, not only boards, but with the land building mechanic, it makes Corrupt a sort of viable mechanic to test. Rotting Boar should have a 3-cost trigger, like the non-zombie boar. Yeah, true. And yeah, Corrupt's a fun mechanic for sure. I think that it just needs some tweaking to be good. Especially some of these cards like Rotting Boar and Nekomata. Definitely could tweak these and they'd be okay. Speaking of... Ooh, what was that? Oh yeah, I forgot I had this. Nani? Yeah, I completely forgot I had other sound alerts set up. That's awesome. Yeah, this card's actually a good Corrupt card. Probably like B tier. It's in the 5 mountain archetype, which is rough. But it's oftentimes, I mean not oftentimes, it's sometimes worth it, even in like a 3 mountain deck, to boost 2 whole lands for this card, because it's pretty solid. Is this even B tier? I don't know. It's like, okay. It's solid. 5 lands is a lot. 5 lands is a lot, but it gives you a 5/5 protection body, which is pretty cool. It's really difficult to proc this because your opponent's going to be throwing everything at it to kill it and not letting you corrupt, but your opponent's going to be throwing everything at it, so that's a win. And with the protection, it makes the awful 5/5 stat line a little bit better. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a solid B. I want treasures to be more a part of regular play. I wish the Chronicles of Gagana treasures were a little more balanced. A lot of the cards are really bad, and a lot of the cards are really good. Namely Carpet. Rakoan Recruiter is a very good card, but this isn't the Rakoan archetype. I think that's solid B still. Maybe. It's gonna be like a lower B just because it's... Yeah, I think this can be solid B. Hey, Tiny! We do have a beard, though. Make the carpet... I want carpet removed from the game. That would be lovely. We're gonna get rid of carpet. So... we've been doing this tier list stream for what now? This is part 2, by the way. Streamed earlier today. It's been almost 6 hours. That's nuts. And we still have, like, that much left to go. Okay. Rakoan Recruiter is not B tier. Yeah, I knew you'd say that. The Curver for the Recruiter. I still think Recruiter's fine. Maybe it is like more of a C tier though, I guess. Like the Curve, you still want to play with this. I guess you're going for like 1 blue and then you want 1 desert or something. What's the typical cards? No, this is like a starting creature in the 2 desert build. You do this still, and you do... there's another Rakoan you add in there. I can't remember. Reveler's 1 you can use, and there's another one. I can't remember. Oh, Shield Mates, of course. Yeah. I mean, Shield Mates and this are still pretty solid, I think. I think B tier is fine. I don't know. I mean, I personally think Rakoans is a fine archetype still. You can disagree if you'd like. How are there so many cards? Yeah, Faeria's been around a while. I mean, honestly, there's not... How many cards are there? I keep forgetting the number. There's like 480 something, I think. Like compared to other card games, that's nothing, I guess. We haven't gotten a card update in a long, long time.
You are tiny.
But we are going for all of them. I love that. It entirely was. It's actually a voice line in the game. Who's it from? It's from Taram, right? Or is it from Oakfather? I can't remember. It's one of these foresty cards. He says, "You are tiny." It's absolutely perfect. Alright, see you guys. See ya. Our Den Folder's leaving. Okay, see ya. Thanks for joining in. Loved the insight. Very cool. I hope Legends of Runeterra goes well for you. Okay, let's get through these. We got Havoc up next. Awful cards. E tier. I hate it. I don't care what you say. This card's horrible. I never want to see this card again. Okay, let's take a brief talk about this one, because a lot of newer players think this is really good, I guess. It's just so bad. Like, compare this directly to Last Nightmare. You're spending the same Faeria, but you're going 2 entire lands above, and you're not even guaranteeing a kill. Like Nightmare can take out anything. This can't take out like a big juiced up Soul Eater or something. It's just so bad. It's trying to one shot something, but it can't even do that. Though it does have a pretty cool animation, and whoosh, I do like that. All right, Tiny. See you later. Thanks for stopping in. I'm glad you enjoyed the emote. Oh, it's Oak Father, yeah. You are tiny. Oh no, Alpanico noticed the Goki. Cover him up. This does not exist. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, Alpanico. He's just not going to be playable, unfortunately. Not competitively. Prove me wrong, though. Play it in the next tournament. Lava Surge, Axolotl. This card's pretty bad, too. Probably E tier. I don't think there's ever a universe where you want to play this. Really. I mean, you can make it work. We'll keep it in E tier, but this is way too land heavy. It's 5 lands, and you get a 3 HP creature for 4 cost. So cost-wise, it's not bad. It's a 12/3. Cost-wise, it's not... Faeria-wise, it's not bad. Land-wise, it's horrible. One thing to consider about stuff like this, too, is, again, those attack thresholds. 12 attack is, like, not that much. 12 attack... sorry, 12 attack is a lot, but, like, you really only care about 10 attack, right? Unless your opponent has, like, healing, maybe. But you're really concerned about the 2-turn lethal. So this takes 2 hits to kill you, but it could just be a 10/3 for the same cost. I don't know, something to consider. But it's pretty bad. He will be competitive once 2v2 mode comes out. Yeah, any day now, right? I hope 2v2 comes out soon. Gonna bring a full E and F tier covers. It would be cool to play like a E or F tier deck. No, I take that back. It would be horrible. It would be a horrible decision to play decks with these cards. I do like the Intrepid Explorer though. This is a fun card to play around with. Moby's fun to play around with. This one's fun. Yeah, there's some fun cards you can play with. I'll admit to that. Not these ones, though. F tier suck. These are not even playable fun. These are absolutely horrible. Okay, Rakoa Copter. Very good cards. It's gonna be A tier. Jeez, we haven't gotten many A tiers. Yeah, so this one's better than Firestorm. Now you can always take a debate between Firestorm and Rakoa Copter, depending on what you're looking for. Like, you might think the extra damage is more needed in your list at the sacrifice for this creature that you get. Copter overall, though, I think is a better body. Like, there's some situations where Firestorm's going to be better, but overall I think Copter's just better. This is really good into flyers as well, because 3/3 stat lines into flyers are very good. You have that 3 attack to deal with most of the threatening flyer bodies, and you got the 3 life to resist most things, like only Flame Burst is going to be able to kill our Wind Soldier. So that's fine. But yeah, a very solid card. Havoc buff. Work on friendly creatures. Rager comes to mind. I don't think that would be very fun. Literally played Treasure's Boulder Thrower on ladder the other day and won a few matches. Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned, you can play any of these cards and win on ladder. I will say these cards are going to be a little bit more difficult to win on ladder with. But, yeah, E tier you can still definitely play on ladder and do fine. Ladder's a chill, casual place these days. Rubiac's a pretty bad card. Probably E tier. This is probably E tier cards. Like a lower E tier even. This is a 5-cost 4/5. And it does ping damage. Same as like these things do ping damage. But yeah, like the ping damage is awful. And the body is awful for the Faeria cost. So it's pretty bad. Maybe better than the Cypress Fodder. There's that Rubiac OTK list. But I mean, it's the most competitive OTK meme list you can build out there. Yeah, it's just a bad card. Oh, we got the Spite Sprites! Okay. This one, to me, was a B tier. This actually could be A tier. I don't know, this one's pretty good. Spite Sprite's pretty good. And we put Farm Boy in B tier. This is better than Farm Boy, probably. Maybe this is A tier. I don't know. Spice Spraite's so good. It's a 1-cost 3/1. Deals 2 damage to yourself. That's really irrelevant, as I mentioned before. But a 1-cost 3/1. And it's only 1 mountain, so you're not like super restricted on lands. It's a really good card. Yeah, the only issue is that it's low deck weight. You gotta like compensate for this somehow in the rest of your build. But I think this works in like control and stuff. Actually, I built that one red control list with Farm Boy. They both have their advantages. Because this is neutral, you can do double neutrals, which is what I really like about this card. Like they're both doing kind of similar things. I don't know, maybe we'll keep it at B. It's a really good card though. I'll put it in B. Demonic Salmon. It's a solid rush card. Nothing much more than that. We put the rush cards in C, right? No, we put them in B. Where did I put the rush cards? This card's probably on par with the other rush cards. We put Follower in here. Yeah, I think it was B tier. Is this B tier though? Yeah, we put them down there. I mean, it's like fine in the rush archetype, I guess, but it's not like as good as these ones. I think that's a C tier though. It's probably better than the Follower, but it's gonna be, I don't know, up here somewhere. Next to the other salmon, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, sure. Salmon can be in C tier. Lionfish, this card's like not great. Probably D tier. You can definitely make builds with this work that are cool and fun, but oftentimes those builds are going to be with Sky Captain. Yeah, the issue is that you need another card to make this even do anything at all, otherwise it's just useless in your hand. It's 3 cost 0/4. Not great. Not a great feeling. But yeah, you can make lists work, just not super competitive lists, I think. It's probably a little better. You can do other stuff with this, like training, you can buff it. But yeah, somewhere around there. Solemn. Solemn is like almost good. I guess it's C tier. A 7 cost 7/7 Divine is pretty cool. It is very land heavy though. It's 4 deserts. 4 deserts, and with a corrupt trigger, if you corrupt, you get to destroy a well, which is very cool. Not having, or having Divine not being targetable means that you can't actually use mobility tricks on this, so it's harder to corrupt. Mainly you're concerned about this for the body. The 7 cost 7/7 body is a little unusual for yellow. It's hard to obtain. Like you can get there in Windstorm Colossus, but is this even C tier? This is not that good. I don't know. I guess C tier is fine. We'll keep you here somewhere. 4 lands is a lot. It's a legendary, so it's not very consistent as well. Consistent. Did I say? Yeah. Somewhere around there. I guess the Divine helps it as a body. Spirit Theft though is very good. We'll put this into A tier. It's not going to be as good as like these 2 damage removals, but because it's land heavy, it's 4 lands. One thing to point out about events like these though, land cost doesn't affect these as much as they affect creatures. Just because you can immediately you can get an immediate effect with the event. Whereas a creature, it's got Summoning Sickness first, so something like a Cipher that comes down turn 3, you gotta wait until turn 4 to actually use it. It's a minor downside, but events don't have that mild downside. Still a very strong card. Great source of 1 damage. Even the healing is relevant into if you're a Flyers list and you're going into a burn matchup. The healing's still very relevant. And you get a random creature to your hand, pretty much. Not random, but like, you know what I mean. You get a creature put into your hand, which is pretty cool. One of the reasons why Bomb Slinger is being placed in B tier for me as well. Really devastating into Bomb Slinger. Roko and Shield Mates. The 1-2, so this is going to be on par with the Recruiter, I guess. That makes sense. Yeah. I guess it's a solid card. I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. It's in the Rakoans archetype, it's fine. I think Rakoans is like a B-. It's between B and C. Rakoans, that 2 desert Rakoans, somewhere around there is fine. Rakoan Cannoneer. This one is... The Illusionist is going to be better. I think this one... Yeah, I mean, this one's fine. I don't know, maybe like a high C tier. Like, these base Rakoans are obviously going to be really good because these are your ones that you're using as starting creatures. Cannoneer is pretty good. I think Illusionist is better. Even with the nerf, I think it's better. Cannoneer is A, you think? Illusionist is B? You think Cannoneer is better than Illusionist? This is still 2 lands, I guess. I guess this has to be kind of the same tier as Illusionist or something like that. But I still think Illusionist is like pretty solid. It does allow for the Shield Mates curve. Yeah, you get a turn 3 Cannoneer, which is pretty cool. That is good and doesn't lose you the game. Nowadays your Illusionist is turn 5. Yeah, true. Illusionist is like a turn 5 card. It's still so efficient though. Probably coming up soon. Or not. Right, I think Illusionist was a different set. So I'm going through chronological order with how cards got released. Topaz Yak is not great. I guess C tier. Right, we put this guy in the B tier as well, at the C tier as well. I don't know. Yeah, Topaz Yak is like C, I guess. It's kind of doing similar things to the Freedom Fighter. It's really expensive. I mean, it's like a firebomb price, but like, again, you need to actually have this in range of stuff to hit into it. Can be buffed with the Sapphire Yak. It's okay. It's okay. If your opponent has to push a 1-1, push into a 1-1 token, and also doesn't have the tools to remove it by turn 5. Yeah, it has to pay off for its 5 land, or its 5, yeah, its 5 land turn. It's also like not necessarily 5 on the 5th turn. Oftentimes it will be. But if you get like one or the other of these to start, you can boost to 2 deserts, especially in that archetype, the 2 desert Rakoans, you're running like Soul Drain, Spirit Theft. You can run, like if you're top decking those Soul Drains, you can boost up to 2 deserts earlier than you would feel the need to, and then Illusionist can be a turn 4 play. But yeah. Don't remember the name of this guy actually. Imperial something. It's a 6/4 cost, neutral. And any damage that this gets dealt, it deals damage to you. Blightborn. Is it Blightblade Knight? Is that what it's called? Yeah, I think it's Blightblade Knight. Imperial is the trooper. Right. Yeah, that's Imperial Trooper. Okay, Blightblade Knight. Yeah, this card's pretty bad. I mean, a 6/4 for 4 is not awful. And the face damage doesn't matter that much. Your opponent can abuse it slightly, but there's so many better options in this card. It's just kind of bad. I guess it's usable, but like, yeah, it's like E tier, I guess. Like, there's so many things that have to be a higher tier than this. Even like Shed Impest, like this is a 6/4, doing a similar thing. I think the Blightblade has a 2 wild land count, something like that. Yeah, 2 wild. So yeah, I mean the stat to Faeria wise, it's like not that bad, I guess, but it's so much better than it, right? This is F minus. I think it's you can still do something. Like, imagine you have no other cards in your collection. For the better options, I think you can still get away with using this as the replacement card. It can still do stuff. We're still going, S. You just woke up. Amazing. Well, I did take a break, to be fair. Did take a break. This thing, the Rakoan War Machine. This thing's, like, okay. Not because it gets to be a 6/4 by scooping a Rakoan. Typically, this doesn't fit in any Rakoan builds, but the 4/4 charge 2 body is okay. I mean, obviously, Archon's just strictly better. It does allow you to push into red if you want to, but there's so much better than this. It's okay. It's like bad okay. Like, I don't know. Is it a C tier just because it's kind of solid? There's just no, like, archetypes that use this, really, though. That's the thing. It's in blue-red. Blue-red's kind of a stinky archetype. I don't know. Where is Shimmering Statue? No, Shimmering Statue is an F. I called you out on it, S. I did mention you, but you weren't here to defend it, so I'm sorry. It's forever an F tier. Is a playable balloon fish? Like, I haven't really played around with this card, to be fair, but I haven't seen this being used competitively. Doesn't mean it's bad. If no one runs a card, doesn't mean it's not competitively viable, but I can't think of many archetypes that run this. Maybe there's like a blue-red mid-range that could be run. Oh, you tried defending it. We don't agree with that structure. It's E. You really wanted an E? What does Shimmering Statue do? Like, I just don't understand what this card does for you. It's so nothing. It doesn't function without having lands to attack stuff, and Rakoans don't build those. You need to either rush or make neutrals to use the charge 2. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, no, this is definitely not a Rakoan card, I think. I don't think this ever... Like, Rakoans just are anti-synergy to this card. Which is unfortunate because we lose, like, the card text then. It's just the charge 2 we get to keep. Yes, S, it is infinite heal. Hate War Machine, it's Omega bad. I think we'll keep it into D tier. I think competitively, it's... Maybe you can find something useful with it, but it's hard. Deranged Monkey's pretty bad. This is like too wild, right? It's not even playable in Rush anymore. I think this is like E tier. I guess it's doing a similar thing like this. Like, if you have nothing else to play in your collection, okay, use it, I guess. But yeah, it's similar to Blade in that regard. It's heal, it's taunt, it's alive, even after Emperor's Command. Surely this isn't unplayable. But it doesn't do anything. It's great that it can't be hit by Emperor's Command. Love it, but what does it do? It doesn't do anything. Buys you a turn for 2 Faeria. You get 3 Faeria, so 1 Faeria for every statue. Oh boy. Gotta love 1 Faeria generation that my enemy combat creatures can just hit into. The heal is not something. 1 heal. That is not even worth remotely considering. The taunt is the only thing I'd ever consider with this thing, and for 2 cost, why would I want to run this ever? There's just so many other things with taunt. I would rather run... where is it? This card. I would rather run this card than this one. The 1/2 taunt guy that you can get 2 creatures of. Does virtually the same thing, but hey, you deal 1 damage to your opponent's creature. It's so good. We were able to print a 3/4 Death Touch for 4 that also spawns it. I did just say 1 heal is important when I mentioned Spirit Theft. You got me there. You got me there. The thing is, it's an immediate heal. This is production. You gotta wait for it. I don't even know why I'm trying to argue this card, man. It's so bad. Okay, Ghost Dragon. This card's C tier, I guess. I liked S of Dawn's Lust for this. Yes, S, I praised you. I complimented you. Don't get a big head over it. We'll throw it into C tier somewhere. A higher C tier, maybe. Doing kind of a similar thing. Not really. It's doing something different. Yeah, it's somewhere in the high C tier, I guess. Too late. Defender of the Homeland gets removed easily because of creature, but you remove that removal from your opponent's hand. Rather than just doing nothing at all. I'll only be happy after Lizard Praise. Fair enough. Imperial Drake Rider. This card's pretty bad. Probably D tier. Probably D tier bad. This is another corrupt creature. It's an easier one to trigger because it's got the flying charge 2. It's got that extra mobility, but it's a 3/4 body for 5 cost, which is absurdly expensive. It's great when you proc it, but you're probably going to have to invest something else into this card to actually get the proc off. To get it to be a 5 cost 5/6 with charge 2 flying. That's a great body, but it's really hard to get there. In the meantime, your opponent can just bully this creature around. You lose 5 Faeria so easily. There is a yellow tempo deck that procs him turn 3 and then loses. But the turn 3 does look spooky, yeah. I think Dracus C is very threatening. I disagree. I don't think this card's very threatening. Actually, a long time ago, maybe like a year or 2 ago, I used to think this card was threatening. And I remember like a few players like Lizard and maybe Cheese were like saying how bad it was. I'm like, nope, it's good. It's got a huge threat range to it, but I really don't think so anymore. After becoming a hardened war veteran in this game, I've learned the ways. This card's just bad. It's hard to really hope for stuff like that. And even at a threat, it's so easy to protect against that threat. It's just so easy. Imperial Trooper, on the other hand, is a fine card. Yeah, we put that into C. No, sorry. Put that into D. This one is either C or B. 3 lands is a little bit much. The body is, what, 4 cost? 5/4. Yeah, I mean, it's not that great, I guess. It's like C tier, yeah. This is... Where's the red card? The Kobold Warbeast. Like, this guy has to be better, right? The Kobold Warbeast has to be better. The Corrupt you can actually get off with this thing because it's like a standard it's a solid mid-range card. You can actually threaten that, but like 3 lands is a bit much. The neutral is kind of nice, but yeah. Trooper is A, you think? That card is also unplayable. Oh yeah, the Drake Rider is bad against flyer lands too. You think this is that good? I haven't played with it much myself. Trooper is A, it's very good. Because 4 HP is not removable. Fair enough. You really think A? I don't think this is A tier though. It's like maybe B. I see this running like mono red angry. But this card's like, I don't know. I'm not that impressed by it. It's solid. 4 cost, 5/4 is solid. If I could run 10 troopers in red angry, I would. He's nice for red yellow too, cause wild. He's a great angry card, yeah, that's true. I don't know if he really contests these other stuff, though. I don't know. Ever since the suspicious lizard buff that made it viable in red, angry, the card has gone from D to A. I'll have to play with that one a little bit more. I don't know. The other Chaos, this one's not very good. I guess it's playable good, playable bad. It's a D tier. Almost doing similar things as this is hard to corrupt. Yeah, hard to corrupt. You can OTK with it potentially with a really cheesy build. But no, it's pretty bad, right? This guy's pretty bad. It's 6 lands. This guy's pretty bad. I almost want to drop this thing too, but yeah, this thing's pretty bad. 6 lands. You can pair this with like Rain of Fish, I guess, but like, yeah, it's got no impact the turn it comes down. I learned on a stream that this guy can kill himself. Not great. Why is Copter not S? Copter's very good. I don't think he's quite S. He does do a lot. He does do a lot for what he's doing, but there's a lot of contenders for S tier that have not moved up yet. I don't know. Imagine you play Racones and you can't even use Illusionist to defend against it now. The 5-4? True. True. Okay, we got a Leia. This obviously has to stay with the Shimmering statue. No, I'm kidding. Leia's solid. I think she's like C tier. She's very good, but 4 lands is a lot. Sometimes the structure can screw yourself. She's a high C tier. What is she running that's like really good? She's solid. I don't know. Fly is not S tier, you'll be sad. Leia's solid. 4 lands is a lot. There's... I don't know. This is often a niche tool for me, though. Like, yeah, I don't know. She's okay. She does give you a Shimmering statue. It's pretty important. She's a crazy control. Yeah. Game winning in many decks? I wouldn't say game winning. I'd say you can defend really well with this card. But that would imply like you have a deck that it requires to be super defensive. I don't think super defensive decks are like that meta at the moment. Like on par with Horsemaster feels okay. I don't know. We'll think about that one. Lost Explorer! I really like this card. I think this is a solid B to me. It's good, probably better than Racohen's, I guess. Really solid cards. It's a starting creature, 3-cost, 3/3 body. You threaten that corrupt, which is fine. Like I said, the body already is pretty solid. And you have that corrupt potential. Pretty good. Solid cards. Mother. This is a very good card, but unfortunately it's in the Yak archetype. I guess this is like high C as well, because a lot of the Yaks are C tier. It's not really good though. Nah, it's gotta be C tier. You have to wait so late in the game to actually proc this. As amazing a card as this is, I think it's probably C tier. Yeah, Yaks is like a C tier archetype, I guess. I remember saying Yaks was a B tier archetype in the past, but I don't know, Flyers has changed me. At least put it in A. Well, I'll think about it. She's a really good card. Racohen Champion. Not amazing, like there's a lot of better Racohen cards. I don't even think you run this in the desert build, do you? I guess you do, yeah. It's still fine. It can probably be next to the other Racohen, wherever we put that one. Well, there's one Racohen. Somewhere in here. Yeah. I mean, Racohen's is definitely a worse archetype, right? There you are. But, yeah, I don't know. Somewhere in there. Shadow Silk Fairy. Yeah, this card's like not great. It's got some niche uses. You can run it sometimes, but it's probably like... It says C tier. 4 lands is really expensive. You can run this in like control type of lists, I guess. 4 lands is a lot. I guess it's fine. It's like okay. Better than this stuff, yeah. It's an okay card, sure. We'll throw it in here somewhere. Tosser is D now and you're happy it is. Yeah, Tosser is still fine to me. I think Tosser's still fine. And I'm also fine with that. I don't think Tosser needs to be in the game much. Okay, Rakoan Illusionist. I really just think this card's fine still. Like a B tier. B tier. Yeah, Rakoan Illusionist is just so good. It is 3 lands, but like 1 Faeria 4 damage. 1 Faeria 4 damage is so much. It's more like a 4 land card, I guess. It's not really 3 land cards, yeah. Okay, fair enough. It's a 4 land card. 4 land card, 1 Faeria 4 damage. Like, how can you beat that? It is not, yeah. Yeah, it is definitely a 4 land card. Minimum 4 land, I would say. Because obviously there's no Rakoans you can play in blue, yellow. Except the Illusionist itself. It's not 4 damage, 1 Faeria. It's a flying firebomb. Most conditional effect in the game. Yeah, it's like a... It's a slightly less conditional Bomb Slinger. Now, it's about the same as Bomb Slinger. You still need the creature, but the creature should be pretty easy to get. I don't know. I guess if they like board wipe you, you can't have Summoning Sickness. Yeah, it's about as conditional as Bomb Slinger, I would say, I guess. Rakoan War Leader, this thing sucks. It feels like it should be okay. Like, stat-wise, it feels like it should be okay, but it just doesn't do what Rakoans want to do. Like, any Rakoans you want to include in this, you want to sacrifice to Cannoneer or Illusionist, you want to transform them, so you really don't want the stats. Like, the only card you want stats on is Rakoan Recruiter. So the stats are, like, almost meaningless, and then you're just playing a 4-cost 3/5. How much lands is this guy again? War Leader. Yeah, it's only 2 lands, okay. Like, stat line, it's like, whatever. Like, Faeria value-wise, I guess, but it's pretty bad. War Leader is E. Yeah, I'd probably agree. E, I would agree. It's just really bad. Like, the 3/5 stat line is just not impactful on the board anyways. The card text does nothing for it either. Yeah, sure. We'll slot it into E. Yeah, F is for stuff that loses you the game, like Shimmering Statue. Animated Banquet. I want this card to be good, but it sucks. This is like... yeah, it's like E tier, I guess. I tried playing around with this. I mean, it's bad. It's just bad. There's like no redeemable qualities to this, really. You can attempt to get a lot of value out of this by just like constantly trying to re-swallow, but it's just... It's only a +1/+1 buff at the end of the day. Punishment is D if you want to counter... S. What are you talking about? What do you mean is D if you want to counter Merchant? That's not even a counter. I will say I was debating Punishment at one point in that Husk meta we were having, but I decided against it because it's just not worth it. Like, you don't run Punishment into even a Husk meta, I think. I guess you can, but we're not in a Husk meta, and I don't think it would be that great anyways. Back to Mock Me. Perfect. Yeah, you missed your illusionist talk. Love to make it work with Bloated Toad again. This thing? Oh yeah, because on release this used to work with Bloated Toad, right? Yeah, it doesn't work anymore with Bloated Toad, right? Yeah, weird mechanics there. And speak of the Bloated, we got the Toad. I really like this card, but it's just bad, unfortunately. I guess it's like D tier. You can use it with Illusion, and it's okay. But it's also just kind of bad. One Flame Burst and you're feeling not great. But yeah, it's a fun card, and you can use it with Illusion, I guess. So, whatever. It's bad, okay. Carl Polywog, on the other hand, is bad. This is E tier. Maybe higher end E tier, I don't know. This thing, like, is good on your opening hand, and that's it. It is only good on your opening hand where you can get an OP double neutral into playing this between walls, and then you get a discounted 5-cost 5/7, kind of. Sort of, not really even, but like that's the only viable play with this is your turn, what is that, turn 3 play? And that's it. That's all it's got going for it. It's an awful creature besides that. How's Illusionist 1-cost Firebomb? It's a 1-cost Bomb Slinger, okay. It's a 1-cost Bomb Slinger. Victory Celebration, I think, is F tier. Who runs this? This was Bobbin running this card, right? Polywog should be 6 Faeria? Yeah, probably. I think it would be fine at 6 Faeria. Yeah. It is a cool mechanic. I don't mind the mechanic too much. It's like a more expensive tow ship, right? Kind of. Except it doesn't take the land with it. So it's technically, and it's not flying technically, so yeah. Celebration loses you the game, yeah. Victory Celebration is bottom D tier, it's good in one deck. What deck? Explain to me what deck this is possibly good in. It's like the worst of the worst. Even Lord of Terror can actually theoretically get you a win. This card cannot. It's a deck you crafted with infinite IQ? Okay, that explains a lot. Alright. What's this one called? It's the other Phantasm. Looking Glass Phantasm, that's the one. I really love the aesthetics to this card, it's very cool, but it's a really bad card. This is E tier. Yeah, this is just god-awful. I would never run this even in Dream Reaper. This is like probably even down here somewhere. The transform's okay. I say kind of. The transform's kind of okay. Like, transform's nice to have sometimes. 5/3 body that you're transforming that into is pretty good still. But like 5 lakes is so much, and 5 lake archetypes just been destroyed with the library nerf. So this is one of the cards that I'd like to see buffed. But anyways, this video is not about buffing cards. Tide Lord, this card's good. Is this A tier? I guess. It's pretty good. No, it's not too difficult to trigger the condition, and then it's a 5-cost 6/6 jumper. It is 4 lands, which is expensive. It forces mono blue decks to go up to 4 lands really early on, which blue it hurts the blue archetype a little bit, but you do get a very strong card out of it. I guess it's worth an A tier. Now the one for your deck covers, yes. The victory celebration. Hey, if someone can make this card work, I'd be very happy. I'd be very excited to see a victory celebration deck that viably uses this card. Poly can proc Commander's Archons, and you almost always collect one. It's not the worst. It's not worse than Shimmering Statue. We'll show you if we ever get out of fly meta. Yeah, but the whole, so this whole point of this tier list is considering the competitive tournament meta, and that is heavily considering flyers. Triton Tactician's pretty bad. It's, like, playable. You can definitely use it and it'll work, but there's so many better Triton options than this. I guess it's around Bloated Ted level, I don't know. On paper, it looks really good. Like 3 costs. On average, you're probably going to get an attack buff. Not on average, really. Like, if we take a 3-cost 2/4 jumper at face value, it's not that bad on paper. Triggering the attack buff is pretty difficult to do without messing up your lands too much. You can get, like, maybe 1 attack buff if you jump onto, like, a neutral or something, if you've already got creatures on board. And then you can make this almost like a 3-cost Triton Warrior, but the condition is it just hurts it too much. At face value, a 3-cost 2/4 jumper is not a good stat line on board. It's fine if you've got nothing else in your collection to run. I would run this if I was starting my collection from scratch, but doesn't get completely owned by Fly because the Flyer gamer can't possibly use the Faeria. Yeah, I mean, like that. Like if you're giving your opponent Faeria, that they can't use, that's okay. But I'd much rather run Intrepid Explorer in that case to give a burst of Faeria rather than this really slow 4-land card that gives you 1 Faeria on your next turn. It's disgusting. Blossoming Kodama. The tree archetype's not very good. This is only playable in tree archetype, so it probably has to go next to the tree, I guess. Is this only playable in tree? I guess you can use it with just Moby. Yeah, I built a deck around this with just Moby and not tree. But it's, okay, maybe it's like closer to the Skywhale then? I don't know. It's still pretty bad. It's a pretty awful card. Again, just because 8 to 10 land archetype is not very viable competitively. Chrysalis is garbage. This is F tier, I think. I think this is unplayable. There's an argument in my Discord about this card. I was trying to argue against it. There was some people trying to argue for it. Now the issues with this card, like on paper it seems fine. Again, it's a 0-cost buffing card. The issues with this card is you have to remove one of your cards from the game, one of your creatures, which means you're removing a potential collector. Really bad. That means you're like almost spending 1 Faeria to give a +1/+1 buff a turn. Doing pretty much the same thing that the Seedling's doing. It's just not enough scaling to be worth justifying playing this card. It takes way too long to get this to any stat number meaningful. It's a really bad card. Where did we put Spite Sprite? I think I put it in A or B. Yeah, I put it at the high B tier. Spite Sprite's really good. But yeah, I don't know. I might consider raising it. It's okay with Doomsday. It's okay with Doomsday, I guess. I guess you make a good point. Considering E tier is the cards that are like, you can actually use them for stuff. Okay, fair enough, fine. Because normally you'd run Balloonfish any day over this in your Doomsday list, but sure, you can, I guess, make it work in Doomsday. Fine. There's a use for it. Okay, whatever. I'll yield. Trek to Moon. I just wish it gave you Faeria when you played it. Yeah, that would be cool, I guess. I mean, Doomsday is bad, but we're talking about, like, E-tier stuff anyways. It's already bad anyways. We're just seeing, is it the worst in the game, or is it not the worst in the game? Not the absolute worst in the game. Okay. Dwardia. This card's, like, okay. It's really slow. I think it can be C-tier. This is, like, Runin tier cards. There's a lot of cards like this. Runin, Istanu. Dwardia. Yeah, it's expensive in land count. It's expensive in Faeria cost too. But you can buff this a little bit. You can teleport around. The teleport's pretty strong. It's okay. Vulpine's pretty good. I honestly would put this into A tier probably. Would I? It's not even like that good an archetype. I think I put Sagami Grove or Sagami Warrior in B, right? This is definitely better than the Warrior. At least in the archetypes you would play this in. Warrior is a very good card, but yeah, Vulpine, I don't know. Victory Celebration is such a bad card. Unplayable. Not a fan of Runin's design, but because of the Faeria system, it works for you. Yeah, it has the potential to like be a really strong card, but and it was a pretty strong card in the past before they nerfed it. But yeah, I like where Runin is sitting right now. I think it's a really strong it's a mechanically strong card. So you can use one slot in your deck to give you Faeria. There are better events. Yeah. What do you guys think? Is Vulpine that good? Like the archetypes it fits into is like B tier at best though. I guess Spite Sprite's gonna be better. Yeah, sure. We'll put it at the high B, right next to Spite Sprite. Come back to it when we consider. Beast Trainer, pretty terrible. Is this like playable in anything? You can run Crackthorn with this, which is like okay. I guess it's like D tier. Is it? I feel like there's a D tier list you can make with this card. Yeah, somewhere in there. Bursting Hippo's pretty bad. This one's hard to make a list out of. A 6 cost 5/5. Is this 3 mountains? Bursting Hippo? I think it is, right? Yeah, 3 mountains. That's pretty nuts. That's pretty bad. I think this is E tier probably. That's a really bad card. The combat trigger is hard to do anything, especially with how land structure goes in the game. You don't often have 2 creatures that are adjacent to the land this is going to be on. You really have to try hard to set that up, and then already you're playing an awful stat line, a 5/5, but not only that, it cost you 6 Faeria and 3 lands. Those are really bad cards. If you have more cards, you're winning. But, like, literally just play Soul Pact. Like, the only way this nets you a significant amount of Faeria is if the game goes on for such a long time, and it's just not competitive at all. Flamestoker is pretty bad. It's probably like E tier, right? In a similar vein to this maybe, where like it's just starts as a 4/4, right? It's a 5 cost 4/4. You have to +1. So you're playing this as a 5 cost 5/5 the turn you play it. And it's restricting you to pressing +1 that very turn. You have to have 5 Faeria already built up to play this. And yeah, 5/5 stat line's garbage. Restricting you to a +1 archetype is garbage. I guess it's like... No, I don't even think it's playable bad. It's like pretty bad. Really bad cards. Again, like the game, competitive games go really quick. They're really fast-paced. You can't rely on +1/+1 scaling in this game. It's just not enough. You have to have something like Runin which is +2/+2. And like, you'll notice Runin is even in C tier. Like even with the +2/+2 scaling, Runin is like okay. So yeah, I think I'm happy keeping that E. Did you fix charger placement? Which charger? Windstorm charger? Ignoozy Ritualist is it's better than that guy, but it's not like amazing. Honestly, this is probably D tier. There's definitely builds you can use this for. It's just so expensive. I had another argument in my Discord about this card, comparing it directly to like Fire Elemental. Oh yeah, we got Fire Elemental. Fire Elemental's got to be a tier above. I don't know, it's doing different things. But like, this thing, you don't want to use this as an elemental, because elementals are meant to ramp you, and really you're using ramp, early game ramp, with things like Fire Elemental. It's got 1 mountain requirement. This doesn't come down till turn 3. It's a really terrible elemental. You have to be using this in the +1 archetype only, really. You will virtually never corrupt this creature. Sometimes you will, but it's not even a good consideration when judging this card. Because you want to play this in a more controlling archetype. If you're restricted to a +1 archetype, which is what this card pretty much has to fit into, you're not building lands, which means you have to wait for your opponent to come to you. They're probably not going to let you corrupt this creature very easily if they're in control of land placements in a competitive scene. So yeah, you're not going to get the corrupt trigger most of the time. So pretty much you're getting 1 extra +1 usage out of it. That's just so expensive, being a 3/3 body. A 3 mountain 3/3 body. It virtually costs you 3, but yeah, it's just not amazing as a card. Why is Windstorm the Windstorm Charger? I don't think Windstorm Charger's like that great. We put the Archer in C tier. I also, a lot of people think like the Events archetype is really solid. You can maybe justify a B tier of the whole archetype, but I don't know. I really don't think this card is amazing. It's just C tier. It gets ninja toted, it gets soul drained, it gets wrathed. There's so many answers to it, and it doesn't do a lot. Correction, it can do a lot. C tier is still definitely a fine tier. But yeah. How is Fire Elemental above? You gotta use this with Ignis or more than 3 land lists. Ignoozy? I'm just here to spread disinformation, yeah. You think Ignoozy is strong? But the +1 archetype's garbage. It's actually just not good. Like, competitively speaking, right? The +1 archetype's probably C or D tier, I would say. Competitively. Put Charger in C? We put Charger in D, right? I just don't think this card is good. I really don't think it's good. Not in the modern Faeria. S had that one list with yellow-red. I liked that list. But I just don't think it's going to be standing up to the current Titans in the meta right now. Giving you Power Wheel is just so nice, very versatile. It is, but it's 3 lands. It's just really bad. I don't know. I think I'm confident in keeping it here. It's not very good. Like, it's high D tier, maybe. Cobalt Smuggler is awful. This is E tier. This is on par with these other... I guess with the Cypher's fodder. It's like a similar idea. It's just way too expensive for a really low life count, and Corrupt is hard to trigger. Really cool cards, but it's just a really bad card. Because Corrupt, unfortunately, you can't trigger the turn you play the card, which means this has to survive an entire turn, just on board. And with no mobility attached to it, it's just really difficult. one Flame Burst to this and you cry. You just lost 2 Faeria value, which is awful. Get the job done at 3 lands to get to 5 for your Baldurian. But like 5 Mountain is not a great archetype. Also gets the job done. Draw stuff later on. Yeah, but later on, you're just not in a good spot anymore. It's just not doing that much for you. I don't know. Still going. I know. I managed to take a break, but 5-3 is F. F tier is really unplayable. I think you can, like, meme with this card. It's difficult, but you can meme with this card. To be fair, it is pretty low down here, but I think you can meme with it. You can't meme very effectively, but it's better than these cards. And then Wrath of Ignis, this is, again, like I said, a D-tier archetype. I think this is, like, gonna be better than the Ignuzi, but, like, it's still bad. Yeah, it's still bad, right? It's a bad archetype. Like, it's just, like, vaguely bad, right? D-tier is dipping below the line of what's decent. I think it's F. Okay, Bobbin. Barren Sky Vermin, this is usable in Rush, but it's like not that great. I think we'll put it into D tier somewhere. It's okay, it triggers certain things, but it's not that great. I don't think Yellow Rush really wants to run this usually, like even the viable Yellow Rush lists. Is this card like played in Yellow Rush? I don't know. Like the only thing this is useful for is like proccing face hit cards like Kalim's Prayer and stuff. Maybe a high D tier. Yeah. Barren Sky Vulture. Oh, where's Bamster? I think he left a long time ago. I don't like this card personally. I think it's fine. I just don't like it that much. I also don't think it's that amazing. Compared to like Spirit Theft's so much better, but I guess it's just finding that one damage condition is really nasty, but it does give you a creature as well, which is nice. So this is like B or C tier to me. Let's see, it's a 3 cost, 4 desert. I mean, for the value, it's I guess it's solid. Getting like 1 extra damage in there. It's like a better what's it called? Flame Spitter, kind of. I mean, you got to like actually have a 1 HP target, but yeah, the condition really punishes this. But it's I guess it's solidly okay. I don't know. I think the first list you ever uploaded to the hub was Blue Red Rush less built around Kobold Smuggler. Oh, really? Yeah, I mean, there's got to be a meme build out there that can use Kobold Smuggler. I believe it. Even if you, like, buff it or something, like, you could get something out of this. It's just gonna be super bad. Blightborn Spectre. This card's, like, meh. C tier, I guess. I mean, the Husk archetype is, like, not great anymore. I actually tried playing around with this card. I don't even know. It's, like, not that great. It's, like, low-end C tier, I guess. Is it better than this +1 archetype? I think so. Like, speediness can go a long way. It's got mobility attached to it. It's fine. It's an okay card, I guess. I don't know, you don't really see this competitively played anymore, though. It's not really competitively viable. I might drop this, I don't know. Is this usable? You can still run Merchant. I think Merchant's still quite strong. I mean, I still think Husk is a C-tier archetype. I just don't know if the Blightborn Spectre really fits. We'll keep it there for now. Dustbringer Wraith. This card's pretty good for its stats. It's honestly like comparable. These two are very comparable to each other. This thing honestly is probably a bit better. It's 4 cost 3/6, which is an exceptional stat line. It just costs 3 lands, which is its downside. It does have a corrupt ability, which is a fine corrupt ability. Especially being in yellow. Yellow is definitely the best place for corrupt creatures to try and trigger, because of all their mobility tricks. And this card is, yeah, I don't know. These are like borderline C to D to me. This one's going to be better than Spectre, I guess. They do different things, though. Like in a Husk deck, I want to be playing this thing, I think. This thing, I probably want to not be playing Husk things so much, but I'm playing a lot of mobility tricks. Maybe some card addition to hand, I don't know. These are probably, like, I think D tier are like archetypes that are just bad in tournament play so much. I don't think you really get use out of these. We'll throw them into high D tier then. And here's the Haunted Husk. So Husk, I think, is C tier. Cheese, a lot of people hate this card now that it's been nerfed. This used to be S tier in my old tier list, but since the balance patch, this has been changed. I still think it's fine. It's a still fine draw engine. Yeah, it's just 4 lands is a lot to ask for. A similar problem to the library, where it's you want your draw engine as soon as possible. This comes down turn 4, but at least it's not like damaging you like library is. This actually heals you and damages your opponent. You can fit a burn archetype into it that way. I think it's a solid C. The great F tier to number 1 journey. Gotta start tomorrow. Yeah. I am foreseeing an increased usage of E and F tiers as well. Yeah. It's like on paper value is very excellent. On paper, this card is insane, but in practice, it's like okay. It's C tier to me. Center of C tier, smack dab in the middle. Bloatfly, I think, is amazing. I think this is an incredible card. Probably A tier. I mean, I only run one of these in my Flyers list personally, but I think it's an excellent card. It's such a devastating card. It is 4 deserts, but even if you don't proc this corrupt, it's a 2 cost 3/3 still, which is so efficient, and it's a flyer body still. It's just so efficient. You don't want too many of these because there's a lot of Highland cards you want to run, like Spirit Theft and such, but it's such a good card. Is there a disadvantage to a my 3/3 flyer for 3 is not good, do you think? I think a 3/3 flyer for 3 is fine. That's like solid value still. Yeah, I definitely think it's fine. I don't think it's like super broken. Certainly not anymore, but I think it's absolutely fine. Talking about Amai, by the way. This guy's the 2 cost 3/3. Yeah. Bannon, pretty Mimi. This is a pretty Mimi card. I think it's probably E tier. I don't think this is good, even in lists that like draw through their entire deck. Is way too expensive. I'd much rather run Ariana than this card, which does the same job, essentially, for cheaper. Well, kind of cheaper, I guess. I guess not cheaper, but Ariana is just more impactful in the early game. This is a dead card in hand until the late game. So I think it's E tier. You can play around with it in memes, though. It falls somewhere in here. Yeah. Destructive Volley. This card's great in this Flyers meta. It's like C or B tier. It's not very good into any other matchup but Flyer, but when you're considering a tournament lineup, this card of course is really good because during tournament lineups you actually get to specifically counter other people's decks with specific decks of your own, so you can get more specific with your counter cards like Destructive Volley. Yeah, I think honestly it deserves a B tier just because of how dominant Flyers is. It's really good into Flyers. You get to actually counter with this card. You don't have to what am I trying to say? Like, you don't have to have a poor deck list. Like, if you play this on the ladder, it's going to be a lot less powerful. But in tournaments, you can actually design your deck list, or your whole lineup, kind of around this card, where you're prepared to counter with this. I don't know. I think it's pretty solid cards in the current meta. So Enslaved Priest, this card sucks. I think this is E tier. You can maybe find uses for it. The issues with this card is the stat line sucks. 3 cost for a 2/4 sucks. Corrupt is not a very, it's not an overly playable mechanic. You can, like, there's some solid cards, but already it's tough to trigger, and the ability is not very good. You drain, was it 2 life from your opponent or something? And it's just not very much. It's not doing that much for you. Again, with the sort of victory point analogy I used earlier in this video, which you probably skipped past if you've watched this long. Treating life kind of like victory points, where you don't win the game until you're dead. You don't win the game until your opponent's dead. You don't lose the game until yourself is dead. And you're just kind of exchanging victory points around with this card. It's not doing anything. Yeah, just really terrible cards. The Gagana Rainbow Birdship. This enables a lot of stuff. It enables a lot of combos. Not amazing card on its own. I guess it's like C tier. It's okay. The stat line's like alright. It works well in that Crackthorn list, that one Crackthorn Salamander list. So it's okay, I guess. It gives you 2 creatures for 1 body. One of those bodies is a 3/7 flyer. Yeah, it's like a lower C tier, I guess. Red Colossus is F, it loses you the game. I think it doesn't always lose you the game. F tier's a very special place. It is a very bad card, but F tier's a very special place. Like, you could also argue that Hilltop Archer loses you the game, or like this loses you the game, but there's very niche scenarios in a very memey format where this can not immediately lose you the game. Imperial... what's this called? Imperial Outpost, yeah. This card's solid in Yax. Yax isn't a great archetype, though. And this is probably the only archetype it fits in is Yax. It's like okay at best, I guess. But considering Yax is like C tier, this is probably like a D tier card, really. It's like an afterthought in the Yax archetype. It's good with Yak attack. It's just really expensive. I think it's bad. Playable bad, I guess. D tier card, yeah. Why is Wisp in F tier? You know the famous Onig deck? Which Wisp? This one? There's a Doomsday build you can do with this, but I think I actually hate this even in Doomsday. This card, you can run Tarim. Somebody pointed that out, but I think it's just bad. Like, awful. Like, there's no reason to run this over Oakfather in a Tarim build. Lamacorn. I really like this card, but it's bad. I don't even think it's playable bad, to be honest. I've seen some players use this. I don't think it's very good, though. This is like E tier, really. It's better than the Hippo, though. Yeah, Llama just really doesn't fit in many archetypes. The archetypes it does fit into, you could just not run it. It's like, eh. I like running this card, though. I mean, I don't know. I've used this, and it was not that bad. It was bad, but it's like not that bad. Maybe it's like okay. The card draw can be nice. The beast tag, you don't really care that much about. 5/5 stat line's just so awful. But E tier is already like pretty bad cards. I think Llama's better than the other E tier cards. Also, why are these up so high? Like Sky Whale and stuff's better. This card's really bad. Can dump this down a little bit, dump this down a little bit. Dump this down a little bit. Yeah. Llama's okay-ish in Nat Self-Harm. Yeah. There was that one Beast List. I love the synergy with Bloodsong with this card. It's not like very viable competitively, but it's a fun combo. Yeah, whatever. We'll keep it at the bottom of D. I guess it does something. Maybe, sometimes. Oversky Yak. This card's solid in Yaks, but it's only in Yaks. Where did I put my other Yaks? Topaz Yak? It's like near the Topaz Yak, maybe? Again, it's in the Yak archetype. It suffers for being in the Yak archetype. You don't really want to build neutrals except for Yak attack and other Yak stuff. But yeah, it's okay. You get a 4/6 body for 4 for a bunch of neutrals built, but it's okay, I guess. This thing sucks. The Priest of Everlife. This is E tier. Like, you can still use it, but it's pretty bad. It's a pretty bad card. And the reason being is you can't control where this buff lands. You can try to build a deck to control where it lands, but even if you try to build a deck to control it, it might just hit another Priest of Everlife, and then you're really sad, because you played a 3-cost 3/5. And that looks like good on paper value, but it's just a really awful stat line. I guess it's not that bad a stat line, but you gotta wait for the buff, so you want this to be impactful, and it's just not. What's this guy's name? Carl or something? The other Radiance. This card's, it can be okay. I guess it's like D tier though, competitively. 10 cost 10/10 that doesn't allow your opponent to move. It's like, whatever. You get hard removal, you get humbling visioned. You feel bad. But it can be okay, especially in that structure chaos list. You can build up a huge amount of Faeria and have something to spend that Faeria on, but yeah, it's probably bad-ish. I'll throw it there. Roaming Yak. This one's bad-ish as well. I wouldn't really run this. I don't even run this in most of my Yak builds. It's funny. It's a fun card, but it's not that great. It's okay. I don't know. It's okay bad. Oh, Steve, that's the nickname. Skyak is one of the better Yaks, yeah. Used in yellow control as a way to dump Faeria. Yeah, you use this to Faeria dump, but I think it's like, it's a very meh card. Can definitely cause some harm, but it's a very meh card competitively. Shozen. I guess this is like C tier. It's solid, but you just don't really have a reason to go up to 6 lands anymore for most archetypes competitively. And this used to be like playable in green-blue, but green-blue is kind of not in the meta anymore. This card is okay, I guess. It does a lot. It definitely does a lot, but it's very expensive. Okay. Oh, this card. Oh boy, can I not wait to rank this card. I hate this card. This is my least favorite card in the entire game. Tower of Curses. This card is absolute garbage. I kind of gotta put it into E tier. Like, these cards are just way worse. But it's so bad. Is this, I don't know, is this F tier? This card literally loses you the game in most cases. It's 4 cost to give a -1/-1 buff the turn you play it, and 4 lands. That is so ungodly awful. I can't express my disgust with this card. It's like so much immediate value is needed on the cards you play, as I've mentioned before, and this doesn't give you immediate value. It's so bad. I think I had one time where I got this used against me and it got all 4 pings. Once. And all other times my opponent just surrenders. And that was like getting it on curve at 4 lands and distinctly getting all these cards. I mean, I guess I still won that match, so yeah, it's a pretty bad card. Maybe it is F tier. It is one of the worst cards in the game. Maybe we'll keep it in F tier. This might be my bias showing, though. I just absolutely hate this card. It's a counter to all the 6/1s. Yeah, you spend 4 Faeria to take out 4 6/1s. Wow. Amazing. But you gotta build 4 lands to get there. Amazing. I just don't think this fits in any deck. It doesn't do anything for you. And if you're a new player, this looks really appealing because, yeah, it's a -4/-4 nerf on across 4 turns for 4 Faeria. Seems like good value across 4 turns, but yeah, competitively speaking, I don't think you could ever run this competitively. You would lose a tournament for playing this card. The other Ulani, this card's really good. Really good cards. I think the archetypes it fits into, though, is probably like B tier, right? This card's really good, but you have to have no boards. I mean, you can run this in mechs, though, and mechs is like fine with having no boards. Maybe it's A tier. 4 lands is a lot. How good is this in mechs even, though? It's like... It's good. I don't think it's like that game-winning good, though. I think I'm fine with B tier. Yeah. It is really good for what it gives, though. 2 cost, 2/4 with Taunt, Divine, and Protection. So many keywords there. And it is 4 lands, which is pricey. And the condition is pricey, too. For most archetypes. I mean, Mex doesn't care. I guess. So much. Yeah, we'll keep it in B. Resurgence Emissaries, not great. I think S had that one Ghost Dragon list that uses this. That was kind of cool. I saw a couple people attempting this in Beastmaster, but I don't think I like that too much. It's just a kind of bad card in general. Even in Ghost Dragon, is it doing that much for you in Ghost Dragon? Yeah, okay, I guess it deserves C tier if it enables that deck, even if Ghost Dragon's like, eh. It does something sometimes. It can be a C tier. The Yak Shepherd, this card's really good in Yaks. So Yaks, we said, was like C tier. This is going to be next to the Mother, probably. We'll keep that in C. This one in A, though. It feels weird having Mother here. Mother's gotta be B tier. Then this has to be B tier. Okay, we'll do something like this. Savior of the Meek. This card's pretty bad. This card did get buffed slightly. It changed from 2 forests, 2 lakes to 1 and 2 wild. But it's still pretty bad. There's no archetypes you really want to play with this competitively. You can play this on ladder for sure. I think it does okay on ladder, but competitively this is pretty bad. Way too many lands to build up to. It's just a strictly worse Tiki Caretaker. Even though you are getting Divine, you don't really care that much. And in competitive play, like, a lot of removal is with creatures anyways. Like, sure, Soul Drain exists, Flame Burst exists, but generally your opponent should be fine with taking your creatures out with their own creatures rather than hand removal. They don't need to care too much about this. But it turns Croc into Buddha. I love that. Hey, Fickle. It does turn Krog into Buddha, yeah. Thunder Eel, I love this card. Cheese hates this card. I think it's amazing. Probably solid B. I almost would put this into A tier. Maybe it is. It's 4 lands, which is fine for the effect it gives. 6 costs, 6/4, and deals 2 damage. So it's essentially like a 6/4 flyer with like a Cypher's Wrath on a stick. And that's pretty great value. It also has Angry Synergy. It is a pretty good card. And then you also have that threat of dealing 4 damage over an Ocean Tile, which is not nothing. It's not that much, but it's definitely not nothing. You threaten Mistral Guides from staying on their own lands. I'd say Eel is A. I think it is not A tier. You guys always talk like it's winning you games when it really doesn't. It does a lot. I think it still does a lot. I would debate putting it into A. Like, this is probably on par with a Tide Lord. I guess. I don't know. Tide Lord's maybe better in most cases. Flying Body is really good. Flying Body is very good. We'll keep it in B for now. The only downside to this is its expense. 6 Faeria is a lot. But in an angry archetype, you really need like a Faeria sink anyways. You get so much Faeria generated in angry. I think Thunder Eel's just fitting that archetype super well. And I think Red Yellow Angry is an A tier archetype at the moment. Of course, that's being enabled more so by Firebringer than it is Thunder Eel. But yeah, I don't know. We'll keep it there for now. It's just nice to have stuff doing the job of being a creature and the extra job of being angry, so it helps with winning games. Yeah, I definitely think this can. I don't know if this can solely win you games, but it can get you pretty close. It can do a lot for you. Triton Adventurer. It's the Husk. This card's like bad competitively. I guess it's okay. Is this like C tier? 3 lands is a lot. There's no archetypes you really want to put this in. 4/3 jumper, and it draws you a card. So it's not that bad. The land cost hurts it a little bit. I don't know. This is like C or D to me. 3 lands is a lot. I don't really like this card. Compared to other D tier cards, like, there's really no archetype this fits into right now. This is worse than Ignoozy for sure. I think we'll put it into D. I don't really like it. Is it worse than Ignoozy though? I don't know. I think this just, it does a little bit more. I don't know. It'll be in D tier somewhere. It's somewhere in there. Fagoro. This card's pretty unplayable. I guess it's E tier. This card's really bad because it relies on actually discovering a treasure, and it's so difficult to discover a treasure. It happens really late in the game, and then you only get a +3/+3 buff. All in the meanwhile, this is a 5-cost 3/5 jumper, which is just god-awful. Really terrible creature, but I don't know. You can make use of jump to do something, sure. Fine. Jump is a good keyword. Can fit in blue jump. A Triton, a jump can get better aggressive lands. Yeah, I think it definitely can have uses. Pretty sure Triton Adventure makes every deck worse. I don't know. I think the Triton Adventure can have uses. It's just not really competitively that useful. Message in a Bottle. This one's hard to rank just because this is only good in the Disciple. Every other list, this is god-awful garbage. I mean, it's cycle. I guess it's not that god-awful. Okay, well, we'll throw it in D tier somewhere. The event synergy is pretty nice. Treasures suck, but the events synergy is nice. D tier? I mean, it enables that Disciple build. Maybe I can't be so harsh on it because of Disciple. It's event synergy. Bottle is B, you think? I don't think so. What? I mean, it depends on how you're ranking this. If you're ranking it towards the Disciple list, I don't know. Gotta consider Disciple in that, I guess. Oh, there is the Fairies build. Yeah, that's true. Alright, yeah, fair enough. It's not that bad. I do like the Fairies build. I think it's fine. Sure, but I think it's still a C tier card. This fits a... I don't know. Bottle is OP and it sucks. Like, the cycle is okay. Event synergy, okay. I don't know. Oh my god, it's been 3 hours again. This is gonna be an 8-hour stream. We'll slot it there for now. Okay. Triton, or Starshell Keeper. This is really solid on paper, but competitively not very good. In Pandora, this card's amazing. Competitively, the issues with this is pretty much in the 5 life stat. You can compare this directly to the Tyrannex, and Tyrannex is just a better stat line in this meta with flyers running around. The card draw's nice, but 5 life just hurts this card way too much. Definitely still playable though. Solid cards outside of competitive play. It's past 6 AM, El Panico, no! You have to start day in an hour? Jesus. Bottles imbalanced. Yeah, it's a hard one to judge, I guess. Like, because of Disciple, it's good. The Fairy list can be a solid B tier list as well. I think C tier is fine. I don't know. We'll come back to it. Starshell Keeper, this enables, like, event things. It enables the Disciple list as well. It's a really good draw tool combined with Failed Experiment. I think this is actually C tier. It's not bad. I think I ranked this really low in the past on my last tier list, but I played around with this card a bunch over the past year, and I quite like it. It fits a niche purpose, is very expensive, but like, I think there's C tier lists you can make out of this card. It is playable even outside. I guess the cycle is definitely something to consider also. It's like what's the card? I put it in B tier, Shifting Tides. It is like a Shifting Tide, but with event synergy instead of this. But then how good is events is the next question. I don't know, I guess it's pretty good that way. Compared to this, Land Trick's really good. Event synergy on this. Event synergy. I don't think it's like that needed though. I don't know, I think it's like still solid C. Message in a bottle can be put in a stanu? What? Message can be put in a stanu. Oh, in a stanu list? Really? I don't see why you would put that there. It is at least as good as Shifting Tide for cycle. I guess so. It's good cycle. It's not land movement though. I don't know. Okay, well, we'll throw it into B. Fine. This thing, the Tiki Adventures, awful. Awful because it's really expensive. It's 4 cost for a garbage stat unit, 2/2. Even if you get 1 proc off on this, it is not getting your money back, really. You're investing so much into this card, you want more scaling than 1-for-1. Because you have to set up a lot for this too. It's only got -1, you gotta get adjacent to an enemy land. You have to have swarm creatures around this card. It's really bad. I don't even know if this card's playable, to be honest. You can probably find some meme build to make it work, I guess. Ogre Adventure, this card's, it's okay. Maybe. The issues with this card is just the land cost is really expensive, but maybe it's C tier. Maybe it's D tier. The land cost is really expensive. 5/5 body sucks in this meta. Yeah, I think this is probably not super playable competitively. It is almost a solid card though. If it had maybe different stats, if it was like a 4/6, this would be pretty good. Yeah, this would be pretty good at 4/6. 5/5 makes it kind of bad. Mildly bad, not that bad. Only works in Pandora, yeah. Cauldron Adventure! Alright, S. It's time to teach you a lesson with how garbage a card this one is. This one's like... Oh, it's gotta be better than the Tiki Adventure, but this one's also garbage. 4-cost 4/3 with -1. Now the -1 is okay, but there's so much better stuff you want to be running in yellow. The treasure map cycle doesn't really do anything for you. It's probably like a higher E tier, but like it's still bad. It's still pretty bad. It's high E? Yeah. You heathen. You've lost to it because people ran it to avoid fatigue. Fair. You won with it today? Nice. Yeah, it's pretty bad though. Somewhere in there in the E tiers. Exotic Pet. I like this card, it's very cute, but it's not very good. I don't think it's that playable competitively. Is it like D tier though? Like low D tier potentially. I haven't really found a build for this that works. I feel like there's a build out there though that this could maybe work in, but it's a 3/2 stat line, like similar arguments with these guys, I guess. It's like a Cauldron Explorer, but it can be placed anywhere, which can be quite a powerful ability, but again, it's like not very much impact, just like this is. Yeah, I don't know, this is low D to E for me. That's not great. Wait, this is 2 cost, right? Exotic Pet? Yeah, 2 cost. It does cost 2 lands, but yeah, it can be placed anywhere. So yeah, I don't know. I guess it's better than the Cauldron Soldier, maybe. I don't know. Could work in Crackthorn. It's hard. You almost want to put this in tempo so that you actually get use out of this before it becomes obsolete, and you really want your cards to be hitting hard. In tempo, you can use this to step on lands. It's not giving you a ton of value, so you can, but you can like put on the pressure with this card, super early pressure with this card. I don't know. I think this is like a tempo card, maybe a fast, aggressive mid-range. Kodama Beast Tender is really bad. This is probably near the Hippo. Probably near the Hippo. It does have jump though, so it's a bit better than Hippo, but it's 4 lands. It's 4 lands, it only buffs beasts by 2 attack. It can buff your Deepwood Stalkers, but it's just such a garbage card, it's so expensive. 6 Faeria is nuts for what this gives. A 5/5 body, we talked about how bad 5/5 stat lines are, but it does have jump, which is something. Yeah, heavy in land cost though, very expensive cards. Tyrian Expedition, pretty bad cards. I think we can make use of it. It's a low E tier. The random cards you get from it You could argue this is similar to Crystal Spice in those cards, where it also costs 1. But the issue with this card is the card pool for these. There's so many bad hits you can get with this, with the 4-land or higher, and that makes it really bad. You can get a good card, but it's really unlikely you get something that actually fits your scenario, or fits your archetype or whatever. Crystal Spice is here, and Crystal Spice is pretty good. Crystal Spice is a pretty good card, like B tier, I guess. It's a high B... maybe? Yeah, I mean, this card's really annoying. You can get Meteor off this card, or Cohen's can run this and get Meteor. 33%, no, it's a 50, yeah, 45% chance Meteor or something if you play 3 of these. Kind of a bonkers card for that. But it also helps with certain things, like the Structures archetype, I think can run this pretty well. Can get you some solid stuff, maybe it's a bit lower though. It's a B tier though. Sirocco! Love this card, it's just bad. Playable bad. We'll put it into D tier somewhere. Red-blue is a really awful archetype, unfortunately. You can make some things work, but competitively there's no real, like, super viable red-blue. And Sirocco's just really expensive, both land-wise and Faeria-wise. And you need a land trick or something the turn you play this, so you need even more than 7 Faeria, because otherwise you're just playing a 7/7 for 7, and you cry when it gets removed. Okay, Glide Hopper. This is worse than Tow Ship, but it's okay, I guess. Maybe C tier, like low C tier. And the reason it's worse than Tow Ship, even though this is this has got jump and flying, the Tow Ship only moves 1 space at a time and is flying. The land acceleration is really important in the tempo archetype, where you can accelerate your lands to get Mystic Beast. This doesn't add that to the tempo archetype. The 4 life hurts it a little bit, not that much. It's an okay card, but Tow Ship is just doing more for it in that sort of blue-yellow tempo archetype. Spirit Spice. I wanted to make this card work, but it just kind of is not good. Like D tier. It is good value for what it gives, but the archetypes that it fits into struggle a lot. You struggle to even pull this off in archetypes it fits into, but it's probably a solid D tier somewhere in there. It gives good stats, good ability. Yeah, Spirit Spice pairs really nicely with Yak Attack, but it doesn't pair that nicely. It's like, okay. You have to have both cards in your hand. You have to have all 3 Yaks die off for 9 Faeria. The other issue with this card also is you want to use this card to take an immediate trade, right? That's the whole purpose of using buffs. And if you're killing off creatures, you're not going to have potentially a creature to even value trade with this card, either because you've killed your opponent's creatures that turn to proc this, or because you killed all of your own creatures trying to kill your opponent's stuff, or trying to kill your own creatures off. Right, you need 3 creatures, you actually need 4 creatures to make this work for 0 cost. I mean, this is still fine played for 3 cost, but it's still quite expensive because you need a lot of other stuff on board for it. But Sack, don't like it in Sack. It's playable in Sack. It's not terrible in Sack. I can definitely see why you wouldn't like it in Sack though. I think the main problem is that when you have your creatures dying during your opponent's turn, you don't get the reduction. Yeah, you have to have the creatures die off on your own turn, which kind of sucks. Which is really sad. It looks like a really fun card, and it looks really good, but it just isn't, unfortunately. It's okay. I don't know. It's okay bad. Airbot, very good cards. A tier. This card's very good. A very good collector, and it synergizes with the mech sort of thing. With Detonate, it gives a 2/2 flying body. You get a double collector so easily with this card. And then you've got that Detonate pairing. Just an insane card. Airbot could potentially be an S tier, but I don't know. I want to be reserved in my S tier and F tiers. This card, Seek Shelter, I really like. I really like this card a lot. Could almost make this like A tier, but this is in the green color, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a really good card. Like, you can run this in that Crackthorn list. The Crackthorn list is like a B tier, though. Yeah, I think Seek Shelter can fit in B tier. This is like the one good Discover, or the one Discover card that I like mechanically. I really hate Discover as a mechanic overall because randomness is just stupid. But Seek Shelter doesn't really care because in green and with the idea of this card, you're just looking for a giant stat stick, and in taunt creatures, stat sticks it will provide for you. So yeah, it's a fine card. B tier, pretty solid. Tiki Zoologist is not very good. Not very good competitively. I guess D. I think it's still playable. It's just really expensive. You're spending 2. You do get a creature out of it, but you're spending 2 in hopes of playing a beast. And so the beast, like, you're playing the beast for its stock value. It might be a subpar beast though, and then you're spending 2 on a 1/1 collector. It's very meh as a card. You can get some pretty spicy draws off of it, but it's random. So, it's either D or E, to be honest. It's not that good, but I think you can pair this with Salamander, maybe. It's just so expensive. Yeah, I think it's fine. You can get like Ice Rock off of this, which is pretty nutty, as with old Discover cards getting Ice Rock off of. Detonate's very good. This is a card I wouldn't mind slotting into S tier, but I don't know. It's so difficult to play around this card, and it does so much damage. Not just for 2 cost. Obviously you need to combo this with other cards, but like Mech Archetype doesn't really care too much. This is a very good card. We'll keep it in A tier for now. It's very good. Fragmenter, pretty bad card, but it's playable. I'll put it in D tier. This card, we put Shedem Brute here too. So this is a 5 cost 3/6. This is a 6 cost 3/6. And it costs more lands. I think the Brute is a little bit better than this one even. This one is just so absurdly expensive. You do get 4 2s when it combat hits. It's reasonably easy to block this from getting a spawn though. Like it's still a challenge to get it to stop it from spawning, but it's also still reasonably difficult. And yeah, I don't know, 3/6. Yeah, it's just super expensive for what it gives. You might get 1 proc with this card. On average, you'll probably get 1 proc with this card, which is okay, but it's just so expensive. And on the off chance that you don't get 1 proc, it's so bad. You get set back really far with this card. A lot better Meg cards to run, but you can run this sometimes, I guess. Junk Feet's pretty good. I guess this is A tier. Junk Feet's pretty good. Is it that good though? You need to have mechs on board. It costs 3 lands. It's 4 cost. I think that's pretty good. Gives you a creature. On average, you might get like +2/+2 stats out of it on turn 1. And then it's got 4 turns of proccing. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Probably 8 tier, I guess. Forgeling's not very good. This is probably D tier. Just competitively speaking again. When this comes down, this is a 5 cost 2/5 until your next turn. There's really a lot of pressure on your creatures when you're dropping a creature and waiting until your next production step. Your opponent can really punish you for that, and Flyers punishes this, of course, with 5/3 bodies. Value trades it. Even when this gets up to 5/5 stats, Flyers will always have a threatening punish on this. And lots of other 5 attack creatures can punish this too. Just not very good. Yeah, D tier somewhere in there. Map Dealer. I like this card. It's solid. It's like doing a similar thing to Farm Boy, I guess. Well, it is. It's just more land heavy. Like 2 more lands than Farm Boy is. The 0/1 doesn't matter too much. I do find that I've gotten like nice little poke hits with the Farm Boys with the 1 attack. It is not that relevant though. You're just using this as a collector. A cheap collector, and you can use this in Husk lists. This actually might be a bit worse. I don't know what archetypes this fits into anymore. Like I do think Red Control has a place. In tournaments, at least, and that's what Farm Boy can kind of fit into. I don't actually know if this fits in any archetypes. It's really good, though. I guess it's solid. We'll keep it in B tier. Yeah, if you can't answer the airbot, it is very devastating. That is true. Maya Merchant is really good in the Husk archetype. I think this is... I don't know, this is like B or C to me. Again, the 3/3 flying 3, the 3 cost 3/3 flying body is, it's pretty solid. Especially if you're getting some extra condition for your archetype. But yeah, I don't know. Also, Frog Tosser's a lot less devastating. You don't have that as a pick anymore. It's just 1 less pick, I guess. Firestorm's still as brutal as ever with this pickup, but that's like 1 card. There's a few cards that are pretty good. Tyrian Golem. Where did I put Husk? Like C tier? Yeah. I don't know. This is B or C to me. Map Dealer is in the 5 Desert Husk. Is the 5 Desert Husk like that good though? It is in Sack. Yeah, I guess there's a Sack build with it. Fair. Also in the Disciple deck. Yeah. I think it's a solid card. The Map Dealer. Merchant, I don't know. Merchant is like... B tier. Feels kind of weird. 5 Desert Husk is mediocre. Yeah, I would think so. Compared to Laya, compared to Frog Tosser. Yeah, I mean, I think this is better than these guys. I don't know. Horsemaster C tier. Horsemaster's pretty good. I don't know. We'll figure it out later. Ariana. Ariana is a solid C. This is like on par with Runin, a little bit better than Runin. We can put it up higher, maybe. I really like Ariana as sort of an alternate win condition. This is very good into very specific matchups. Overall, it's like not a great card. But like that's what C tier is all about, having specific niche uses. And I think that's what Ariana provides. Obviously doing something much better than Bannon. You can use this in the early game. In a Flyers mirror, this can sometimes be good. Depending on the top decks. It's not actually that good in the Flyers mirror. It depends on how the top decks go though, really. If you've got a lot of Faeria to sync, then this can be fine. It's really good into mono green, which isn't saying much. Yeah, it's okay. It's an okay card. Barter. Barter's gross. This is a high A tier. I'm not going to slot it into S tier because I think this can be countered by simply not running events, which is still something, especially in competitive lineups. People will be thinking about barter and countering this. And if this gets countered, this is a dead card in your hand, which is pretty brutal. When this hits, though, it hits hard. It's a really nasty card. This is a high A. A very good card. Especially in Disciple, this card's nuts. Yeah, barter's very good. A lot of people will want that in S tier, I'm sure. Celeste is garbage. I hate this card. Competitively, I think it's, like, not very good. But we'll slot it into E tier. It is still playable, of course. Issues with Celeste are pretty obvious, I hope. You have to only run one copy of every card in a deck. I know Arrow's going to disagree with me on this one. Another advantage to this card is when your opponent doesn't know you're playing Celeste. And that is one advantage you have, but you only get one shot at that surprise. As soon as you start playing weird janky cards or you drop the Celeste even, your opponent's going to know you're playing Celeste and they can now play around it. But if they don't know you're playing Celeste, they're going to play into this 6/6 charge haster. That's really the best thing that this can offer your deck, is the surprise that your opponent doesn't know you're running this, but it's pretty bad if your opponent, once your opponent knows. It's really easy to play around, and your deck is going to suck because of it. Barter's OP, Barter's S tier. It's got a weakness though. I don't know if I can put it in S. When you're thinking about tournament lineups, you're always thinking about barter. Some people will run barter-proof decks. Celeste can be hard to play against since unpredictable. No, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, this is meant to be a tournament tier list, and you get one surprise opportunity with this card, and that's it. I guess that is something. I mean, D tier is still meant to be bad cards, but like playable bad. Okay, yeah, fair enough. I don't know. I guess if you're not being streamed and you can get away with running this in your entire lineup as you go through the tournament without being streamed, without anyone else knowing that you're playing Celeste, then you get one sneaky little surprise poke in each list, and then sure, it's D tier. I don't know. I guess that's something. It is really hard to pull off, though. But sure, I'll admit it's something. Compass. Treasures is a god-awful archetype. I don't think this card's very good. Yeah, this is D or E to me. It's a good card in the treasure archetype, but the treasure archetype's awful. No, I don't think Compass is very good. Can you even get a win with treasures competitively? I'm not sure if you can. Treasures are just that bad. If you have a dedicated treasure list, you don't want to be running this card. I think. I mean, if you get this like turn 1, maybe it gets you a spicy treasure that's playable. So, D tier material, maybe. It is all about carpet. You got a 33% chance. If you get this in your opening hand, 33% chance carpet. But it's so long. No, I actually don't like this card. It takes so long, right? Because this actually takes you 6 turns to get a treasure, doesn't it? Sirocco treasures OTK. Yeah, that was funny. I think this is bad competitively. We'll put it in E. Because it takes 6 turns to actually get a treasure. I mean, you're going to be playing other treasure cards alongside it, I guess, so it's less than 6, but by itself, this takes 6 turns to get a treasure. By that point, you're dead. Yeah, I don't know, I don't like it. Isn't it for 3 turns? No, because if you don't have treasures in your deck, it shuffles one in. And then it finds a treasure map and puts it on top of your deck the next turn. So it takes 6 turns. Unless you get like a lucky top deck in there. Maybe it'll average 5 turns, I don't know. It's just really bad. Next to the other E tier cards... Actually, Storm Spawn should probably be bad. Storm Spawn should probably be down here somewhere. I don't think that's very good competitively either. Never played it yourself. Yeah. And this is also only considering if you get this in your opening hand, by the way. If you don't get this in your opening hand, you're almost never proccing this. Like, this has to come with other treasure cards, and treasures just suck so much. The Treasure Seeker, this card's like not great, but it's playable, I guess. I think D tier still though. Like again, treasures aren't a very good archetype. This is probably your best bet at getting treasures, but treasures still suck either way. And competitively, it's bad. Maybe you can sneak a win with it. It's bad, maybe you can sneak a win. You don't think Storm Spawn's E? I guess with the 7s. Fine, we'll keep it up in E. This actually helps mostly for getting the treasure early by putting maps on top of the deck. Yeah, you gotta pair it with your other ones, like the... I guess if you're playing the treasure cards every turn, maybe it's 3 turns, but... Like, most games are gonna be decided by... turn 5. Yeah, by that point, like, maybe you sneak a treasure if this was in your opening hand. I don't know. This card's pretty not playable. What's this? Shara's Inspiration? Let's remember what this card is. 4 cost. No, this is not the correct card, actually. This is not updated on this site. So it's actually, I think Shara's Inspiration's a 2 cost, 4 land, give a friendly creature +1/+1 for each adjacent enemy. That's what it is, right? Is it +1/+1? Isn't it 2 cost +1/+1? Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 2 cost +1/+1. That is really bad. I almost want to put this into F tier. Like, this is exceptionally bad. I don't think there's any build you could make this work in. Even though I'm trying to vote for this guy to do something, this one, I'm putting F. Yeah, I mean, this card's pretty bad. You gotta wait until turn 4 to play it. On average, you're gonna get a +1/+1 buff, just like we talked about with the other adventurer. So 2 cost +1/+1, yippee! And then you might get a +2/+2 if you're very lucky. And then it's just a very, very bad Runan's Guidance. A 4-land Runan's Guidance. Which I guess is still usable technically, but yeah, it's bad, it's F tier. And the dragons we already did, so that's actually the last card. But let's take a look back at these. And we'll try to think about moving some cards around maybe. So far we've been going for, what, 7.5 hours? I'm so sorry whoever watched through all of this. Moon, please. Do you like Shara's Inspiration? I actually don't think I've ever played this card in my life, now that I think about it. Maybe I played it once for like a lore page stream, but I don't remember ever playing this card. So I don't know. If somebody's played this card and they can vouch for it, I'll boost it up. Any defenders in chat? Let's see. So we got our S tier. I like having a smaller S tier. I don't want too many cards up in here. It's bad after the nerf. Used to be good in Yellow Rush. Now it's bad. Yeah, fair enough. The only debatable ones of moving up would be Detonate, Manta Rider, Barter maybe. These ones. That's a lot of S tier potential. Like all these cards are potentials, even feeds. But I don't think that Mechs is destroying the meta right now. Manta Rider, debatable. Manta Rider, very debatable. Voice of Truth from C to B. Yeah, I was thinking about Voice of Truth before. My reasoning was that... I guess my reasoning was that mono green isn't like big in the meta, but you can run mono green because red is pretty rampant. It is maybe B tier. It's just got such a niche purpose because you want to use these for Firebringers, pretty much. It's pretty much you're running these for Firebringers in tournaments, and I don't know if that's enough justification to bump this to B tier. Find it difficult to put inspiration into a deck. Yeah, mechs are good right now. Easy win versus yellow. I mean, they're good. Yeah, they're good. I don't think they're meta breaking good though. I think it's better than Beastmaster at the moment. I mean, we got the Rakoans up here. It's just such a niche purpose. Like, you only ever bring mono green to a tournament to counter red. That's its only purpose in life right now, is countering mono red. And I don't think this is very good into mono red. I mean, yeah, you don't run this. Are there any like 50-50 matchups you're planning on going into? Like, mono blue can sometimes be winnable. This doesn't win you against mono blue. I guess angry is sometimes strong into green. Maybe you are concerned with Firebringer, because that could potentially be a 50-50. So maybe it's a good card. Maybe. I guess that could be. Are there any S-class greens? I was debating Feed the Forest, but I don't think so. I don't think mono green is just good enough in the meta to justify bumping any green cards up that high. Yeah, this card's very good, but yeah, mono green not in a great spot right now. This card's very good. This card's good. This card's good. Yeah. Rather go Golem, Virgin Forest, Voice of Truth than Beastmaster Willow stuff. Yeah. I think we can probably bump this up just thinking about the matchups. Just because I think Firebringer is something you might be concerned about if you're bringing mono green. That's probably fine. Sure. We'll throw it somewhere up here. So let's see. That was the A tier. I think I'm... Yeah. Manta Rider's, like, better. Manta Rider's up there somewhere. Manta Rider's very close to S tier. Is it as good as the Demon? It's such a good card. Maybe we do put this in S? I don't know. Can win versus Yellow Rush. Will you try a deck with just your S-class cards? I think that's like most decks is these S cards, to be honest. You can't really run it. I don't know. I might consider running more lists with like the E tier bottom of the deck cards. These ones we see them so often. Okay, but sure. Pretty happy with those ones, I guess. Thunder Yell was the debate moving up to A tier. I haven't played Red Yellow Angry in a while. I played a lot of this archetype though. It's a great card. I think it's... Yeah, I don't know. B tier is probably still fine there. Seek Shelter doesn't need to be super high up. Though it is good. Kaleem's Prayer, very good. I don't really know where Yellow Rush is in the meta right now. I haven't seen that in a long time. Has ever been an era which Yellow did not dominate? I don't think so. Yellow has been in the meta for a long time. There was a time, like way back when, before my era, where Flyers was not considered good as an archetype. People didn't really like that one. We mentioned also earlier that Champion people thought was bad originally when this was released. So maybe then, but I don't know if I'd really count that as having a meta. That was when people were still figuring out what Faeria was all about.
It gets everywhere.
Yeah, mono blue was a dominant color too at some point. Okay, so A tier cards. Yeah, so the green cards that are in A tier, we got the Boar, we got Feed, Tyrian Golem, and Runan's Guidance. look like pretty solid A tier cards. Yeah, I think mono green can find a place in the meta just because of red's dominance as well. It's just a lot more a specific archetype than a lot of other things. A lot more a specific archetype than, or like a something you specifically want to run to counter something than like flyers, which is generally good against most things. Spite Spray was the question moving up as well. That's solid B if we compare all these other B tier lists, B tier cards. People are gonna get angry for me at this one. That's fine. I really don't think Deepwood Stalker is doing that much. It's a great card, but it's just a solid B in the meta right now. Really can't run this in many decks actually right now. Same thing with Elderwood Embrace. People are gonna get angry at me for this one. But yeah, I don't think this card is got much of a place viably in competitive play. Only in B tier lists at most. Stalker is suspicious against flyers. Yeah, very. Yeah, okay, so there's all that stuff. Then the end of the B tiers, we've got the Rakoans, a Desert Twister. We have some Yak stuff, and we've got these cards. Isn't Embrace the best buff in the game? I don't think so. In raw stats, like value-wise, it's pretty good. But Runan's Guidance is much better, in my opinion. At 1 cost cheaper, you also have the heal alternative. Elderwood Embrace on ladder is a bit better. Actually, no, this one's still really good on ladder, because you want to be concerned about burn. But in tournament play, you're concerned about having some healing in your lineup somewhere, and Runan's Guidance usually fits that niche pretty well. Elderwood / buffs are suspicious in green, because green doesn't have much mobility and you don't like to pre-buff. Yeah, that's the big issue. A lot of the like viable green lists, you don't really want to be pre-buffing stuff, which means you don't want like a lot of buffs in the deck. And oftentimes Runan's Guidance is contending your Elderwood Embrace spot, and this one just wins out most of the time. It's a really good card, but it's getting outclassed by a lot of stuff, which is difficult for me to say. I love this card, I think it's amazing, but yeah, it's kind of eh. No green S tier cards is so sad. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna have to do something about green to make them good, really good. They are not meta dominating right now. It was okay. Yeah, it was okay in green-blue jump, but yeah, green-blue jump is just not a super amazing archetype right now. Hunt Down's in. Yeah, we got every card in now. Hunt Down I threw into like C tier probably. Yeah, Hunt Down in C tier. So let's see. These cards look okay. The only things I'm sketchy on maybe are like the lower ends of the B tier. I haven't played like Rakoans in a while. I do think they're pretty solid. I haven't played Yellow Rush in a long time. Husk I haven't really played much in a long time. I've never played the Disciple archetype. I just don't like it. But can't deny it's a solid deck. C tier we have Laya. I think that's fine. Laya's really good, but competitively I don't think there's many spawns for here that's gonna be that overwhelmingly good. And then yeah, same with Fagoro, all these cards. Horsemaster I might consider moving up, but it's so land heavy. Like you run this in mono red pretty exclusively, I think. Still pretty solid in red, I guess. Maybe Horsemaster should move up to B even. We have the other mobility tricks in B though, the teleports. And this. Yeah, Origin Frenetic's probably better than the Horsemaster overall. Yeah, obviously, it's a different archetype that this is fitting into, but... Yeah, Hunt Down's a trade on any creature on the board, so it's like a mobility trick for green. It pretty much is. It's just really expensive. But it's nice to have an almost like Humbling Vision-esque removal type of cards. You just kind of remove whatever you want on the board. Yeah, I don't know. End of B tier, we still have like Grizzly and things. Also, we've got these things. Ice Rock is probably not super B tier. I think this is probably C tier, considering like, I think C tier cards are still quite powerful. I don't think Ice Rock is that great in a tournament meta. I do think that Rakoans can do something in a tournament. Like, I think these are still solid into flyers. Definitely think these are still solid. I probably have to play this archetype to justify that. It's been a while. Yeah, Yellow Rush probably has a place. These cards. Now Tempo, is Tempo even B tier? Because all of these cards, yeah. We've got the enchant stuff in this archetype, I guess. Like, Tempo can do something. I don't know, it's like B or C. Something like that. Rakoans into flyers is okay, but it's not even free. No, it's not free. And that is their best matchup. Yeah. But, I mean, I don't know. Flyers are so popular. I don't know. It's fine. Yeah, this is probably more or less fine. This is a niche pick. I don't mind it. We got Horsemaster in C. I think I'm just gonna put Horsemaster up here. It's fine. Like in Mono Red kind of relies on this card. It's fine. It's gonna be probably better than this anyways. This is good in Yaks, but like, I don't know. Horsemaster's solid. We'll throw it up here past the Rakoans and the Desert Twister. Maybe Desert Twister's a bit better. Alright. Yeah, Laya seems fine in this tier, S tier, I mean C tier. We got the Fagoro. Some of these stuff, like these decks can still win matches in tournaments, I think. Even the Demonic Salmon's pretty good in Yellow Rush, I guess. But not a key piece, I would say. These are more key pieces. Yeah, solid cards. Oh, we got Tosser here still sitting in C tier, that's fine. Okay, and then the end of C tier, we got the Village Elder. Green Yellow Sack, I think is still playable, even though it's kind of bad. I don't know, what matchups do you want Green Yellow Sack into, though? We got some of these cards. Woodelly is really bad. Woodelly is really bad. There's nothing you want to ramp into with Woodelly. Is this even, like, D tier almost? This card's pretty bad. Bloom Sprite could be dropped a little bit, potentially, too. But I think it's still C tier. It's solid. Spirit of Rebirth C. Yeah, this fits into the Rain of Fish archetype pretty exclusively. These probably stay together, because I don't think there's any other archetype you want this in. And maybe Ghost Dragon. I think this guy gets away a little bit better than this into Ghost Dragon stuff. And this is kind of implying that this is a C tier archetype, the whole Rain of Fish, Spirit of Rebirth thing. I guess it is. I think it can nab some pretty cool wins. It'll be the lower end of C tier. We also put this Freedom Fighter here, which is like a green swarm card. Probably even worse than these. It might be better. Then Village Elder. Yeah, sack is just not very good, but it's okay. I think you can get some wins with green yellow sack. Got some draw cards in there. We also have this hook, which is, yeah. I guess hook's okay. I remember like beating S with a hook in my red, yellow, angry. I think it can get you some wins. Not very good, but it's a niche pick. You want rerun like one of these, and it's fine. This thing actually maybe in similar style, similar vein. Not as good. Yeah, some of these cards potentially could move down. I don't know. In the top of D tier, we got the Ogre. Yeah, I used to run this in my red list a long time ago, but it was such a long time ago. And I don't think this is very good. Belief that Rain of Fish archetype is D tier. Yeah, I haven't seen it in a while. I was impressed with it when I did see it, but it was a long time ago. Amoeba had that really cool list. Oh, it was running Frog Tosser and stuff, right. Yeah, we don't have Frog Tosser anymore. Maybe that is D tier. Frog Tosser was kind of a big piece of that list. I think. Winning versus S is indeed a worthy accomplishment and requires rigorous reevaluation of your understanding of the game. Yes. You don't care if the tosser is 7-8 or 8-8. Right, so I guess you don't care that much, you're getting the attack buffs. Yeah, I mean, that's fair, I guess, but you can still use the tosser. It must have boosted the power level a little. I haven't played this in a really long time. But even like these cards, I think these could move down to D. Maybe we just move stuff like this. We'll move this stuff down. Even this fairy, I think this fairy can be okay, but it's like generally not that great. This is run in Lizard's mech list. I think Lizard's mech list is pretty solid, but it's not like it's making the deck. It's probably up there somewhere. Captain is B now that Tosser got nerfed? No, I don't think so. Like, I talked about earlier why I didn't think Captain was very good, and it has nothing to do with Tosser. Originally, I thought that this was going to be better when Tosser got nerfed, but then I realized this card is just not doing that much. It's really slow. Spirit can be in sack too, leave it in C. Spirit can be in sack. Is Spirit good in sack? I don't think Spirit's very good in sack though. Like, you have to sack your creatures, you don't want to give them buffs, really. Spirit's a fine card, I guess. And maybe Spirit's okay. You can use this in other archetypes, sure. I think Wood Ellie definitely wants to drop down then. Not related. I just think Wood Ellie should drop down, it's very bad. Competitively is very bad. It just doesn't do anything. You don't want to ramp into anything. The 2-4 stat line sucks. You can play this on ladder just fine. Not in tournaments. Spirit's really good in B. I think Spirit is quite good, but C tier is where I'll keep it. We simply aren't playing stuff like Spirit of Rebirth and Yang. Yeah, exactly. You just don't really want to run this in much stuff competitively. It's kind of doing like maybe on tier with this illusion thing. I don't know. It's probably fine. But then this card's not great either. Nah, it's fine. That's fine. Yeah, Anemone's probably not very useful. As much as I love this card, I think we'll have to we'll dip this one down. I don't think it's playable in anything viable. It's a really fun card though. Hook is just the lower end. Yeah, that's fine. I think Freedom Fighter has a place in C tier decks. I really think this has a place. And then I guess Spirit also can do stuff with that, can do stuff with other stuff. Voice of Hunger. This does not feel very C tier. Lizard swears by this card, but I don't know. I don't think it's that great. I mean, the list that I played from him, I'm not saying I piloted it that well, but maybe it finds a C tier place with the Plague Bearer and stuff. Where do we rank Plague Bearer? C tier? Or do we put it in D? Plague Bearer in D. I guess yeah. Plague Bearer in D. Maybe a little higher. It's good against flyers. There's not like a lot of archetypes that this is being used in right now, but I guess it can be pretty devastating into flyers and such. Sky Captain must be C when yellow is the best color. I understand it's not good versus flyers, but D, anyone? I really think it's a bad card, even in flyers. I think this can lose you games by playing it, honestly. I think it's just really bad.
It is a great mistake to confuse it with nothing.
But, I mean, you can argue with me. It's fine. I understand it. A lot of people like using this card. I personally don't see much good use for it.
It contains the whole universe. So in the same way, the state of mind...
Okay, so that's good, maybe. That's fine. End of C... Oh, sorry, this is D tier. Yeah, end of D tier. We've got, like, Wisdom. Yeah, I mean, playable into events, I guess. I haven't really played the events archetype. I'll just trust Lizard's word on this one. Wait, these cards are really bad. This card's really bad. I don't think this one's that playable. It's the end of D tier, I guess. That's fine. These structures are pretty bad. Maybe Aviary's a little better. It's honestly at the end here somewhere. But then this is also at the end. Steam Forge is meh. Very meh. This card, some of these could move down even. Like what D tier is, you could still see D tier cards played in tournaments. I don't think Silent Warrior is tournament worthy whatsoever. We're gonna throw this down to E tier. On ladder, you can play this just fine. If you're a newer player, I don't think this is playable at all competitively. Unless you get this from Merchant, but that's fine. Merchant cards are free cards. There's a time you'd protect that card at all cost, and now it's losing you the game. Yeah, I think like the game's just a lot quicker than it used to be in the past. Also, I think like people ran this and it was okay, but I think it was just doing a lot less than they thought it was doing. I don't know. People often brought like slower lists in the past too. It was eh. This card's pretty miserable. We're gonna throw this into E tier. This card's pretty bad. I don't like it. It's pretty bad. Cobalt Barracks. What does Cobalt Barracks do? There's that one Turbo Goth list. That's pretty funny. But yeah, it's D tier playable, I guess. Sure. This one, there's like nat builds you can do with this one. I guess that's okay. These cards suck, right? Still playable suck. These ones are pretty bad. We'll throw them down a little bit further. Same with Drake Rider. Drake Rider is like, in my opinion, on par with some of these. Maybe it's better than these actually. Just like, actually I don't know. These three are all pretty on par. But I guess in yellow this is easier to proc, sure. Fine. Steam Forge will throw you down. Yep, and then we get into the meme tiers that nobody cares about. Yeah, it's really sad. I've got all these like structure cards in D tier when I think the structure archetype's pretty good. It feels so weird to bump these though. I don't know. I don't know if structures is maybe like a C tier deck. What does that rely on though? It relies on this. The Faeria tree. I probably put Faeria tree in like E, right? E or D? Some structure's just a burn type of deck. I think like there's two types of ways you can build it. You can do burn with Hellfire, or you can go for Crystal Spice value and just go for a value type of deck. And you also play Steve as kind of a win condition. Faeria Sync. Generate Faeria and then try to OTK with 3 Hellfires. Like that's one take you can go for. Yeah, definitely. Or Crystal Spice to get more Hellfires? Fair enough. I guess, yeah, if it's relying on Hellfire and Crystal Spice, yeah, that's fair. Those cards are already up there. I think that's actually the win cons. You're not really relying on the structures. You're relying on them, I guess, to generate Euphoria, but it's really the other cards that are making the deck, I guess. Sure, whatever. We'll keep them there. Yeah. I think that's fine. E tier. I really don't like this card. Like I mentioned that this doesn't have any use in anything. Like even in the self-burn damage, I guess you can run it in nets or something. You need like a generic creature to play this on. And then it's like okay value at best. It doesn't seem very playable. I don't think I'd ever want to play this in self-burn. Except in meme. Maybe I put this down. That's probably fine. Yeah, Shamanic Dance is better. In all cases, yeah. The heal really doesn't do much for you. It only playable in self-burn. You can just run literally anything but this card. Sure. Okay. I think that looks good. The E tier. These are bad cards. That's fine. Actually, Tiki Healer is even like better than this card, but they're still bads both. Okay, and then F tier. Am I happy with the F tier results? Unplayable. Unplayable. All unplayable cards. I did run that Carassius list with Earthcraft. It was playable. I don't think you'd get any wins in tournaments though with this, to be fair. I put Intrepid up here, yeah. Defender. Put you up there. Yeah, so I actually make Defender an unplayable card. Yeah, I guess that's fine. Rebel Glider playable? I don't know, this is where things get kind of weird. I think it's fine. Like, you can find niche uses for these cards. You could say you could find niche uses for any cards, but I don't know. Havoc has some niche uses. It's still bad, but we'll throw them up there somewhere. Somewhere. You can make it all the way up to the top there. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with that. This card's probably unplayable, to be honest. Maybe this card's just bad. That one kind of loses you games. I tried hard thinking about a build for this one. I don't think it exists. I don't know. That 2/2 that does 2 damage maybe is in D. That 2 cost that does 2 damage. That 2/2 that does 2 damage. What's the 2/2 that does 2 damage? Because why is that 1/1 5 cost that gives punishment in D? Yeah, this card's probably pretty bad competitively. I don't think you ever want to use this either. It feels weird to put it on the same tier as, like, Safeguard, I guess. But, yeah, fair enough. This one can move down. It's pretty bad. Pretty awful. What's the 2/2 that does 2 damage, though? Like punishment or something? I don't know. I guess all these things can live in E tier. That's fine. This thing's pretty bad. Pretty unplayable. This thing I'd like to say is unplayable. I guess it's a collector, though. You can make it work. Sure. Okay. I think that's it. Probably pretty happy with that. Let me know what you think if you got to this point in the video. I'll put a timestamp for those who want to jump ahead for this, to this, what now, 8-hour mark? Holy. That's nuts. I might, yeah, I'm not gonna edit this video super hard. Okay, so, here it is. Here is the final tier list. I'll scroll through so you can see it. Here's the S and A tiers. And B tier. And C tier. D, we got so many cards in this, and there's the E tier. Ignore those flyers at the bottom. Oh, and then the Fs. Yep, the unplayable cards. So there we go. That was a long stream. That was so long. I hope you got some insight out of that, and you can tell me how bad I am at the game down in the comments below. But yeah, thanks for watching, and I guess I'll see you guys in the new year. Happy New Year! Yay! All that jazz. Alright, thanks for joining, guys. See you then.